Beneath a night sky with dark hues rises a mystical castle. The moon illuminates it with light. It is the castle of the demon lord, a symbol of the end of war. Moonlight streams through the huge room of the majestic palace, a huge hall. The silhouette of a long cross comes into view. In the shadows of the corner, a tiny creature dressed in a robe and hood is hidden from view, its eyes reflecting indescribable anxiety. Beneath the cross, a demon folded in a curved pose, her body bleeding, pink fire drawing brightly from its back, giving the impression of something invisible wings. Blood streams from her eyes. She doesn't understand why people refuse to accept the world as it is. Amidst the semi-darkness, a blonde-haired man dressed in armor rose up, looking down. Standing over the exhausted body, his countenance glistened. His eyes shone with mockery, and his snide smile only confirmed it. Did the creature in front of him really think that there could be a world where humans and demons would live peacefully, holding hands together? In the gloom, the eyes of the demoness glittered with fury. At this moment under the cross, as if in a ritual, other forces incarnated, awakening in the night something beyond the ordinary and plunging into a world of mystery and magic. Rising from her knees, she transformed before my eyes, true rose-colored wings suddenly unfolding behind her back, a pair of curved horns popping out on her head. With a new wave of anger and rage, she snapped out of her seat. She dashed towards that knight, each step filling the air with sinister energy, and her impending strike seemed somehow inescapable. Bright sparks of fury sprayed from her eyes. It seemed as if her opponent was about to be consumed by terrible magic. But a caustic smile full of cunning flashed across the knight's face, and he stood like a lurking predator ready for a masterful game of guile. Suddenly a girl appeared behind the demon's back. She stepped into the light, dressed in armor with a sword in front of her. Incredible power flashed in her eyes. The tip of her sword was sharpened to destroy evil. The demoness only had time to turn around, glancing at the danger creeping up behind her. In a single inhale and exhale, the power contained in the girl's hand caused her sword to pierce the demon, the sharp blade of the sword easily shattering the foul form, leaving a trail of blood. She wondered well as the blonde her reception. She faced the difficulty of finding a poison powerful enough to end the demon. After her attack, the creature spat out a bloody stream from its mouth. This girl's eyes began to twitch under the effects of the persistent pain, reflecting that agony, body shaking in spasms. At that moment, the girl's eyes radiated triumph and unadulterated superiority, as if an indomitable inner strength had ignited in them. She looked at the demon with arrogance. Despair enveloped the demoness, and she struggled to raise her hand, trying to grasp a scrap of the night girl's clothing. The warrior gave a squeamish grimace. She couldn't accept the fact that such a disgusting creature had chosen to even touch her. The girl gave the order to remove her hands from her robes. Without a shadow of a doubt, the girl instantly embarked on her right to revenge. Her sword soared through the air, and with unrelenting fury she tore into the demoness. In a storm of attack her movements were precise. A small cloaked creature stood by the battlefield. No face peeked out from under the dark hood. Only large blue eyes glittered restlessly. He couldn't hold back the tears. At this grim scene, as the blonde inexorably continued to torment the demon's body, someone dared to touch her shoulder. Interrupting her storm of rage, it was explained to her that the demon lord possessed immortality. That mere physical mutilation could hardly do her decisive damage. Indeed, in that instant, all wounds were healed. The blonde man in armor went on to explain that in order to seal this creature, one must confirm it with all sorts of tortures and drive its soul into a state of hopelessness. His lips spread into a sly smile full of meanness and superiority. Darkness must rot in the darkness. 5 warriors gathered around the demon's body, looking at it ominously as if it were a trophy. This ominous place reeked of the smell of the evil that had recently dwelt here. In the shadows of this place stood a small creature. In this small creature could be read not only fear, but also deep worry. Worry for the demon lord. Its tiny body trembled with fear. The situation was extremely tense, and this creature realized that disaster was near if he didn't do something about it now. The demon lord raised her haggard gaze to the small creature standing in the corner of the dark room. Her face, bloody and tortured, was a reflection of the anguish and grief of her recent defeat. When her gaze met the little monster called Archie's, an inner conflict surged within her soul, her heart torn between wanting to be near her faithful companion and realizing that his life was now on the line as well. Her lips parted just barely slightly as she uttered the order to the small Archiv to get off her feet and save her life, her voice sounding like a soft patina of kindness imbued with an incredible amount of determination and sadness. The creature's small blue eyes widened, as if for the first time they were seeing something unexpected. In that instant they reflected not only shock but determination, as if the tiny warrior within the creature had awakened and taken over. Demonis was roughly lifted up holding her arms. Her face bore the imprint of suffering. Blood continued to flow in streams, creating a red trail on the floor. One of those who had mocked her took advantage of her powerlessness and tried on a lustful smile on her face. A knife blade glinted in his hands. Cold and bloodthirsty, he slashed the girl with the knife, tearing her clothes. The victim was in a state of shock. Her face expressed helplessness and despair. She couldn't do anything. Her body was immobilized as if the pain was piercing her to the very depths. Her body was abruptly released and she fell to the ground, no one even trying to give the appearance that her fall carried any danger, treating her like a piece of meat that could be thrown to the ground and forgotten. With a sinister smile, the abuser continued his inhuman torture. The knife in his hand swirled in the air. The girl sat defenseless, choked by the poison. She pressed her hands against her body, trying to somehow cover her already almost completely denuded flesh. The freedom had been taken from her. The vile faces of the abusers glittered with gloating. The monsters in armor and human flesh, harboring guile in their foul souls, relished the moment. Looking at her helpless, almost naked body, her abusers realized the extent of their power. Under the influence of the poison, she seemed but a mere nothing in their eyes. Roughly grabbing her hair, he forced her to meet his gaze, inflicting pain, bringing tears from her eyes. He warned that she should be prepared for terrible things to happen. Her eyes widened with horror, tears glistened on her cheeks, and despair blazed in her gaze as she realized that those men were going to rape her until she was a helpless puppet in their hands. The vile hands reached for her. She cried out, begging them to stop, but they continued their crime, ignoring her pleas, her helplessness increasing with each moment. He grabbed her breasts roughly, without feeling a shred of shame or sympathy. This gruesome moment was a disaster for her dignity. Horror enveloped her. Such rudeness made her feel humiliation and pain. She was treated as if she were just a piece of meat with no freedom or self-determination. She was drowning in horrible circumstances. Her body became the object of inhuman acts, like a doll to be done with whatever comes to mind, mercilessly touched anywhere, brutally raped. Horrible scenes of injustice and suffering became part of her reality. That was the last straw for Arch. He rushed forward, his decision made in a whirlwind of memories of how the Debulus had once protected him. The fear and helplessness he had felt then transformed into a determination to protect his benefactress. He jumped up and the hood fell from his head, revealing his face. Archie's gaze was filled with rage and determination. He couldn't stay away, knowing that the one who cared for him like a big sister had been the target of such horrible violence. No, she wasn't just an older sister to him. She had become a mother to him, sacred and beautiful. To treat his kin this way was inhuman and unforgivable. The girl who had immobilized the demon with the poison cried out in surprise as the small creature jumped in her direction with an attempt to touch, her eyes widening at the surprise coming from this unusual creature. His small hand touched her stomach. He knew what he was doing, but the blonde found herself completely bewildered. At this moment, she was looking at this little ally with wonder, not anticipating what exactly would happen next. Her eyes widened. How dare he touch her? And even with magic, horror and loathsomeness pervaded her, and she couldn't understand how this little bastard had allowed himself to do such a thing. The spell bloomed in his palm. The mysterious sigils surrounding the circle flashed green lights. The illuminated sigils began to pulse. Archie jumped back. He realized that this desperate attempt to save the girl could be his last act of courage. Perhaps he would sacrifice his life in an attempt to change the course of events. The blonde's eyes widened and her pupils constricted, reflecting not only surprise but also horror at what had just happened to her. She felt rage piercing every muscle in her body, the emotion coursing through her bloodstream, forcing her anger outward. With furious anger, she swung her sword, easily and abruptly slicing off the baby's head, leaving the noble elf who had possessed an outward gentleness and cuteness suddenly transformed into the embodiment of aggression and vengeance. The blood of the apprentice splattered right before the eyes of the half-alive Debulus, creating a gruesome sight. A wave of horror and pain swept across her face. The creature she had picked up had taken its life right at her feet. It seemed not only the loss of a precious life, but a blow to the very essence of her life. Archie's head rolled on the bloody tile. Archie's almost lifeless eyes reflected the shocked face of his mistress. In that moment he realized the unfortunate and final twist of his fate. Nevertheless, even in his final moments, he knew what he had given his essence for. The sepulchral silence was broken by the demon lord's scream, filled with agonizing despair. That scream was like a sound that is extracted from the deepest corners of the soul, expressing loss and bereavement. At that moment she felt as if she had lost a piece of her own essence, as if she had lost the most precious part of herself. with 1,000 feelings in her heart. She rushed forward, no longer afraid of anything. Her soul was raging with emotions, and her eyes were directed only at one goal, rallying the last remaining strength. She clenched her fists, just to get to her little native creature. In her eyes glittered with despair and grief. Darkness descended upon her along with the sword of the man in shining armor. Her eyes widened as he swung his weapon mercilessly, with an indifferent expression on his face, severing her arm. She fell to her knees and the darkness of unbearable pain enveloped her body. Blood gushed from her wound like a living river, creating a grim contrast to the surrounding darkness. Her body trembled under the weight of her suffering. She struggled to look up, her teeth clenched in pain. The man stood over her. His expression showed not a shred of compassion, as if he was devoid of human feelings. The steel went through the tissues of her body, leaving wounds. She could feel death coming. As the sword was able to harm her in the form of a severed limb, it meant she would be sealed soon. The demon lord was completely absorbed in her misery, her mind obscured by the voice stream, preventing her from hearing those words. Her entire world now centered on the only one, the Archiv, her little companion, bereft of life. Barely whispering his name, she tried to reach Archie's head with an effort of will, but even that seemingly small distance seemed inhumanly distant. She didn't notice that her voice sounded weak and distorted. The evil smile. The knight's caustic gaze was like an axe cutting the last strands of compassion and memory of her kin. He mocked her feelings, mocking the fact that she could still feel something for her kin. The death of a family member lay before her, and this knight clenched his sword in his hand, preparing for the final blow. He slowly approached the girl, as if savoring every moment of this abominable victory. Her faint breathing merged with the gloomy atmosphere. She was defenseless before this ruthless performer, who was enjoying his triumph. Dainty with the suffering he had inflicted, his gaze turned into a fire of hellish aggression, ready to consume everything in its path. As if the blue eyes were windows to the very depths of the underworld, he was ready to deliver the final death blow. A golden aura surrounded the knight's sword. At this moment, the weapon became not only an instrument of physical destruction, but also a tool to impose divine agony. In his hands gathered power capable of crushing even demonic essence. Now the demon lord would rot in terror with his tortured body forever. With a shriek, the sword pierced the air, aiming at the demonic entity in front of him. At that moment, the magical energy of aggression emitted by the weapon created a vortex that surrounded the knight in a torrent of furious rage. His face was the epitome of determination mixed with madness. A yellow light suddenly pierced the darkness, blinding all those who were nearby. There was a sharp, swift, lightning-like strike that struck the girl like a discharge of electricity in a bright light. The yellow flash seemed to burn everything around, creating a temporary world where light and darkness fought for supremacy. Archie's blue eyes dimmed. He suddenly witnessed the final onset of darkness in his life. The moment the vital sparks of his essence vanished, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. The demon's powers that had once been so powerful and turbulent were now swallowed up by absolute darkness. The demon lord's face, previously distorted by a storm of emotion, was now stone, reflecting only the last vestige of a sense of despair. The last moments of her essence were drenched in darkness and unthinkable loss. Her bloody body, which had recently emitted magic and menace, was now breathless. A smirk of a moral freak flashed across the knight's face. He tried to conceal it, covering his face with his hand as if refusing to admit even to himself that his soul was shrouded in darkness. The hand placed over his face slowly slipped away, revealing a hideous grin, like a beast lurking in a human shell. He couldn't contain his gloating as he leaned back, letting out a hellishly loud laugh of glee. The sound of his laughter saturated with triumph. The one who had severed Archiv's head looked at him once more with a sense of majesty and loathing for the decapitated body of the little creature. Her eyes expressed triumph over her enemy. She felt no remorse, only pride in her triumph. She touched her stomach once more, wondering what the spell was, but her body remained fine. She could feel that something had changed inside of her, but she couldn't immediately tell what kind of magic had been used by the Archive. Her skin was intact and there was no sign of damage. She ran up to the knight, feeling that the final step to victory was about to be taken. It was time for the sealing, her heart beating faster with excitement and exertion. Sometime later, when all these turbulent events were left behind, reigned silence and calm. The blonde, having overcome all the difficulties, witnessed the restoration of her life, and the family was preparing for the joyous event in the form of pregnancy. The fetus developed remarkably well, without any noticeable problems, yet the effects of the spell had left its unique imprint on the baby's development. The dark spell left in the kid's body by the Archive was beginning to take its toll, the mysterious hues reflecting the inner demonic essence embedded in his being through magic. Parasitism, a phenomenon that manifests itself mainly in birds, in which they throw eggs from other people's nests, laying for hatching their own. Demons absorb the soul of a human embryo and plant instead of her own through forbidden techniques. 6 years passed in peace and harmony, the family living in their comfort, enjoying the wonders of life. The child with dark powers, despite his demonic heritage, did not show it in any way. The boy's name was Elixir. The mother, filled with joy, found in this name a reflection of her peaceful state. Time spent with Elixir was for her a source of true happiness and peace. Elixir was a real ray of sunshine in his family's life. His curiosity and cheerfulness filled every corner of the house with warmth and light. The family enjoyed the moments spent together. Elixir, raising her eyes, full of childish delight, to her mother, made her heart fill with indescribable joy. The Elixir's true power seemed to reside in the shadows, as cloaked in the ordinariness of his childhood. No one in the family could foresee what amazing changes and adventures the future would bring. A small brunette with blue eyes, smiling and joyful. But will this not become a threat to humanity in the future? The answer is simple, though not so obvious. It's not Elixir. His name is Archive. In his past life he was beheaded. Yes, the little monster was reborn into a human, cute and happy. Shortly before his death he cast a parasitism spell on one of the 8 heroes and became the womb fetus of that woman. Good move. It's a good thing it occurred to him before his death. Parasitism was the only thing his magical energy was enough for, as he was a very weak demon in his past life and not capable of much. Now he has been reborn into the family of the one who had a hand in the murder. This is done in order to bring back the demon lord, becoming the son of a hated enemy, the child of a woman who humiliated a demon lord. It's very difficult, but he is ruled by a huge purpose and desire that he just can't give up. The Overlord was everything in this world to him. The Archive didn't even know who he was, and she gave him that understanding. He hatched from an egg too weak, so the demons rejected him, forcing him to live on human scraps, where he had to endure even more abuse. That's when I met her, the one who became the closest thing to family in this world. She caught sight of his abusers in the alley and drew attention to herself, her eyes burning with anger. Turning toward her, noticed a pair of inhuman eyes gleaming. This scared the creeps away from the baby, scaring away the little guy, who would not have been scared of a normal person. She wondered who Archive was. It was the first time she had seen such a weak demon, and as a lord she had seen many already. Raising his head to look at the face of the rescued creature, Archive's vision slowly thinned and he saw her clearly. The lordess inquired as to his name, but Archie couldn't utter a word. It seemed like a problem for her to know who was in front of her. A little time passed. Her decision was quick. The woman stroked the little demon's head, demonstrating that she had good intentions. That's when she showed him tenderness and care and offered to go with her, to live together. She was very sweet and smiling. She picked him up, a demon who didn't even have a name and whose life was worth nothing. A very courageous and responsible act that can't be overlooked. They spent a lot of time together, especially frequent meetings in the huge library, the shelves of books stretching far upward, seemingly endless. The Devulus, sitting on a chair resembling a throne, noticed that the little one was very fond of reading. The little demon was indeed too fond of books, trying to absorb with interest everything written there without looking away. Then she threw her head back and thought about something, sinking deeper and deeper into thought. Then clapping her hands dramatically, an idea came to her. Archive. She suggested giving the monster the name Archive. It's not a good idea to go without a name. The creature wondered how such a thing came to mind. He tried to pronounce the first letter. Vladika explained that he wanted to call it a book archive, which is perfect for an avid book lover like him. The demon was embarrassed, and he almost managed to pronounce his name, but he didn't pronounce the letter R, but that only made his new companion even more amused. In a moment the little demon began to repeat his name over and over again, rejoicing, and the girl reveled in such efforts. Her face was joyful and her heart fluttered with tenderness. One day, standing on the terrace, lit by the lone moon in the sky, she decided to tell him why she had sheltered him in her castle. The answer is uncomplicated, very simple. She felt like it. At the same moment, her face blossomed into an awkward smile. Yes, such a stupid reason. Turning to face the clear moon, she explained that she had no family of her own. She had been alone in this castle since she was born. The loneliness was eating her up. She was about to say another sentence, but stopped and sighed heavily. Then she looked at the baby demon. All the other demons and humans have families. But even though her body is human-like and very attractive, she can't conceive a child. No matter how hard Vladika tried, she still failed. It is for her an indescribable grief, the realization that she will never succeed. As sad as it is to realize, this is probably the fate of the demon lord. Arch, standing behind, listened to this with awe. This touching moment felt not only by them, but also by the full moon that softly illuminated everything around them. Vladika took Archiv's hand. Warmth emanated from her hands, but not only physical but also spiritual. Her palms carried tenderness and care. Her appearance will be reflected in the little demon's eyes for a long time to come. Long pink hair, yellow eyes, which are wonderfully illuminated by such a cold, but at the same time gentle light of the moon. Here she hugged him, pulling him closer like a mother to her own son. It was her Archive. Her face at this moment reflected all care and mercy. It was calm. They had both never been so comfortable. But this is just a memory. Now the Archive is in the body of a boy named Elixir. His mother has already called him, wondering why he is so far behind. No one would imagine what kind of actor it takes to portray a happy innocent child who forever has to please parents who you actually hate with all your soul. That blonde-haired girl is Liselotte Alexiel. Now this woman is his human mother. But that doesn't change the fact that she humiliated the demon lord. It will be her puncture in this life. The fact that she decided to cross the dangerous road. When Liselotte's back was turned, her type of son's face changing to a ghastly grimace. He promised himself he would kill all 8 heroes and her included. Inside their bodies there are crystals in which parts of the demon lord are sealed. To kill the heroes and bring her back to life is the mission of the Archive. But while he has to pretend to be a regular kid, cute and obedient, on a picnic with his mom, he reached into the food basket, pulling out a large ham and cheese sandwich. His face changed, the kind of deliciousness that would make anyone drool. But Liselotte objected, slipping him a vegetable sandwich, for that was much healthier. With the rebirth, the Archive also gained power. Its demonic eye. It is enough to look him in the eye and apply it as immediately subjugate another's will to his own. Just then the blonde changed her mind. The baby needs to eat meat, so let it dainty. The contented child was already munching the delicious food in 2 cheeks, greedily swallowing the pieces. So far, the demon eye is weak and also works less effectively on heroes. Even so, this female hero is easily influenced by the demon eye, simply because he is her son. In 6 years of human life, he realized one thing watching this girl. Their main vulnerability is that family is their main weakness. Killing this defenseless woman would not be difficult. It seems that a simple order to finish her off would suffice. However, there is one problem. The Archivist threw a sidelong glance. And that problem is Saruto Ilexical, a hero, a true warrior, and his father in this life. A dark room illuminated by a dim pink light. In it a cross stood on a pedestal. Saruto was standing over her with a huge scythe. He was saying the demon lord. So while he didn't even know what kind of man would want to stick his dick in her, he crouched over her body, chained up. He wished she could be seen like this by all the women and children her demons had killed and raped. He lifted her bloody face, full of misery, and began to threaten. Even if she conceived, they would pull out the fetus by cutting the girl's stomach open. His eyes burned with red rage, full of aggression. He was stretching his arms out towards her. He would eat this child right in front of her, just like her people did to humans. The Archive looked at this hero in horror. He realized that this man was not up to him yet. He was still too weak to compete with such a type who had no feelings for his son. Liselotte waved her hand to her husband as well, and the boy already had a plan in his head on how to finish off even such a hero. Despite being able to repel his magic with his spirit power alone, even his face constantly looked displeased and sassy. Papa didn't respond to the blonde's movement, such as Elixir's or Archiv's way in this world to be jealous of his own son. Arch leaned his head on his hands. He was in his musings. He would just use this woman, since she is the hero's lover. And then his long-awaited and sweet revenge will be accomplished, bringing all the dark thoughts and desires into reality. He will be able to return the Lord and destroy all her offenders. In the house, in the middle of the night you can hear screaming. If you peek through the ajar door, you can get into the very center of a family scandal. Saruto claims he can't love Elixir, and Liselotte doesn't understand why. It's his son. She really doesn't understand this position. Her husband always wanted a son. So what's wrong? To this the man gives a clarification that the boy is not attached to him, does not laugh and hardly talks. This is not normal. Doesn't the woman understand? To this Lisa replies that he just needs to be more open to the child, at which point the object of discussion looks out into the hallway where those screams were coming from. Saruto crouched down clutching his head. He was honestly trying to be a father, doing his best, but those eyes that looked up at him from his son's face, they gave the man goosebumps. This kid is anything but human. His gut feeling foretold him that. The blonde didn't bitch about it. Tears of rage came from her eyes. This is as good as their child and he dare not say that about him. The man turned his back to her and began muttering to himself that his son was not like him in hair color or appearance, and that his eyes were not only strange, they looked like the eyes of a demon. Then he realized what had just come out of his mouth. He looked back. His face was shocked and afraid, because although he spoke softly, it was enough for his wife to hear everything. And his fear was not unfounded. Liselotte looked at him with a hellish anger, barely restraining herself, so gloomy she rarely ever saw. She just couldn't believe what she was hearing. Immediately, the husband started making excuses that he didn't mean it wasn't his child, but it was too late. He had already crossed the line of what was worth saying. The girl snapped into a furious scream. Her indignation and anger had no limit. That is, in the opinion of his spouse, she sinned with a demon. How could he even think of such nonsense? She hurried away in tears. It was beyond her strength. How could such a thing be thought of her beloved? Though the man tried to stop her, he failed. All he heard in response was that he was the only demon here. As she ran down the hallway, she tried to keep her sobs loud so as not to wake her son, but her desperation was so great that it took great effort to do so. In the hallway she came across little Elixir, who was rubbing his eyes sleepily. He had been awakened by the shouts of scandal after all. He began to ask what was wrong. The mother only hugged her son, pulling him tighter against her in an attempt not to give away that she herself was emotional. She apologized, said it was okay, he didn't need to know what had just happened, and offered to go to her room. She lay in his bed, holding herself well in front of her son, smiling, trying to get the baby to sleep. Elixir covered his face with the blanket and squeezed out a tear. LOL, he realized his parents had a fight and he wondered if it was because of him. Lisa made a carefree grimace, as if nothing had happened, and said it was all right. He was their son and she was proud of him. While her heart was tearing apart in her chest, patting her baby, she said that daddy just needed to get to know him better. Then Archive applied the demon's eye. He asked what the woman really wanted. The woman stiffened, sweat dripping down her face and her pupils narrowed. What power ruled her, though she didn't realize it herself? She just wants to live happily ever after, with Elixir and his dad, her husband. Archie couldn't help but be amused that the woman was giving it all away. A smirk appeared on her face, sinister and sly. And Lisa continued, it seems that her father is afraid of the elixir, and there seems to be another reason. Saruto has another woman. Then Archie asked if the mom just wants to be loved. Of course the girl replied that she wants that their daddy loves her both as a wife and a woman. The boy's face lit up with madness. Then, Anne could give her what she wanted. Just when she was looking at her son, she saw the little brunette boy, and then something happened. The image of her husband, who was reaching for her with great desire, came before her. A pleasant pulling sensation ran through the blonde's body, warmth spreading throughout her body as if she was about to ascend to heaven from the pleasantness of this moment. Lying on the bed, she was breathing languidly, moaning, her body acting as if she were having sex and she couldn't control it. The Archive looked at it all with contempt and grandeur. How vile people are. He managed to make her see Saruto instead. The illusion of the demon eye came in handy. He covered his face with his hand, pondering because the illusion's effect is short-lived. The only question is how to show Saruto in Liselotte's eyes. The choice for him was obvious. He was going to make the hero look like a complete scum-like demon. The man had already taken that path in his wife's eyes. Elixir slept peacefully in the settlement as the door to his room creaked open, but the child didn't hear it. Saruto entered the room, but not just for fun. The light of the moon made the glint off. What the man held in his hands was a dagger. He swung, the point glinting overhead, above his head, but someone burst into the room. The man was shocked. This someone was Ego Wife. She didn't let him strike. With anger in her eyes, she repelled the attack with her sword. She stood there, staring at him without feeling. Her maternal instincts at play, ordering a demon like Saruto not to touch her child. The man tried to explain that what was in the child's bed was just manipulating her, and was told to shut up. They got into a fight, glaring at each other, arms crossed. They became adversaries. The father was screaming, trying to tell him that it wasn't their child, and the mother was covering his mouth, calling him a vile demon, that it was her child and she wouldn't let him be killed. She ordered her son to run away, and the boy didn't mind. Everything was already going according to his plan. He stood under the purple light of the moon that reigned in the sky. Everything shuddered with his sinister laughter. He exulted. The humans are so faulty and vile. He had succeeded in circling them and forcing some of the closest people to him to turn against each other. He mocked them, laughing at how ugly and weak those with the power to destroy demons were. Why they were given such a gift. The boy raised his hands symbolically, reaching for the deep sky, as if he was trying to touch her, his lord, whom he was addressing. He wondered if she was looking at him. Even despite his lack of strength, he successfully carried out his first revenge, so sweet and unforgettable. He asked to keep watching her. After all, it was only for her that all this was being done. He would go to any lengths for mistress. Folded his hands to his heart and promised that the Overlord could even be in no doubt. He would bring retribution to all the heroes who had taken her life, who had taken her from him. But the Archive did miscalculate on something. Behind him stood Saruto and heard everything. The man was covered in wounds and torn clothes. He had just witnessed his fears come true. Arch turned to him with a sly smile. Had he really survived? He had expected otherwise. Clearly underestimated. Lisa was passed out and her father came in to kill the demon. His eyes burned with rage. He is ready to finish off the creature that pretended to be his son. He ordered to say that with the man's real child. The demon stretched a smile with his hands and replied that he had eaten their son, for the hero's child tasted delicious, madness burning in his eyes. The man screamed. He couldn't take it. Anger enveloped him from head to toe. This monster would pay for what he had done. His weapon almost came down on the child, who turned out to be a monster in the flesh, ruining the couple's lives. Suddenly his old son appeared before Saruto's eyes, small and sweet, with big blue eyes and black, slicked back hair, who looked on pitifully and couldn't believe that his daddy was going to kill him. His eyes widened. It made him come to his senses, or rather the trick had succeeded in messing with his brain. The blade stopped literally at the creature's head. The hero's hands trembled. He couldn't do it. He remembered how hard he worked day and night. He was asked why. How can he go to work leaving his pregnant wife alone? He's making money for the baby's future. But in the past he was a great warrior in the guild after all. So why did he choose to work in the coal mine of a forgotten girl? The man wiped the sweat and dust from his face. He glanced at his interlocutor and replied that he only wanted to ensure that Lisa had a normal life. And, besides, he is to become a father, and thus a strong support for the family. It is his duty. A blow. This he didn't expect. The tip of the sword showed from his chest. The weapon went through him. Behind his back stood the silhouette of his beloved wife. Saruto couldn't believe what was happening. His love had just dealt a fatal blow to the one she had sworn her love to. His eyes widened and the name of the woman he wanted to build a happy family with was frozen on his lips. Her gaze was full of anger and hatred. She didn't care about the man anymore. He almost killed her son. This she couldn't let it go. Breathing heavily, she stood over her husband's body. No face on her, but her choice was the right one for her. No one would dare harm her child. Saruto lay dead, blood spreading faster. Now that the family he had fought so hard for was gone, Arch stood in the moonlight, full of devilish energy. Even his gaze displayed it. Things were just beginning for him. He cast a spell, or rather dispelled the previous one. The purple light disappeared everywhere. Everything became clearer. The picture was blurry, but something was being brought in. Suddenly, the woman's dead lover, lying in blood, appeared before her eyes. Shock enveloped her. She couldn't check into the fact that this was really happening. How could it be possible? Lisa fell to her knees. She was trembling. It still hadn't gotten to her what had happened. Suddenly her son, whom she had so desperately defended, spoke up. He confirmed that Saruto was quite right. The girl sat dazed. She had fallen under the influence of the demon's eye and killed her husband because she mistook him for a demon. She didn't understand what she was in for. Crouching on the ground, she felt a chill of despair creep through her. Her palms were bloody and her hands were shaking. She hadn't expected this turn. It seemed like everything the boy was saying now was just a fantasy. It couldn't be happening. Liselotte was slowly going mad. She screamed, putting her hands to her face. Hearing all of this was just impossible. Elixir's face changed. Here he uttered the worst thing this girl could hear, that he was not their son. He touched his bangs, his fingers penetrating the dark hair. He lifted the hair from his other eye and revealed his secret. He was Archie, the same trash among the demons that had been killed by her. His eyes burning with anger and madness, the blonde screamed, covering her ears with her palm. This couldn't be happening. Her fingers clawed into the blonde strands of her hair. Her heart was full of madness. Hot tears spattered from her eyes. Hell consuming her life. He stood over her like a puppeteer. Her fate had been tainted by his hands. Sweet revenge hovered in the air. What was it like to not even realize she had been raped and inseminated? His smile was impossibly wide, but not kind, but truly evil. It was a grin of superiority. The woman's hand reached for her sword. Slowly, tentatively, the demon continued to cheer. He had been waiting for this. His body tensed. He wanted so badly to see how burdensome family could be for these heroes. wondering if the demon eye would work. A purple flash flashed from under his eyelids. Suddenly, the woman, all in hot tears, pointed the blade towards herself. It was unexpected. The weapon touched her neck, tearing the flesh tissue. Blood spurted out in a fountain. The boy recoiled. This is suicidal. He froze. He didn't expect this outcome of events. After all, he didn't even have time to use the ability. He walked up to Lisa. Gee, that was unexpected. A spontaneous act. Reaching for the bloodied hero's face, on which tears froze. Something in the death of her husband and the realization that her son had been eaten was too much of a mental blow. Her head bowed, slipping from her hand. The blonde's hand reached for the boy. She asked him not to cry, not to let the salt water run down his cheeks. She touched his face, with tenderness and kindness, pronounced that all was well. The archive was shocked. What is this? Why such mercy? She called him her boy. Her eyes were more tender than any flower petal. She was saying goodbye to her son. After she said she was near, his mom was near. His emotionless began to change. The line of his mouth became wavy. He bit his lip as if he was about to cry. He felt sadness and grief. It was these people who had taken the demon lord away from him, but after all, it was the demons who had made the first move. Once upon a time, he and Liselotte came to an unfamiliar place that was on the edge of a forest. This is where Lisa's mom's family's grave was located. She spoke so easily about how she'd been killed by demons, including her mom, that it was clear she'd accepted it a long time ago. The light wind playing with her hair. The archivist stood behind him, looking surprised. They placed a bouquet on the grave and the blonde went into more detail. From the whole forest, only she had survived. If her dad hadn't saved her, she too could have been lying in that grave, not standing next to, but with her son. Her life would have been over. Elixir averted his eyes. He was uncomfortable hearing this. He didn't know how to feel. Lisa placed her hand on the tombstone. She apologized to her mother for coming so late, but she was with news today. The wind played with her hair as if it were an answer from the other world. There was tenderness and a drop of sadness in the woman's eyes. She suddenly lifted her son in her arms, looking him in the eyes with a smile on her face. Her news is that she now has her own family. She leaned on the boy with great affection and Archie was surprised. He didn't harbor the same feelings for this girl. She vowed that battles and revenge were in the past and from now on she would live for her husband and this child. Liselotte asked her mother for one favor, to keep an eye on them. The memories dissipated. In front of him is a bloody Lisa again. She looks at him fondly and promises that his mom is always with him and she will protect him. Her hand slipped from her face, her body leaving the last of its strength. She died with her son's name on her lips, every muscle already relaxed. The end had come, darkness before her eyes. Tears rolled from Archie's eyes. Liselotte reflected in her pupils. Their warmth burned his cheek. Just like that. Who would have thought that a demon would cry, taking revenge on a human? He himself was surprised at his own emotions, that it had awakened in him. It was driving him crazy. Maybe it was the fact that at that moment he remembered the demon lord offering to become her family to him. He was still standing over his mother's body in this life, the moon illuminating everything around him. His head tilted. What to think of this woman now? His face was frowning, unemotional, full of oppression, hands resting at the seams. Nothing, just a long pause. After which, clenching his teeth in anger, he sent the one who had just been still alive, the one whose blood was still stained on his cheeks. He drew the knife he had prepared in advance from behind his back. With a shout in anger he thrust it upward. It was ruled by a thirst for revenge, hot and sharp. The movements were decisive and clearly planned. Time after time, striking sharply with his weapon, he deepened the wound, screaming that this woman would never be more important to him than the demon lord. He completed his act of violence, a blade in his hands, blood trickling down it. Family and attachment to it is the weakest part of a man. He realized that now. In his hands was a crystal. It was bloody, for it had only just been taken out of his body. He plans to exploit the previously mentioned weakness to the fullest, for the benefit of his revenge, until he gets the demon lord back. The heroes should just wait, but they should be on guard, because the one who had already gotten the crystal stood under the light of the moon, determined that the game will go according to his scenario. 14 years later, a huge castle, with a bunch of towers. It's cold winter outside, the snow is falling to the ground, bringing with it the mysteries of this world. A black-clad silhouette stands at the gate and knocks on the entrance. Cautiously the guard inquired who it was, not opening the door fully, the conversation taking place through a small slit. The man in the fur hood replied that he was a guest here, assigned to be a teacher. After the guard said he had to see the document, the stranger slipped him a stamped letter that would decide whether he would be let in. The man who had been a stranger until recently apologized for not recognizing him at first. The guard said he couldn't believe that the son of a hero had been invited to teach at the academy. The man standing outside slowly removed his hood, revealing black hair with long bangs. He was asked to enter, for it was the esteemed Elixir Elexial. A sneaky smile played on the face of the familiar creature. His revenge is ongoing and he is here for a reason. Obviously, the Royal Academy of Heroes. As the name itself makes clear, the academy trains children to be heroes. The students are gathered from all corners of the world and are of outstanding ability, so the Archive has arrived here. It is customary to enter this institution itself and the children of heroes. While the Archive was looking at one of the towers, someone approached him. The guy turned around, not expecting to see someone. A girl with long green hair and glasses stood in front of him. She welcomed the guy to their academy. Her name is Ricky Weissman. This sweet and shy girl was sent by the academy principal. He assigned her to meet Elixir at the gate. A gloom played over the guy's face, as if he was annoyed that he hadn't been greeted after all. Ricky began to apologize and make excuses. It wasn't her fault here. It was the student who stopped her. Elixir interrupted her. Making a sweet and kind face, he said it was nothing, his face shining with mental purity and decency. The girl stammered, blushing. She decided then to take it upon herself to show off the academy. Her face was red and her gaze lowered to avoid crossing glances. Elixir smiled awkwardly. How shy and timid this girl was. He thanked the teacher in advance and headed after her. Over the past 14 years, the lad has established himself as a qualified teacher. After the murder of Ceruto and Liselotte, the bodies, not without the help of the demon eye, were hidden by the villagers. He, their son, had been left with an acquaintance and had disappeared. Outwardly, everything was going his way. And then Archiv engaged the power of the eye, becoming the adopted child of a nobleman and settling there in full prosperity. That's when he also learned to live in high society. He lived an oddball life, tons of influential acquaintances, social evenings. I guess you could say I was having a quiet human day. Nevertheless, the Archive did not want to indulge in the peace that humans enjoyed. The position and abilities of the Son of Heroes has allowed him to do things he would never have agreed to if it weren't for the purpose for which he's doing it, namely to join the guild that was hunting the remnants of the Demon Lord's army. All for the sake of experience and approaching hero status. He didn't hesitate to kill demons like himself. He stood on his own against huge mobs of monsters, without an ounce of fear or doubt. He was cruel to his own. He wasn't intimidated by their entities, either from being of that breed himself or because that fear didn't compare to the fuck he felt when he lost the most precious thing he had. All of this was done because the Archive is willing to bring back the Demon Lord at any cost, to go to any lengths, even killing their own. He fought like hell, going through the scalding fire and creating it himself, killing one creature after another. The monsters weren't lagging behind either, unashamed of their demonic nature, spilling out all their power. Only the bravest heroes would approach them. The bright light, similar to an explosion, the swinging of weapons, everything created an atmosphere of dangerous and active combat. The demon's problem was that his opponent was the Archive. His body didn't give away even a shred of fear or doubt. He stood firmly on the ground. It seemed that not even a hurricane could move him. A huge demon, ugly and vile, rushed at him from the fire coming out of his eyes, his mouth, traveling through his veins. Archive used his power. His eye lit up red. The demon slowed abruptly from shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. The monster wondered. It's a demon eye, but how is that possible? It's a hero, so he's one of them. But then why was he killing his own? From the space Archive pulled out a sword with a completely emotionless face. Magic could be felt in the air. A light wind rose from the black holes where he pulled the weapon from. He took the blade tighter in his hand, as if it weighed nothing, as if it had become part of the guy, an extension of his arm. He walked calmly towards the demon without hesitation or a drop of fear. As he passed, he simply swung his sword. It was an almost imperceptible attack, as if he had accidentally hooked it. Not even the air had time to part. The demon immediately began to crumble into small pieces like a sand statue, until it almost completely disintegrated. It didn't seem to exist. Archive stood in the middle of a brutal battlefield around lay victims both human and demon. Only he was alive here. Through long training and battles, he realized something. The fact that he's killing his own kind and it's no longer a difficulty for him isn't enough. He clenched his fist. What was he going to do? He had to develop further somehow or he wouldn't be able to accomplish what he had planned. So the guy will never reach the level of heroes, capable of crushing entire fortresses and stargazing with a single blow. Having realized his situation, he decided to go back to the beginning. Elixir sat in the commander-in-chief's office, serious and frowning. Given his background and merit, an invitation to the regular army was just a matter of time. The gentleman put out his cigar and said that he thought such an experienced man could be trusted to command the knights of the regular army. Asked if the lad would like to build a career in the army. Archie jumped up and bowed. Let the Lord not think it impertinent. He would indeed like to, but he had his own preferences as to where he would like to be sent. The commander said to voice his wishes and perhaps he would be able to fulfill them. That's when the guy voiced his desire to work as a teacher. He came to the academy for a reason. For one purpose only. As Elixir walked down the corridor, everyone was whispering. Such a young and handsome teacher. Someone had taken a liking to him. All eyes were on the young teacher. The purpose with which he came to this academy is to brainwash the students, the children of heroes, and make them his pawns. Petrification, captivity, intimidation, contempt, clairvoyance. He engages all the powers of the demonic eye to stupefy the students here. And then the characters will fully experience despair at the moment their child is beheaded. At that moment someone crashed into him. It was a girl. She fell to the floor. Elixir crouched down and gave her a hand with a sweet smile, asking if she was hurt. The guy's hand trembled. He saw something he didn't expect. Some kind of fire burned inside her chest. She didn't understand why the new teacher was numb. And the man's pupils narrowed, as if he'd seen a thread to cling to in this situation. The girl took the teacher's hand and stood up. Thanked the man. Apologized. Elixir only had time to glance at her, but he kept his eyes on her at that moment. He was interested in this girl. The same only quickly ran down the corridor, probably in a hurry, and the situation was awkward. The brunette asked his tour guide who the girl was. She explained that she was the daughter of the great hero, Mr. Liselotte, the blonde-haired one who had been present during the Demon Lord's torment. Beautiful young Adlai Liselotte. Now that she's in the crosshairs, maybe this will be the bridge to further revenge. Archives was already giving a lecture to the students about alchemy. He didn't know who had taught the subject before, because many people might have the wrong idea about alchemy. He slammed the book shut as he continued to explain that people often considered it a form of magic. He put the textbook aside and continued to explain the subject to the students with a stern look. Adlai was interested, putting her pen to her face trying to catch every word. He had noticed her too and was already preparing to set a trap. So, the daughter of Liselotte, the sacred knight who sealed the Demon Lord. Given her knowledge, skills, graceful face, and exemplary behavior, it's no wonder that blasphemous knight adores her. But Archiv was concerned about one thing. He shifted his gaze to his student. It is detached. There is no hint of any friendship. It is lonely. It sits everywhere. Did gifted people really prefer solitude? He was very interested in it and it showed on his face. Suddenly there was a loud shout from the classroom. Elixir threw a glance at one of the desks. Some insolent man shouted that he had no use for alchemy. He threw his feet up on the desk. He didn't need those classes on potions or making poisons. Elixir continued the lecture, not paying attention. Alchemy at its core. He tore a leaf from the book and said it covered more than just potions or poison making. He looked at the torn out leaf. If that was the impression the students had gotten, he was going to change it right now, clasping the leaf between two fingers. Suddenly the leaf turned into something solid, reflecting the light. With a fury, he made this past leaf cut the table in half. The audience fell silent. It was a moment of shock. No one had expected such a turn. Elixir explained that he simply increased the density of the bumity by making it vibrate under the influence of an electric current. He squeezed the leaf in his hand and said that even that was enough to turn an ordinary leaf into a razor-sharp blade. He threw it away, understanding the composition of substances and enhancing their qualities by exposure to them. That's what alchemy is, and such wonders it can do. He restored the broken table. The item stood as good as new. He put his hand on the sheets and looked coldly at the audience and asked if he had succeeded in getting them interested. The students immediately perked up. It was so cool. No one could believe their eyes. What a miracle. Archie smiled sweetly. He was pleased with this attention to what he had done. He actually felt disgusted. He was torn by the feeling of abomination. These freaks who were so easily surprised were going to be heroes. This is ridiculous. He glanced at Adley. She was glowing with happiness and wonder, seeming like the child of a true hero at the very least would never be surprised by such a stunt. But no, and she's there too. The Archive was truly disappointed. The same brazen man again devalued the trick. Well, he cut the table with paper. So what? With a sly and provocative face, he stated that he could have done that himself, trying to get the teacher emotional. Thoth on the other hand just looked at the guy like he was just a regular show-off who was trying to hurt him. How much of a circus can you engage in? Alright then, Archive, try another way. A bright blue light lit up in his palm. He was trying to conjure something. Since this creep has abilities in alchemy, let him do something. Let him try to turn water into something else. A flask of liquid appeared in his hands, intended for a student. The same replied that he could easily handle it and stood up from his seat with a face like he didn't care about anything. He approached the teacher's desk. The teacher only threw a dubious glance. He doubted to the last that this daredevil was capable of anything. The boy reached out for the flask, his eyes burning with sparks of faith and confidence. He applied the enchantment, furrowing his eyebrows, releasing the energy. The water lit up a bright orange color with reflections of yellow, the heat spreading around. The boy made a face like he had done something incredibly special. He even got a little tired. Asked Elixir how he liked his performance, but only vapor came from the flask. There was no water in it. Not that this is what one would like to see. That's what the teacher said, because he asked to turn the water into something else. To which the student stated, he boiled it, all fair and square. But after all, it was still water, just changed aggregate state. And besides, he had resorted to enchantment instead of alchemy. The boy recoiled. He had just been humiliated in front of the whole class. He had used such a good technique and it was not appreciated. The apprentice headed to his seat and Elixir touched his shoulder, noting that his enchantment itself was actually pretty good. The boy rejected the attempt at consolation, dropping the teacher's hand as rudely as he had behaved in this class. The classmates were whispering, and the one who was making such a big show of himself was depressed. Elixir only said that the young man really did have the ability. He just needed to develop it. The teacher leaned on his desk. Since the boys had made fun of a classmate like that, maybe they could try to do something about it themselves. His gaze became cold and menacing, and he ordered those who were not afraid to hit their faces in the dirt to raise their hands. He stood in front of them with a sense of superiority. He was so strong compared to these teenagers. While the girls were admiring the teacher, he was pensive. People. He looked at the guy just standing in front of him, a demonstration of ability but not an object of adoration. Then shifted his eyes to the knight's daughter. Keep your distance but don't cause hatred. It's a balance that teachers need to keep. Then he pointed his hand at Adley Litburn and asked her to come over to him. The girl was surprised why her. It took her by surprise. Everyone turned their heads and stared at her, waiting for her response. She only hesitated, trying to say something, the attention making her uncomfortable. The teacher said that she has a perfect academic record. Can't she do it? Can't she do it? Can't she do it? The girl stood up. She was very uncomfortable. She clearly didn't want to be the center of attention. She wanted to stay in a comfortable environment, sitting in her seat. She walked quietly down the steps and over to the table, gathering all her strength. She sighed heavily, trying to tune in. Pointing her hands towards the flask, she applied sublimation. The light illuminated the space around the glass container. Archie was surprised. This is the method of high-ranked alchemists, and she uses it well. There's no way it can be. Then he noticed something strange. The girl flushed. Her breathing quickened and became heavier. Her heart seemed about to jump out of her chest. She shuddered all over. Archie couldn't believe it. He applied the devil's eye. Epiphany. His iris glowed with blue light. He saw the picture in front of him. The girl was naked, her body enveloped in warmth and as sweet as honey feeling. The teacher nervously tried to swallow the lump in his throat. He felt embarrassed by what he saw. This girl standing in front of him, trying to do something with the water, all burning with excitement, clutching her hands to the table. She sighed languidly, stopping her work, bent over. Barely breathing, she barely squeezed out that she was done, her body all shaking. He looked at her seriously. His green eyes flashed an emerald hue. He took the flask in his hands. There was a green liquid in it. The teacher lifted the liquid into the sunlight to get a better look. Seeing nothing of note, he only wondered even more what the student had done with the water. Just then he smashed the container against the table, the liquid spilling onto the wooden surface. And at the same moment he was amazed. Green sprouts began to grow from the table and green flecks of light began to fly around. Everyone in the class was equally shocked. Some poked their fingers. Some shrieked. The tree came to life. The water turned into a potion. Archive brought his hand up to his face, hiding the emotion of surprise and the realization that this was a growth potion that would have taken the alchemist 3 days to create. He also noticed one detail while looking at the apprentice with his demon eye. She was squirming with discomfort and excitement. It didn't fit with her shyness, tenderness and awkwardness. She was breathing very languidly, but the heat wasn't all over her body, and concentrated in one area, namely the intimate area she was trying so hard to cover with her hand. Probably a congenital magical anomaly. It's not uncommon in the best bloodlines. Meanwhile, the apprentice could barely stay on her feet. In the guy's opinion, this might have played to his advantage. His face reflected a sly grimace. After class, Ricky praised Elixir. He had taught his first class just brilliantly. She was genuinely glad to have such a nugget added to the teaching staff. The brunette thanked the compliment and said he had one small question for the teacher. The girl was all ears, wondering what the newly minted teacher would ask. Toth said that he had heard that teachers could do extra and individual lessons with the best students. If he understood correctly, they were special classes. This is indeed true. The academy offers this opportunity, but only to those teachers who are distinctive in their field. Then Elixir held the book up, pointing to his person, and said he'd like to take over Adley Litburn's training, if it was okay with Ricky. Of course. His face was so attractive when he said that this student was a promising student, capable of reaching the heights in the field of alchemy, and he couldn't miss such a thing, which drove the teacher red. She blushed, embarrassed, pressed her hand to her mouth and replied that special classes were decided at the selection meeting. She didn't have time to finish. The brunette jumped up to her, meaning at the preliminaries. His eyes lit up with a spark, which startled Rika a little. The girl said that teachers showcased their skills in front of the best and most gifted students. She was nervous of such a short distance. Archie's eyes narrowed slightly, meaning the students themselves choose who will give them special lessons. He wondered, well, in that case he would have to talk to her in person, which made Ricky even more taken aback. The green-eyed man saw something very interesting in the hallway. The student just discussed was in a full-on conversation with some blonde teacher, her face just as confused and full of awkwardness. To be fair, Adley's father insisted that Mr. Bangar, the blonde one, be in charge of her training. It was their intra-family decision, so he'd probably listen. Archiv's lips spread into a sly smile. He thought about it, and a delightful plan seemed to pop into his head. The bright sun filled the academy's courtyard with warmth and light. Students were standing at recess and chatting. Harmony and a beautiful mood reigned around. Adley looked at it all with a kind of alienation, but interest. The girls were giggling loudly, gossiping, discussing things, having a friendly time. But the girl felt like a stranger in all these companies. She couldn't even approach her classmates. Unable to find a better option, she turned around and decided to leave the place she was staying. Suddenly a voice behind her turned to her. She was a little startled and tensely turned around. It was Teacher Elixir. He was reading the book thoughtfully and seriously, interrupting to ask a question about this girl's behavior being tied to the fact that she preferred detachment because of her genotype. The student marveled at the teacher's insight into what he wanted her to do. Thoth only offered to discuss it over a snack, but his look was just as cold and stern. They sat at a distance, Adley feeling constrained. She shifted her gaze nervously to the man. She didn't like the atmosphere of this dinner. Elixir questioned if everything was normal or if something was wrong since she was acting like this. The girl turned away. She didn't know that such scrutiny of her would be noticed. She said simply the sandwich looked appetizing. The one only mumbled as he shoved the food into himself. Adley decided to dilute the moment by suggesting that his wife had made this snack for him and smiled sweetly at the addition. Elixir rudely replied that he wasn't married and took a greedy bite of his sandwich. The awkwardness of the moment lifted and the hero's daughter asked if the teacher had made them himself. The instructor also continued to eat greedily. Adley felt the awkwardness of the moment more and more. The conversation was not going well, and the man did not pay attention, although he offered to have lunch together. Finally, the brunette decided to offer to take the girl's food as well. He opened the basket, which was stacked tightly with sandwiches, and offered to take any. The girl reached for a vegetable sandwich, saying she would only take one. At the same moment, Elixir grabbed the exact piece the girl was reaching for, as unfriendly as it was, shoving his sandwich down defiantly again, as if he hadn't been fed in days, growled for the student to take the meat. The children needed to eat it. Adley obediently took it, though she didn't understand why the man had told her to take any of them if he would only let her take a certain one anyway. Taking a bite, the girl shuddered at how delicious it was, like a dish from an expensive establishment. As soon as she rushed to inform the teacher that he had golden hands since he managed to make the food so delicious, Elixir interrupted her with a question about whether the excitement had passed past. It was the kind of topic the girl hadn't expected to hear over a nice lunch with her new teacher. The brunette, licking his fingers, admitted that he hadn't expected there were students who experienced lust in public. The student immediately squirmed all over. This is a terribly uncomfortable topic. But how did the man know about it? Elixir leaned over, resting his elbows on his knees. Did she really think he was that inattentive? He was a teacher, so it wasn't hard to notice. After all, he was even starting to worry that she was going to satisfy herself right in the classroom. The girl blushed horribly. It felt like she was about to burn with shame. What he was talking about. How could he be so straightforward? And the man just went on about how it's a type of magical anomaly when a person has strong abilities but gets excited when using them. There is no cure for such a deviation, warned that if left as it is, the future of the hero's daughter is doomed. Adley only cried out, begging not to tell anyone. She was very nervous. Suddenly his hand hit the back of the bench. It was very unexpected. The girl was a little scared. He wasn't even a meter away from her. The student tried to squeeze into the bench, too small a distance between them. Elixir offered his help. What would the girl say to that? He would show her how to overcome this peculiarity. His gaze was cold, as if he could see right through everything. He needed an answer here and now. The girl swallowed nervously. The atmosphere of this act was weighing on her heavily. How she suddenly questioned his words. He had just said there was no cure. And the instructor's point was that he didn't suggest curing, but said it would help you overcome. Suddenly tears came from the student's eyes. She was already trying to manage on her own, but it wasn't working. She looked up at her mentor and asked how he was going to help her if he didn't know anything about the girl. The guy leaned down to Adley's ear and whispered that all she had to do was pick him at the qualifying competition. That's when she'd see everything. And the teacher recommended by the parents will inevitably see the symptoms and report everything to the girl's father first. Touching her face gently, the teacher urged her not to panic. Everything would be fine if she listened. He is, after all, able to help her free herself from her discomfort. Adley's heart fluttered. This man knew how to persuade. He used all methods, smarmy face included. The teacher hurriedly removed himself, throwing in a final nod that she just needed to pick him out. That would be the end of it. A huge magical arena, a circular battlefield, surrounded by seats for observers. Special classes meeting. A bunch of people will be meeting today. Teachers demonstrate their qualifications and then students choose their favorite. The chosen teacher takes the student as his follower and mentors him individually for 1 year. The students sat and watched, looking closely at their mentors. They need to catch every movement to pick the right person, because their skill and training depends on it. Female hands with fresh manicures held sheets of lists. Her clothes were unnecessarily revealing. It looked like her breasts were about to fall out. She sat with her foot on her leg, leaned on her palm, showing her not particularly great interest, and commented, without taking her eyes off the worksheets, that this year was not full of good students. A low, small man, wiping away his sweat, said that with the end of the war came peace, so the quality has dropped over the years, though nuggets like the one whose picture the woman was now considering continue to be found. On the sheet was a portrait of Adley Litburn, daughter of the great hero, Mr. Flugel. The girl was impressed by this, at least more than what was happening in the arena, as if something completely unimportant was going on there. The man added that he was sure her father had advised her to choose a proper teacher. Just in the arena was summoning a storm of flames from that blonde man who had talked to Adley at the academy. Teacher Vicious Bangar specializes in magical swordsmanship. Looking back at the background and skills, the decision has already been made to secure 2 apprentices for him. More importantly, Mr. Litburn, who favored teacher Bangar, donated a large sum of money to the academy. The woman interrupted her co-worker. She asked who the guy with the dark hair was. She was interested in him. The one held in his hand a small flask with a dark liquid. Tossing the flask, it sparkled in the air, and the headmaster explained that since the girl was away, she hadn't seen him yet. This is the elixir of Elexical. The liquid spilled into the air, but they paid no attention to that. The man continued his one-sided acquaintance. He's an alchemy teacher. Took over just the other day. The guy under discussion was already cheering on the field, demonstrating his abilities. The woman thought the name was quite familiar, then remembered it was the son of retired heroes. He has the background, and has accomplished a lot himself, except the problem is that he specializes in simple alchemy. The short man agreed, saying that alchemy really wasn't something a hero's daughter should be spending her time on. The girl shared that, as expected, teacher Bangar was the best candidate to mentor Lady Litburn. At this time, the guy with dark hair continued the performance pathos. Suddenly someone turned to him, with a misunderstanding of why only the academy had time for all of them. Elixir only glanced questioningly at the words he heard. He was approached by Vicious, who said it would be much easier if students were just given a form with teacher options and that would be the end of it. The man doesn't know whether it's their tradition or not, but the outcome here is a foregone conclusion, and almost convincingly friendly asked if the brunette thinks so too. The one in return agreed and simply averted his gaze to the one who was the reason he is standing in this arena. She was watching everything from a high balcony. Ricky told her to announce her final decision about her teacher. Adley hesitated. She was confused, drops of salty sweat dripping from her face. A lot was being decided now. She had a hard time taking sides. On the one hand the will of his father, on the other his own desire to know how to subdue his own peculiarity. Her eyes glanced at the dark-haired teacher, and widened, certain she only had the feelings of a student for a mentor. His emerald eyes shone with the same coldness and detachment, as if he didn't care, but in truth he too was in suspense, though he had his own goals. The girl looked away embarrassed and timidly said that she would like to choose Elixir Alexiel's teacher as her mentor. Bangar screamed in despair. How could this be? The man had not expected this turn of events. But because Lady Adley had said differently before, the apprentice only looked away. A deal broken. Vicious looked nervously at Elixir. He had been sure he would gain the upper hand up until this point. Then he glared menacingly at the girl again. Her father had recommended him to her. Didn't she remember? Then he addressed the main people in the academy. The girl's father is one of the 8 heroes after all. Do they intend to ignore his homage? The girl with dark hair only stared coldly at this speech. The man approached her to see if, as principal, she might allow the academy to do a favor for Bangar. The principal interrogated the man if he really thought it could create a disadvantage for them if they didn't intervene. She wondered. Ta get a kick out of Adley's father too. The archivist tensed up. Whether the speech about the student having the last word was not entirely true. Would the guy have to use the demon eye here too and take a risk because of it? The principal jumped in. She suggests the following. Why don't the teachers themselves decide who is more worthy in a fair fight? Vischer wondered. I mean in a fight. He wasn't ready to go up against this teacher. The woman seemed to take a wild delight in the idea, coming out of this fight victorious and taking Lady Adley under her wing. Elixir stood confident but calm. He further showed firmness and seriousness. He looked up from under his bangs with sly eyes, adjusted his sleeves and said it was a good idea and he accepts the principal's terms. Vischer was tense. This was not according to plan. He really didn't like the way events were unfolding. Archie, on the other hand, stood perfectly still. He gave the impression of a cold-blooded, confident man. The headmistress stood up, taking a confident pose and announced the rules. No lethal advanced magic or techniques are allowed. Otherwise everything else is allowed. After all, they are both teachers, so they should even behave respectfully towards each other in battle, she said with a flirtatious face. The male assistant objected, explaining that the Ministry of Education would not approve a duel at a traditional selection meeting. The girl looked at him slyly, inciting that it would be better to show, as part of education, a visual fight between the teachers. Arch realized that dueling was a convenient option, only the eye would not be used, for he could feel this woman's intense gaze on him. The guy was approached by the blonde man. He didn't even turn up his nose. The man asked for a reminder, seeming to remember that Elixir was the son of a famous pair of heroes. But he was so young, hardly even in the army, in Bangar's opinion. The brunette assured him he was a member of a guild that suppressed the remnants of demons. Vischer considered his opponent not his equal, because he himself participated in the Great War. His face lit up with arrogance. In a flash he demonstrated his power. Flames lit up around him. He doesn't remember how many demons he killed. He was about 30 at the time, and the number of those who were pacified was over 1,000. Elixir, on the other hand, asked sarcastically, given such merit, to be gentle with him and flashed the flask that was already at the ready. He tossed the glass container upward, and it spun, flying higher and higher. Guy didn't choose to teach alchemy because he thinks he's unrivaled at it. It's conveniently simple and unassuming. In addition, it has a great similarity to the demon eye. Suddenly a fog, or rather a cloud of gas, dissipated above the opponent. Archie didn't care. He could fight even without the demon eye. He applied the spell. Vischer was only amused by this. The smoke screen didn't scare him. The alchemical half measure wouldn't save him. This is ridiculous. The blonde man used fire spears. A bunch of sharp weapons flew from the holes in space. Elixir tensed, his gaze becoming even more serious. He conjured a shield and served up a dangerous attack. Vischer didn't expect this. It ruined his strategy and his chance to win. The man in the judge's chair also wondered if this was also some kind of alchemy. The headmaster only coldly replied that it wasn't alchemy, but a magic strike. Creates a shockwave of magic to deflect an opponent's spell. The girl demonstrated the ability. This is a low-level spell. Even magic is hard to call it, and use requires a small amount of magical power. The director bowed and still confirmed that even so, the technique itself was complicated, as the wrong timing of the attack would turn out to be a failure. She smiled caustically. Not a bad reception. She already liked this young man. Bangar used an even stronger punch, investing a huge pile of strength. An explosion enveloped the arena. But Elixir overcame this too, easily, without a drop of fear in his eyes. Just then the opponent drew his sword of enchantment, a bright flash in which the rivals converged. The brunette effortlessly blocked the hold as if a schoolboy was fighting against him. Vischer is fuming. How is it possible? Did he really underestimate his opponent that much? Elixir threw back his opponent, commenting that his father was a warrior and should be taken more seriously. Suddenly, the blonde man was taking things much more seriously, using some serious magic. If we play big. No mercy for the young daredevil. But then something happened that the blonde definitely didn't expect. The flame he was summoning went out. He panicked incredibly. The opponent tapped his cane on the floor and explained that magic is deadly. There's no arguing that, and works great against most. But there's a but. Still, even despite the admixture of magic, fire remains itself, the element that is most dependent on the environment. Vischer stiffened as if gasping for breath. So easily had he just been humiliated. But his lungs did constrict. The brunette advised to move less or he would pass out from lack of oxygen. Bangar was getting more than a little angry. This was simply impossible. The elixir replied that you need oxygen to burn. The powder in that first drop test tube heats the surrounding space, drawing oxygen from it. And it was actually sodium bicarbonate, just treated with magic. His opponent's sword fell out of his hand. His competitor had just defeated him with heated baking soda, causing it to burn. Elixir cheered. It was a beautiful move that he was proud of, asking with a caustic smile if Vischer still wanted to continue. Bangar touched his hand to the floor. No point in holding back now. There was no limit to his fury. He could not be underestimated. There were cracks in the floor, from which a bright light pierced through. To Archiv, this technique was a familiar one. The opponent had dared to use advanced magic, a magical circle of heat. The blonde man's eyes lit up brightly, ready for something dangerous to come out. It caused an eruption, all around drowning in fire and hot liquid. The archive tensed. Vischer managed to melt the ground not with flames but with lava flows, the heat rising all around. Suddenly a squeaky cry was heard. The brunette turned his attention to the source of the sound. The lava was already ready to dissolve idly. The apprentice was in danger. Just a little more and she would get burns. The archive could not have allowed such a thing to happen. It used clairvoyance. The ground beneath his feet cracked as if he had become several thousand tons in weight. It is the ability of the demon eye to discern and anticipate the movement of both physical and magical entities. Something glinted in his hands. It was metal. He bared his blade. The guy was determined, ready to tear everyone in his path. The young teacher took off from his seat, leaving only dust behind him. It seemed like there was lightning after his feet. The advantage of this ability was still that it improved the body's explosive power, but only for a short period of time due to the excessive strain. Confidence was in the guy's every movement, eyes shining with dark power. He was now using his main trump card in battle. A blast covered the arena. A bright flash blinded everyone. Smoke covered everyone. Nothing could be seen. Blue eyes opened. A weary look that spoke of the fact that just now its owner had been on the cusp of severe injury. The dusty figure asked if everything was all right. His voice was steady and stern. He didn't flinch for a second. The dust settled. Elixir stood in the arena. He cradled Adley to his side. The girl only stared in surprise at her savior, who pointed his weapon at his opponent, his eye still shining the same bright blue color. He asked Vischer again if he was sure he wanted to continue. Archive was peacefully drinking tea by the window. He seemed to be joyful, or tried to seem so. It was sunny and only a light wind was fluttering the leaves of the trees. Still his face gave away his worries. What a fool he was. The feeling of wrong decision was eating him up. Activating the demon eye in the presence of the higher-ups is an extremely ill-considered act. He only spoiled a modest victory with his actions. He poured from the cup out the window as if its flavor was something disgustingly bitter, something that not only burned but also corroded the tongue. Clairvoyance is an ability of the demonic eye that is available to humans as well. Besides her, can still use epiphany. Similar attracts attention, but activation in public is not critical. fossilization, captivity, and intimidation, on the other hand, are unique to demons and should not be resorted to mindlessly in public. There are many more abilities, of course, but the rest are banned due to their power. Regardless of the fact that the principal was delighted and applauded loudly, showing a demonic eye in front of her was a mistake. Archie was all needles, nervously putting a hand to her face hoping the woman hadn't paid it any mind. The guy settled into a comfortable soft red chair, planning how to proceed is to do it as carefully as possible. Someone entered the office quietly. The brunette wondered who had disturbed him. It was Adley. She asked as timidly as ever if she could come in, standing in a crouched pose. The man invited her to sit down and thanked her for coming. The girl squirmed even more. Her nerves were above her and gave away her worries. Suddenly, she bowed sharply, with the same nervous face. She almost shouted and began to thank her disciple for helping her yesterday. The instructor was only modest that no thanks were due. He was just doing his job. The girl, almost crying, said she still felt guilty because the teacher took a risk because of her. She was sorry. Elixir sighed heavily. How restless Adley was. The guy approached her, calling her stupid and explaining that she shouldn't apologize for something that wasn't her fault. Adley continued to apologize. The teacher put his hand on her head, reminding her that he said not to apologize. He very dispositionally said he was glad the girl wasn't hurt. The girl went into a blush. How sweetly he said it. She was offered a seat. The man was reviewing the student's progress. Grades less than A, almost none. Just fine. Adley was still as shrunken. She was uncomfortable with this praise. Elixir threw the grade sheets on the table and asked a rather unexpected question about how long the girl had been experiencing this arousal. The hero's daughter was taken aback. She began to stammer, the topic clearly very awkward for her. This reaction has already started to annoy the mentor. He knows about Adley's problem, so seeing this expression on his face every time is already annoying. It was hard for her to talk about it, but she squeezed out that it started when she was 8. No one else is aware of this peculiarity. Adley hesitates to tell anyone. The man folded his arms and wondered how the student was doing, for she had definitely had to use magic in the past, and more than once. The girl squirmed again, her hands clutched at her skirt, running over the fabric. She didn't know what to say. The guy pressed her. He aggressively told her he was listening to her and she should tell. The student succumbed as it turns out she was fluttering and then, at recess and after class, going to the restroom. They're covering her mouth so as not to make a single sound, satisfied herself, trembling with fear, for someone might notice. She didn't want anyone to know about it. She bit her lip. But there was something else, another way out of this predicament. When she wanted it so badly that she couldn't stand it, her body trembling with overexcitement, she did things that no one would think of her doing. A quiet classmate and student, when no one saw, in silence from everyone. Adley did the same thing under her desk. A couple salty drops fell on the hand that clutched her skirt. She didn't want to remember or say such details. Her face was burning hot with stress, hot tears streaming down her cheeks. She hates this particular one, so tired of it all. Because of her disability, she can't make friends, and the boys look at the girl strangely, whispering behind her back. She was in tears, clasping her hand in her own. She looked straight into her teacher's eyes and stated vehemently that she had no strength to take it anymore. Every time she had to use magic, it was like she was going crazy. Elixir wiped away his ward's tears and ordered her not to worry, much less cry. Then the man headed off somewhere. The reason why the girl shouldn't react like that was because she had chosen him to be her mentor, which meant he would help. The guy wouldn't abandon Adley. The apprentice couldn't believe it, but how Elixir was going to do it. Meanwhile, he reached for a shelf in the closet. He laid out on such a glass ball. Now he will explain everything. The method is very simple. It's a magic absorption crystal. As the name suggests, it absorbs and stores magical energy. Great stuff for practicing with magic release. He sat across from the girl in the chair. He added that this object did not collapse when absorbing large amounts of it. From now on, Adley would have to release energy until it was broken. The girl shivered and was very worried. She wouldn't do that, only wanting to explain the reason why she was interrupted by the man. Elixir assured that he wasn't forcing her. She should decide for herself, and the offer was only made because he was interested in such a rare anomaly. He gives Adley a template for you and she overcomes it. A coincidence of interests, nothing more. The man's eyes burned with guile. His lips spread into a sly smile. He asked if the girl would do everything. The one threw a lump in her throat and a violent shaking of her voice agreed to it all. The girl's hands were over the crystal, light spraying around, her power concentrated on the orb. Her face showed how responsible Adley was for what was happening now. It was hard to let out so much power, but she was trying her best. It seemed very astounding to Archiv. He had never before seen the release of such volumes of energy. Not for nothing was his apprentice the daughter of a hero. The energy in the air was so strong that it was even rubbing the air, and the magic attribute was Snow White, a universal power that all kinds of magic could access. But despite this has a high probability of mutating into another attribute under the experience of puberty. In other words, become not only an attribute of fire or water, but also darkness. If it is raised, then together with the demon I can even kill the girl's father. Adlai was already at her limit. She was getting damp. The girl shuddered all over, shrieking to the teacher that she couldn't take it anymore. Elixir gripped her hand firmly but not painfully, telling her that enough was enough. The girl was on edge, her face showing the full extent of her arousal, and the man ordered her to listen to further instructions. His gaze was serious and even seemed angry. He forbade her to touch herself. She should keep practicing and make it through the 3 days. Adlai Litburn was in shock. She doesn't know how to last this amount of time. Her eyes opened wide. Tears glistened on them. The teacup reflected the scene of Elixir holding the girl's hand while she couldn't believe she had to make it through 3 days starting today. She put her hand to her chest and assured him that she couldn't, because she couldn't bear it now. But the teacher didn't care. If the student couldn't stand it and snapped, she would think this conversation had never happened. Nor did he advise her to hide to caress herself secretly, looking very coldly at her. He would know everything from the look in his eyes. Her eyes widened. She was startled. Adlai went to class. She and Elixir agreed to repeat tomorrow at the same time. The boy saw her off with a look with the thought that this girl was out of touch, and understandably so, but her deviation wasn't really a flaw. If curbed, it could even increase potential. There are, of course, other options for overcoming, but the archive has kept them silent for one reason only. It must depend on him. There was confusion on Adlai's face as to what she should do now, how to keep her cool. She walked down the corridor of the academy, slowly and uncertainly, the most important thing being to make it through the 3-day deadline. In the morning she wakes up in a terrible state. Her body demands satisfaction, but she can't have it. It's like she's hooked on a drug. She was shaking with hopelessness in class. Her body was breaking and shuddering, and her brain couldn't take in information properly because of it. She seemed to have started avoiding her classmates even more. Before she just didn't socialize and was a sort of ghost, but now she was deliberately walking away from the crowd, hiding from everyone. She seemed to have succumbed to temptation and had already pulled up her skirt, struggling with conflicting thoughts. Her fingers slipped into her panties. She was almost ready to start caressing herself, all shaky, about to take a bite of the forbidden fruit. But then she remembered her mentor's words that if she couldn't stand it, she could consider that there was no conversation. Tears came to her eyes. How hard it was to contain herself. How hard it was to fight herself. There were 2 voices in her head. One kept saying that she couldn't do it anymore. She wanted to do it so badly, and the other claimed that she wouldn't do it. She was strong and would be able to last. Because of this, the girl was so depressed, like she was getting depressed. The 3rd day came. In one of the classes, the teacher asked Adlai to solve a problem. At the same moment, everything turned white in the student's eyes. Her head spun, and it became very difficult to breathe. He made an attempt to stand up, but the body could not stand it anymore. The girl fainted. It caused a huge panic among the classmates and the teacher. Adlai was dousing herself with sweat. Her face was red and her breathing was very heavy. Her mind was spinning as she chatted with her father, as she brought him the green liquid in an attempt to brag. The man put his hand on the little girl and praised her. What a good girl she was. The little girl opened her mouth. He was just as caring, though seemingly strict. He loved his daughter very much and rejoiced in her every achievement, for his daughter was a real winner in everything. Her eyes fluttered open. There was a silhouette in front of her. Everything was eerily blurry. Through her eyelashes the image of her father appeared to her. She even so turned to the figure in front of her. But as soon as everything became clearer, she realized that Elixir's teacher was in front of her. The girl finally woke up, tears in her eyes, her body racked with heat. The man told her not to move for now. He would examine if the hero's daughter had hit her head and put his hand on her forehead. Adlai wanted to say something to him, but it was quite difficult for her. Her strength was almost gone. Even breathing was a little difficult. But the brunette interrupted her. She said that the girl had done a great job in those 3 days. She was doing a great job. Adlai covered herself with the bedspread. She was very uncomfortable with this praise. The girl had not expected such an appreciation of her such torturous patience. The teacher allowed her to move already, pouring water from the decanter into the glass. He put the student in front of the fact that tomorrow again they should repeat the procedure to strengthen the young lady's stamina. The girl was still not in the mood. She timidly questioned if they continued practicing. would the anomaly disappear? Elixir replied that this would not happen. This peculiarity would not disappear. He handed her a glass of water and added that still the girl would definitely get used to it and would gradually increase the intervals. Adley took the glass with a frustrated face. She so wanted to be cured of this, but the man kept reassuring her that one day she would be able to live a normal life. He had promised her that she would have to make a different effort whether she could keep it up or not. Sipping her water, she nodded her head in agreement, though it wasn't easy for her to agree to such torment once more. The teacher thought it was very glorious, patted her on the head and told her she was a good girl. He opened the curtains, commented that he realized how agonizing these days had been. The sun was creeping into the chamber. Now the girl was allowed. Adley didn't realize she was allowed. Looking at the guy with a questioning look, Elixir stood outside to make sure no one entered, throwing a glance at the girl, a rather fierce glare he had. Now the apprentice might not hold back. He withdrew, the curtains behind him only sliding from side to side, creating a complete atmosphere of privacy. She was so looking forward to this sweet moment. Her face actually reflected it. Her hands already reaching for the recently forbidden place. Fingers touched her crotch, beginning to move, creating gentle waves of a sea of arousal, tempering the ocean of desire. Adley shuddered with every moment of pleasure. Even though she hadn't experienced it in only 3 days, it felt like an eternity. In the same eternity, she wanted to seal this moment as well. She whimpered how good she felt, like a drug-obsessed person got to the dose after a long withdrawal. That was what it felt like. It was her personal drug. Standing in the hallway, Elixir glanced at his pocket watch. The moderate power of capturing the demonic eye only temporarily freeing him from self-control and shame. Full power, however, is enough to render one unconscious, but then there would be no deep suggestion. Adley, meanwhile, was spending all her energies in satisfying her lust for adultery. And to indoctrinate this girl, he wants to depend on him, that without the archive she will not be able to satisfy her excitement. Let the hero's daughter plunge into pleasure with her head. A few days later, history would repeat itself. Adley would sit in class, and since the last time, she had been holding out for 5 days. There's heat all over her body, and it wants to touch right now. But strangely, the girl can resist. She also felt so good doing it in the infirmary. She didn't know if her teacher would forgive her for what she had asked him for then, begged him for. In a rush of excitement and passion, as each second brought her closer to the sweetest pleasure, she moaned harder and harder. Suddenly, in a wave of lust, she called out to Elixir, completely unashamed. She reached for the shadows behind the curtain, shivering with pleasure. She made a lustful face and asked for her hand. The girl, already sweating from the heat of her own body. Suddenly a hand appeared from behind the curtain, responding to the sweet call. It reached straight for the young lady. She was heading for Adley's ajar mouth, and the girl didn't mind. It was all she wanted. He touched his fingers to her tongue, playing with his apprentice's mouth, and she begged to continue. She wanted more and more, moaning. At that moment the girl collapsed, cracked like glass. Well, Flugel, his daughter now belonged completely to the archives. The man tried to wash his hands. He rubbed them as if he wanted to get rid of the skin on them. He muttered through clenched teeth what an abomination this was. He was going crazy with how disgusted he was. He wondered why the human libido was so insatiable and nasty. And before his eyes was a student licking and sucking on his hands and fingers. Arch tried to calm himself down. After all, the guy had used women before. What was wrong now? What was different about this petite girl? He had to touch his hand, but it didn't matter. He would do anything for the demon lord. The girl who had called out to her teacher came back to mind, except that his fantasy began to play with his consciousness. Instead of an apprentice, a naked, only cloaked demon lord appeared, who in turn called out for the archivist, the elixir's true identity. To interrupt this image, the man slammed his fist against the wall to distract himself. What is he thinking? The guy put his hand to his head. How can he get his thoughts in order? He always controls himself. What's wrong now? You can't give in to people's lust even more. Suddenly he heard a squeaky scream. Horrified, he glanced to the side. It was Adley. She was asking to get her hands off of her. The guy who seemed to be out of it and was roughly holding her wrist. He accused the girl that it was her own fault she smelled like that. He always liked her. She shouldn't be afraid. The guy would be nice to her. He suddenly grabbed her shirt and almost ripped her clothes. Pink underwear showed. The hero's daughter was terrified. From shock, she couldn't even scream. Already trembling with excitement, the scoundrel was reaching for his victim's chest. It was as if he was not his own. At the same moment, his hand was sharply pulled away by someone behind him. It was Elixir, his eyes burning with rage. A teacher could not allow such a thing to happen, and right within the walls of the academy. The brunette looked at the guy's eyes. They were clouded over, meaning he was feeling tempted. But here's the strange thing, it wasn't the effects of the demon eye. Archie shifted his gaze to Adley, trying to find a clue. A pink aura hovered around the girl sitting on the floor, who didn't know what to do now. After seeing it, everything became clear to the teacher. He realized why there was such chaos in his thoughts. Suddenly the rapist raised his other hand and tried to hit the man, shouting that he should not interfere, because it was his woman. The Archive didn't expect such a thing. This guy must have lost his fear. If he talks about the one who belongs to the teacher in such a way. Anger appeared in his eyes, ready to burst out and consume everything around him. From what she saw, the recent daredevil was taken aback and stepped back a bit. What was going on now? She could not understand in any way. The teacher's eye became strange. The whites turned black and the pupil itself turned bright yellow. Something began to control the guy, and that's what he was most afraid of. At what he saw, the apprentice rushed away from the man, screaming for forgiveness, tears ready to drip from his eyes and his face twisted with fear. Eliezer turned to Adley with obvious displeasure at what this situation was about. The girl sitting on the floor was charged for hiding something from her mentor, even though she shouldn't have done so. Sitting in the chair across from the brunette, her head lowered guiltily, she explained that the anomaly didn't seem to affect only her. When the apprentice used magic, it also rendered men insane if they were around. She clutched, nervously, at her mug of tea. The ability to hurt even those who absolutely don't want to. Adley's mere presence making them so. Elixir folded his hands in a lock and concluded that all this time the apprentice had been avoiding people, only because she didn't want to arouse lust in them. With topics red with shame, the girl added that the problem is not only with guys. She can't make friends with girls either, because their boyfriends fall under the influence of her anomaly and break off relationships. There were incidents even with teachers. The saddest part was when Adley went to visit a girl she was getting to be friends with. She was very glad that she wouldn't feel the horrible loneliness now. Then she was almost jumped on by this friend's dad, without any inkling that he had a child in front of him. After that, her parents divorced, and that girl hated her friend before that incident terribly, until the other girl transferred to that academy. She remembers that day when tears of grief, for it was not her fault, merged with the cold rain that washed the little girl who was accused of seducing a grown man. Even now when Adley recalls it, though she tries to smile, salty drops running from her eyes. It was the worst memory associated with the anomaly for her. Here Archive drew a parallel. Despite the natural differences, the demon lord had the same. Being near her, she could inadvertently take the life and drive anyone who came close to her insane. That's why she always had to consciously control it, so she wouldn't kill the little demon. But even so, in his presence she was always smiling. He remembered how her lips had shone wide with a warm smile and the joy of having someone dear to her. The stream of memories was interrupted by Adley abruptly rising and hitting the table, causing the teacup to tip over. She proudly stated that she still fought off anyone who wanted to touch her. Elixir interrogated. It was quite difficult to fight off everyone in such a case. The daughter of the hero confirmed it, and having reduced her determination, or rather becoming completely unsure, she barely squeezed out from herself that only because of that she was still a virgin. The teacher was surprised. Such a fact he hadn't demanded. So why was the girl saying this now? Incomprehension hung on his face. Adley squirmed again. It was hard for her to say anything directly. She said simply, when she was attacked today, she heard what belonged to the teacher. To which the brunette coldly retorted that in saying this, shock meant that the girl was an important specimen to him, as if she hadn't heard that she was merely a model for the man. The apprentice chuckled quietly at the fact that she was important to him, all pink with embarrassment. Archie pondered. Detachment still went a long way, but seduction was another matter. Should we deal with this problem before there were attacks from other students or teachers? Just then the girl turned to him again. She had heard that the guy was also the child of a hero, just like Adley. She was very interested in who exactly were the parents of her teacher, who was now calmly taking a sip of tea. Felth set the cup away from his mouth and said they'd been missing since he was a child, and he'd been raised by his fosterlings from the aristocrats. The girl lowered her eyes and apologized for such an uncomfortable question, rendering regret. He set the cup on the table and continued, with a perfectly calm tone and a cold expression, as if this were some kind of fairy tale rather than the tragic story of his life. He lifted his head, remembering the foster family. They were elderly and had no children of their own and loved the boy as their own grandson. They had died after Elixir left home, but the memories of them would stay with him forever. Something began to happen to the man. His eyes seemed to be covered in pink smoke. The student nervously interjected. It turns out that now there was no one left in the teacher at all. pressing on the wound. Archie thought for a second. He remembered the Overlord who was everything to him. Sadness fell over his face. He told her that there was someone willing to be his family. Grasping and clutching the armrest, he opened the curtain that he had sworn to devote all of himself to this man. Except he wasn't around anymore. The pain cut into his heart. The apprentice leaned her hand on her arm, daring to ask the question she had been nurturing for so long and could not set herself up for this conversation. Whether she could take this man's place, so naive were the thoughts in her head. Immediately the Archiv changed in his face. He became furious. It was too sharp insolence. He did not expect such a thing. Is the girl so lost in thought that she asks such questions? The guy lowered his head, not showing his emotions, but there was a sepulchral silence and a hint of tension in the office, which Adley interrupted him by saying that she realized it was very sudden. But Elixir wasn't just a mentor to her. At the half-word the brunette said her name very aggressively, silencing the student. His eyes burned neon pink. His stern and menacing gaze zeroed in on the young lady. It looked like he was going to drive her crazy. The hero's daughter was enveloped in heat again. Her eyes widened, a new wave enveloping her, a wave of arousal. The hot air she exhaled heavily threw with it an eerie sexual desire into the atmosphere. She unbuttoned her shirt, exposing her breasts, her pink bra showing in the light, a surprise even for a demon who had seen a lot. Her body was burning with fire. She began to touch her breasts, seducing the man. She wanted him to do this to her. The lust overwhelmed her. Clutching her breasts with her hand, she looked up at him with eyes full of lust and began to beg the teacher for such an uncomplicated matter. She was already sitting on the floor, bust bulging and reaching for the elixir, wondering if he could do this to her, her young body wanting to taste the forbidden fruit at last. The teacher touched the virgin's hot face. She felt like she had gotten her way. Now the brunette was going to do it all. The young man's fingers slid to lips, soft and timid, that desired dirt already. But nothing overtly vulgar happened. The teacher's hand clung to the girl's throat, squeezing harder and harder, as if he wanted to rip her throat out right here and now. With the coldest gaze, without an ounce of pity, Archie said that it was not love but lust. Adley could use him for sexual gratification. The girl gasped. She tried to make a sound but it wasn't working. The thought of what she wanted had just vanished. She already wished she could just be let go. Elixir through gritted teeth aggressively said that tagging along with the man who had replaced his family was not her right. The student's legs dangled in the air. Who would have thought that a man who wasn't the toughest looking was strong enough to lift the girl into the air holding only her neck? At last, with a fierce look and an angry tone, he shouted that he did not wish to hear such a thing from the mouth of the hero's daughter again. The girl fell to the floor. Her breasts were still shirtless. She was in tears. A cough enveloped her. She tried to normalize her breathing. The virgin regretted 100 times that she wanted to rid herself of her innocence with this man. Only now Arch realized what he had just done. It was clearly not part of his plans. But the girl didn't behave according to the scenario he had thought out. He got nervous. After that incident, he had conducted his alchemy lectures just as calmly, his face betraying no emotion or reason to think that he had recently nearly killed one of those attending those classes. And only when the teacher turned to the blackboard, his expression changed and his thoughts became free. He did not understand what was going on, because everything would go according to plan. It was only necessary to support Adley. From exertion, he squeezed on the chalk and it cracked in a sign of the plan's destruction. Crouching behind the mineral shards, he tried to find the answer in his head. The guy ingratiated himself to people, slept with women for a career, did nasty things, even tolerated killing his own kind. But here for some reason he didn't hold back. His face was nervous, full of discontent. Remembering those words from the girl, he clenched his fist to the point where his fingernails cut into his skin. Could she take the demon lord's place? What a ridiculous nonsense. After class, quick footsteps were heard behind the teacher's back, almost running in the hallway. It was Adley. She was trying to catch up with the teacher and talk to him, and Elixir wasn't going to stop. The girl doesn't intend to give up trying to get through to the man either, and so she got her way. Really only when she almost went off screaming. The cold teacher stopped and questioned why Adley was running after him. The girl was all on pins and needles. She wanted to apologize. The student all very vaguely remembering what happened then, because of the anomaly, what she had done. Archive glanced at her. So the victim doesn't remember him strangling her by engaging captivity. That's good for him, but why does the girl piss him off? Elixir pretended it didn't happen and said the student had nothing to apologize for. He waved his hand and added that a special class after lunch, but for now she should go back to class. Tears came to her eyes again, and she started to justify that she didn't tell how the anomaly was affecting the people around her just because she didn't want to be rejected by him as well, because only the teacher wouldn't pull away from her. She pleaded with him, pulling words from the bowels of her soul, begging for the opportunity to continue to just be near him. The hero's daughter lowered her eyes, said the man may not touch her. It doesn't matter. Pressing her hands closer to her body, wrapping one wrist around the other, she asked the teacher to just be there for her. Adley reached out to him, hoping for an answer that pleased her. She tried to get through to the guy by saying that he was the only one who could help her, tears almost spurting from her eyes, her face so pitifully cute that few could refuse. Archie was so sullen that no gray rainy day would compare to it. He thought back to the demon lord. As she was covered in blood, her face emitted only the bitterness of loss, her eyes read universal pain, and her hand reached for the archive, her archive. As a farewell, she touched the severed head, called him the one and only, and then her hand slid to the floor, right into a pool of blood. Adley brought him back to reality with her words that even if it was just Elixir's interest, she was still very happy for the teacher to get to know her better, and even more comforted by the thought that she would be helped. She blushed at her own phrasing. The sight was just as pitiful. Without even turning to face her, the teacher asked not to misunderstand him. He didn't reject her and he doesn't mind touching her either, but the guy doesn't want one thing. The apprentice heard with the utmost attention to every word. What he didn't want was a girl running after him like that, her breath spiraling from that small ray of hope that all was not yet lost. He repeated that they had a special class after dinner. The hero's daughter's face lit up with joy. Her tears had already begun to dry. She was now blushing not with shame but with embarrassment, a pleasant embarrassment. She ran down the hallway, shouting at the rest that she would come as soon as it started, her voice full of hope and joy. Arch only escorted her away. That was better. It would be fine now. Just let her sink further into addiction to a demon in human form, all for the sake of the demon lord. After 1 month, progress was in sight. The girl was already channeling an incredibly huge amount of energy into the crystal. With a serious face, she was still doing it now, fully concentrating on her power. Elixir ordered her to convert the magical power into a spell. An explosion of light, the orb all glowing and reflecting rays across the room. Suddenly the crystal cracked, shattering into small pieces. Transparent, shiny shards flew into the air. Being shocked herself, but so happy with joy, Adley looked at the teacher. She had just succeeded. She couldn't believe it herself. Archiv's pupil, however, narrowed. The ward had just shattered the crystal, a rush of surprise running across her face. A first-class absorption crystal that even the best mages in the country take half a year to fill. Yes, how is that possible? The training was originally supposed to help with the anomaly but ended up showing this girl's hidden abilities. He brought his hand up to the shards. The pieces flickered with energy. Apparently Adley was subconsciously suppressing her magic because of the excitement, and now that the discomfort was gone, her power surged upwards, something he definitely didn't expect from his student. If he keeps practicing at the same pace, he'll be a hero in another year. No, not even 6 months. Archive smiled devilishly inside himself, either from nerves or from the fact that everything was going even better than he wanted. The girl, like a little puppy with huge eyes, was almost jumping in place with joy, trying to see the teacher's reaction to her strength, like a child bragging to her father about her achievements. Elixir placed a hand on her head, stroking her, praising her. That was just fine. Adley did a tremendous job. The brunette's face glistened with pride and joy, of course feigned. Adley on the other hand laughed back and said she was tickled. Deep down she was dancing for joy. She was very happy when her mentor praised her. The girl put on the sheet that she had been holding on for 10 days and was feeling good, as the silly girl emphasized that it was probably because the teacher was stroking her and praising her. Elixir said he was willing to not only dish out praise, but to lend a hand when needed, subtly referring to the moment when the girl fondled herself for the first time after holding back for 3 days. Adley was embarrassed. She thanked for it, but after all, at some point it wouldn't just be the hands, but the teacher himself. An awkward pause hovered between them. The hero's daughter blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment, and Elixir rubbed his neck. Well, it seemed the time had come. He pulled her against him, making her even more nervous, and asked her if she wanted to go out with the teacher tonight. A sly smirk flashed across his face. Tonight he would eat this girl up and the plan would move even further. The date did materialize. The teacher and his ward walked around the academy town, where it was quite crowded. The winter had gifted this day with a little snow. The couple looked around. Everything was so interesting. It looked like it was a festival. The walkers looked away. there was a huge monument of a knight that stood on a pedestal. He was bravely holding a sword and shield in his hands. The statue was dedicated to fighting demons. Today was the anniversary of the defeat of the 12th demon lord somewhere. Adley wondered if it was definitely the 12th. Concluded that their fathers had killed a lord from the 13th generation. So yes, the previous one had been the 12th. Arch's fist clenched. For him this is not a holiday or cause for joy, but a day of grief, and the beginning of a great vengeance and the return to life of his kin. The elixir had noticed that even after losing his life, the demon lord still returned to it and his power level increased each time. The girl countered that with all this, the time required for rebirth was also getting longer. It took 150 years for the new one to appear. Until the next 180 years, this time mankind can live in peace. She looked at the effigy symbolizing the evil that people fight against. It was burning in the fire. It was burned like a witch in the Middle Ages. All true, but this rule only applies if the demon lord was eradicated, not sealed. And the heroes resorted to the second option because they could not kill their favorite demon lord of the Archive. In the 13th generation, she was born immortal. The revelation of this fact would encourage the Overlord's army to continue the grueling war for the sake of breaking the seal. To avoid such a development, the heroes lie about the eradication, although in fact secretly sealed parts of the demon lord in their own bodies. The ritual 8 heroes conducted independently and except for them, as well as the Archive, no one knows about it. The elixir touched his heart. The crystal sealed by Saruto and Liselotte now in his body. The girl looked at the teacher and wondered if everything was alright, and he snickered. The man replied with a sweet smile that he was just hungry, and holding out his hand, offered to walk through the counters in search of something tasty. Adley gave her palm in agreement and said she'd love to taste something too. The young lady's eyes lit up when she saw the lollipops on sticks. It was like a little kid at the Christmas fair woke up in her, wanting to try all the sweet things around. The bright red lollipop looked so appetizing that it was as if it hypnotized and compelled me to eat it myself. And at the end of the walk in the hands of the girl appeared a small teddy pink bear. It was as cute as its new owner. On this daughter of the hero, and you cannot tell that her anomaly awakens a lot of excitement. She looks like a small child. After a while they were already walking down a rather sullen alleyway, trying to find their way out. The snow kept flying, getting in their eyes, not allowing them to orient themselves properly on the spot. Elixir apologized, scratching the back of his head for getting them lost. He was rarely in town and now he didn't know where they were or where they should go. Adley didn't seem to care at all. She said it was nothing. The main thing was that they had the opportunity to walk together and enjoy every breath of frosty air, every step taken by the two of them. The girl was glowing with happiness. Archive noticed something. It was coming sharply towards them. It seemed time had frozen, but one must not delay. He fended off the beam of magic threatening them, hiding Adley behind his back, trying to save his girlfriend for the evening. With a look without mercy and with aggression, he questioned who those who were trying to attack them were. In front of them were silhouettes wearing long hooded capes that hid their faces. It looked like a sect. The girl behind her back tried to make a sound, but the teacher ordered her to stay behind, for her own safety. He wasn't ready for a calm conversation with his opponents anymore. One of them took off his hood. It was a demon and he called out the name of the hero's daughter. Her father, the hero Flugel, had destroyed his hometown. Now it was time for the demon's revenge. He shouted furiously that they only wanted the girl, but the strange half-elf had better stay out of it. The eyes of the foul man burning with anger and a lust to kill. Elixir snapped out of his seat. Sparks of determination sprinkled from his pupils. He was ready to protect his student, hair developing from the speed of his movement. It was so fast that it was impossible to catch its body with the human eye. It only left behind a trail of energy. The wave was so powerful that it left behind dust and a bright blue light. They dueled, the brunette skillfully fending off the demon's attacks. Sparks seemed to emanate from their movements. The monster was not toying with his opponent. He was persistent in his desire to kill the girl, and since her teacher was rushing into the fight, so was he. As they fought, the demon turned to the rest of the hooded creatures and ordered action. They clearly already had a plan for what to do after what. Two of the crowd, whose ugly faces could not be seen, drew the bowstring and launched arrows whose tips burned with a bright light. They were shadow arrows. The weapons hailed the battlefield. As if they were bullets, they were quick and accurate. Elixir put up a block with a magical shield. He was serious and focused. The situation had him cornered. It would be hard to fight off someone like that. A drop of hot blood fell to the floor. The half-elf took notice of it. There was no wound, but a red liquid flowed down his face. It's Bloodwind's ability to suck blood from those who come close. A high-ranked demon had clearly come here. In close combat 30 seconds was enough to completely dry up. The demon itself wasn't a problem, but its ability spoiled everything. Adley was very scared for her teacher, even panicked with not knowing what to do. Felth said it was no big deal, but asked one favor. The girl was to distract them for about 20 seconds. The hero's daughter pressed her lips together. Doubt and fear played on her face. She didn't know what she should do, but the elixir's pleas and entreaties made the decision for her. She clenched her hand into a fist, her fingers trembling slightly, but she seemed to have already decided to take action. Adley closed her eyes, furrowed her brows. A bright light began to illuminate everything around her. A spark ignited in her heart and began to spread energy to every corner of her body. The power was already ready to burst out. The student opened her eyes, bright blue irises about to change color. She was reeking of frenzied energy. Adley applied the shrine ability. A breeze arose that developed her hair and winter cloak. She raised her hand. Golden chains crawled out from under her feet and her eyes glowed with a yellow light. Carrying confidence and ruthlessness, she pointed the chains towards her opponent. She would protect her teacher. Her face reflected anger and rage, would spare none of their abusers. The demon screamed in pain. The sound filled the alleyway, bouncing off the walls, deafening everyone. The look was menacing. The girl with two fingers pointed in the direction for the chains with sharp tips. They flew at the speed of light to claw into the foul force. With an open mouth, the demon looked at the amount of glowing iron heading towards them. The freaks were trapped and there would be no escape. Chains enveloped all the demons. It seemed such an amount of light would exterminate them without a doubt. Who would have thought the ability would be so strong? Adley looked like a true warrior, her hair rising and falling in strands from the release of energy, her yellow eyes burning with anger and readiness to defend. She was unrecognizable as a quiet and calm student of the academy. Now she was a person who would become a wonderful hero in the future. The demon clenched his teeth. His face was all blood-stained. He became nervous. Of course, he had the bloodline of 8 heroes in front of him, their blood enemy. The demon ignited a new wave of desire to kill all the humans that are here. He was already a second away from striking, but his determination ran into Archiv's quicker reaction. The guy stabbed him through, without pity or a single shudder of muscle. Confidence and clarity read in that movement. Blood spurted from the brat's mouth. The blow struck his internal organs, pain traveling through every cell in his body. The demon looked up at his opponent, the bastard who had almost finished him. Elixir slowly approaching him, his eye burning bright red. The monster turned his attention to the half-elf's eyes. They were not human. The power of a demonic eye glittered in them. At the same moment he fell under the influence of the force. He became as if bewitched. The Archive thanked the villains for falling for the information that the teacher passed on. The most venerable co-pilots did their job perfectly and gave his pawn. Adley. A wicked smile appeared on the face of the demon in human form mixed with the gloom of fear he carried to everyone around him. As the girl stepped back from her difficult work, her head was lifted by Elixir, wondering if she was hurt. A blush already appearing on her face and her breathing becoming more languid and hotter. She cried out to the teacher, gasping that she couldn't stand it anymore, arousal beginning to envelop her body again. Hot streams of air looked like smoke billowing out of her mouth into the cold, her lips blazing hot from the temperature, looking even pinker from the cold around her. She put her arms around herself and with the most pitiful look and expression of intolerance she begged the teacher, almost crying, for the man to hold her. The girl's clothes lay carelessly on the bed. The young lady's pink-colored panties stood out among the dark clothes. A strong male hand clutched at the pale palm of his student's hand, and she didn't mind, squeezing her fingers with his. He pressed her hand against her own body, against her collarbones, over her breasts, while Adley exhaled loudly, moaning in parallel. Elixir grabbed the girl's breast, squeezing, making the girl say his name with more force. But out of discomfort due to the slightly rough touch on her, she pressed her leg against his. In a melody of pleasure and excitement, she emitted notes notifying that she was almost done, her cheeks burning with a blush. She moaned in a low, squeaky voice, tears spurting from the pleasure in her eyes, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Then she wanted more and more, and the man only fulfilled her desires. It felt so good that she involuntarily threw her head back, her body wriggling from receiving a sweet orgasm time after time. They kept changing positions without respite. This is what the student wanted. Now she and the teacher were closer than ever. He was satisfying all her desires. Her legs were trembling, almost unable to hold her body up. The rapid movements, thrusts and sweet pulling sensation almost made her roll off her too. Elixir gripped her large, firm breasts more and more roughly, and she loved it, moaning softly in pleasure, trying to feel the sweetness of this moment. With every second her body was getting hotter and hotter. Modesty was no longer in this hero's daughter. Now she was losing her virginity to her mentor, the teacher she herself had chosen to train. But somewhere they had gone wrong. A tear fell down Archie's face. It surprised him. The man's eyes widened. Hot salty drops were dripping from the girl's blue eyes. It was completely out of place now and looked strange. Was she really in that much pain? Elixir looked up, wondering why Adley was crying. What was happening to her? But his gaze didn't really show much sympathy. And the reason for the student's tears was that she was incredibly happy that she could finally have contact with another human being and express it in this way. She sat on top of him, passing her hand over his abs, the drops from her eyes falling directly onto his chest, losing their temperature in flight and sending shivers down the man's body from the already cold tears. Because of her peculiarity, Adley was always alone. She brought her hand closer and closer to her chest, clear gems like water rolling down her cheeks from the young maiden's eyes. But the teacher accepted her. He helped create that connection, with tears and along with a smile, opening her palm at the place where her heart shows. She said the teacher was her only one. At that moment, something strange began to happen to the reality of the archive. In front of his eyes as if began to appear interference, and then instead of the student was the demon lord, in exactly the same pose and with the same expression on his face, except that there were no tears. The guy's eyes widened from this illusion. How was it possible? What was happening to him? Why such a native person appeared to him at this very moment? To hide his emotions, he rested his face against the girl's chest, clutching her with his hands. Adley, sitting on top of him, moaned in surprise. It was unexpected. Her lips spread into a smile. She placed her hand on her lover's head. The girl was genuinely excited for this night. Sleep did not envelope them for a long time yet. The evening continued to be filled with moans and pleasurable feelings from carnal pleasures. Adley blushing more and more. The city was ablaze in bright tongues of fire. Houses were burning. People were dying, and in the midst of this chaos and screaming, a female figure walked through the streets who didn't seem to care about any of this. It was the demon lord. Suddenly she heard the inarticulate shrieks of a child babbling. At first completely emotionless, she turned around and looked at the floor. Underfoot was a basket with an infant who was screaming loudly. Soon the fire would get to him as well. He could feel the heat getting closer and closer. Suddenly the woman lifted the baby in her arms. He continued to scream. She took him as if he were her own, as if she had already raised a dozen children and knew how to hold such small and innocent creatures. The demoness began to sing a lullaby, saying that a nice tender baby needs to snuggle against his mother's breast, and the boy immediately fell into a sweet sleep, as if this girl is really his mother. The demon lord smiled. She was pleased to know that she had managed to calm the baby. Pleasant feelings awoke in her. Her soul sang. She felt like a real mom. Suddenly the boy burst into a purple flame with yellow-colored droplets. He didn't have time to utter a sound. The girl's lips opened in surprise. Though such a turn of events was expected, it wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Right in the demon's arms, a human baby turned to ash and flew into the wind. Her hands were still in the same position for a while as when the baby was on them. She bit her lower lip to distract herself from her grief. It became so sad inside that she couldn't take it anymore. She was about to cry. She was all alone. Rivulets of tears came from her eyes. It was an unbearably sick feeling inside. She blamed herself for something she didn't choose, for being a demon lord. Little Archie stood behind her. He just watched in silence as his own person suffered. As the knives of heartache pierced her heart, the woman fell to her knees in despair, and the little demon only reached out to her with his hand, in an attempt to give her reassurance that she had already found her family, namely Archiv. But suddenly that image changed as well. His hand became human, just like in this rebirth, and instead of the demon lord, Adley sat on his lap. The realities and images of the two girls intertwined in his mind far too often. The archive opened his eyes. They were wet with tears. He had had such a strange dream, not even a nightmare, but it made his heart pound just as fast. In the sweat of those pictures in his imagination, he glanced to his left. Adley was sleeping peacefully and quietly. She seemed to be dreaming something pleasant, for she was smiling in her sleep. She was as harmless as an angel who had come down from heaven right into a man's bed. Arch sat down on the edge of the bed and grabbed his head, bent over. He had slept with the hero's daughter, but that wasn't the most shocking thing about the situation. His eyes were racked with horror at the realization that he was imagining a demon lord in the girl's place, and it scared him more than anything else he had done. Suddenly a gentle hand touched his back, letting goosebumps out. sleepy Adley, covering herself with a sheet, was concerned about Elixir's condition. Was he having a nightmare? She tried to be gentle and caring. The boy only turned his head away, and taking hold of her neck rather rudely replied to her that she should go on sleeping, and not be interested in such things. He glanced at the clock on the table. The room was bathed in the cold gentle light of the moon, illuminating every particle flying in the air. They would have to get up fairly early and hit the road. The dormitory should be back before dawn. His admonition was interrupted by Adley, or rather she silenced his verbal flow with a kiss, who was too shocked at such insistence. Where had the shy and timid student gone? But still the man answered the kiss, entwining their tongues in a dance. It was just enjoying each other's company. Finally, after a long gesture, the lovers pulled away from each other. The girl's face showed pleasure. She blushed and looked at him with a pitying look. She took a long time to decide. Then she apologized, for Elixir had said not to ask such a thing and not to broach the subject. But the girl sincerely wants the teacher to let her into his heart. Her eyes full of puppy-like naivety and devotion. She took his hand and asked him to at least let her hold it if he had a nightmare. The warmth of her hands warming Elixir's cold palms, touching his palm gently. Adley brought the man's hand up to her face. The student would do anything for him. She said it with such ease, as if he was the most dear person in her life, as if the answer would be positive. Archie jerked his hand away with a full chill. A little girl shouldn't flirt with adults. But Adley was not going to give up. She went to the teacher's neck and pulled him to her. The same did not expect such a thing, but only managed to gulp air in an attempt to say something. She clutched him to her chest, not even giving him a chance to breathe air. The teacher wasn't expecting this, and the girl was happy and thought it was fun. Elixir got angry. Raising his head angrily said that the student was playing around. He wasn't a child anymore. He didn't like that the girl couldn't hear his words. From Adley's lips came the words, glorious affectionate baby, cuddle you to mommy's breast, my love already you are sleeping. She cradled him even tighter, and Archie's eyes clouded over in sad memories. Of all the lullabies in the world, she chose this one. It was sung to him by the demon lord as she held him in her arms, giving his only native being love. Arch glanced at Adley. His eyes, despite their eternal coldness, were calm, like a kitten about to fall asleep next to its master. How much this girl resembled the overseer, the soul mate for whom he'd started all this. He squeezed his eyelids shut. No one knows how long they would have sat like that in the moonlight while a light breeze walks around the room playing with the curtains. It was just a magical night, tantalizing with many temptations and memories. The morning launched sun rays into the window. Everything around woke up, came alive. The darkness went far into the unknown. The light morning air hit the lungs, giving vigor and energy for the day. Archive woke up a bit heavy. The night had not been the most restful. He could not enjoy his sleep, and the thoughts that had been going through his head all this time prevented him from resting properly. Adley was still sweetly sleeping the sleep of a child. Her face was calm, full of a sense of security. The sunlight playing on her hair and eyelashes, illuminating the innocent beauty of a girl no longer quite innocent. Archive wanted to cast a spell towards the apprentice. His eye flashed a bright violet light. His hand tensely reached for her head, instilling terror, fear and guile, and the sleepy body didn't realize it. But instead of something malicious, he merely touched the lovely face of the young lady. She was so beautiful and pure, though this night was something completely new to her. With such a woman Archive had not yet spent his night with. Some obscure note played on his face, admiration and pity for the fact that he was so meanly going to use such a delicate flower petal as Adley. He looked at her differently for the first time, not playing. Sincerely, he had a hard time deciding, but he made a difficult decision. He furrowed his brow. Right now he had different pulls in his soul, which one he should join, but his love for the Lord was stronger. Archive applied the incubus demon eye ability. Purple sparks splashed from his eyes. He wouldn't get off the original path after all. Immediately his subconscious body felt as if it had plunged into the ocean. He slowly walked to the bottom, letting the water between his fingers, strands of his hair, as if breathing this liquid. He was sinking deeper and deeper into Adley's mind. Time slowed down. It was even pleasant. His hands and feet were becoming cotton-like. They were being sucked in by the girl's thoughts and memories. The incubus demon eye allows you to penetrate a person's dreams and find their memories of the past. Now this technique will be more useful than others. Definitely. He needs to know a lot more about Adley, or rather what happened to her as a child. He needs to know a lot more information about this particular child. In front of him was a little girl with big blue eyes. She was frightened by the sight of the man that appeared in front of her, clasping her hands to herself, trying to create a feeling of safety. She asked who the man was. Elixir's form sat across from her. He leaned forward toward the excited little girl. She squirmed even harder in front of the suspicious stranger. It seemed she was about to cry from fear. Arch asked her not to be afraid. He wouldn't hurt her. To reassure the little girl, he said that her father sent him. It worked. The hero's daughter blossomed at the mention of her daddy, eyes sparkling with happiness. The teacher explained the purpose of his visit. He needed Adley to tell him about herself. Now he knew the girl would confide in him. With a new wave of enthusiasm, she took to babbling about her life, as if she had been waiting to be asked about it all along. She is Adley Litburn, one of her father's many children, a sweet little girl with big blue eyes and a kind soul. The siblings were divided in two. The boys that went to Flugel were outwardly very much like him, and the girls dominated by their mom's traits. They didn't inherit much from their father. Adley's father is one, but there are many mothers. Sort of. Due to her small age, she didn't realize that her dad just liked to go out with different women. She had to deal with the challenges of growing up. It was a race in trying to be the best amongst her siblings. They were even beaten for mistakes and hurt from difficult trials. Living in the institution was not easy. Constant training, invisible rating. But she was comforted by one thought, and she was forced to work. It's the thought that if she tried really hard, her father would stroke her head so that despite any pain, she could be tolerated for the sake of it. The archivist hesitated. He seemed to understand everything, but it still wasn't clear to the end what kind of institution this was. At first there were about 50 brothers and sisters, but day by day they became fewer and fewer, as if they disappeared without a trace. The girl watched everything, but of course much was kept from her eyes. When Adley asked the caretakers about the missing, she was simply told that it was because of weak blood. The girl had no time to realize that only 3 children were left with her. Such a reduction of relatives she did not expect. And then the archive realized what was happening. From shock even covered his mouth with his hand. It turns out that those with weak blood got rid of those with weak blood and left only pure bloods. This is a terrible idea, as if they are not children. And ranch. One day the little girl overheard what the men in white suits, the caretakers, were talking about. They were saying something about information leaking out, that something needed to be erased and only one thing needed to be left. They were serious and determined. The girl heard nothing else. Once she was led away from the other children, she was chosen. She was the only one. The other little heirs were left in a closed room, the girl only glancing back anxiously. 3 children were waving goodbye to her. They obviously didn't understand what was happening and were happy for their sister and friend. 2 boys and 1 girl, the last Flugel children Adley had seen. Finally their father said they wouldn't see each other again. She was changed. Her father picked her up in his arms, asking if the girl was alright. Now she would go to school and live like a normal child. Adley was definitely pleased with this attention from her dad to her. She shouldn't be afraid of anything. She should just start over. Her father's voice was cold and calm. He was giving advice. If she stuck to it, she would eventually meet many new siblings. He looked at her with a sly look and muttered that his daughter was not allowed to tell anyone about what had happened. She didn't really understand, but she had to follow this rule or she would join her former siblings if she broke her promise. With a wicked smirk he asked if the girl could keep her word. He knew the child would agree and only created the illusion of choice. The girl looked first at her father with pure sincere eyes, in which still shone the hope of a good relationship with her daddy. But in the blink of an eye her gaze became blank, without a drop of life. She had fallen into her own father's trap, as if she were being controlled. She gave her meaningless answer to the man that she would be able to conceal everything that was happening. Archiv's insides chilled. What a bastard. It was just brainwashing. He'd only left Adley for the chance to destroy evidence and keep up appearances. The girl will start going to school and lead a normal life, which is what every person, any child, would want. Then we'll get the basic knowledge and start communicating with others. She will try very hard, soaking up as much information as she can. The world turned out to be so vast that Adley's heart overflowed with joy, her eyes shining with happiness at the acquisition of new opportunities and huge promises to herself. If you show the magic she learned in the institution at school, she would be praised by everyone, and she made a point of focusing on just that knowledge. And then many people will want to be friends with the girl and will accept her into their circle. She will have tons of friends, as many as there were brothers and sisters. That's what she thought. But a genetic feature of Adley's body prevented contact with others. Only her age and body size changed from year to year, but she remained the same, lonely, aloof, closed off, not of her own free will, was a hermit. She often cried. Just thinking about it made tears start to run from her eyes. Her face turned red, and her temperature rise. In a huge tantrum already grown up, just like today, Adley with tears on her cheeks begged for someone to at least find her. Archive was already heading towards her. Step by step the distance was shortening. He was the one who found her. He hugged her gently but firmly, pulling the crying girl close to him, giving her the feeling that she was not alone, that she could be protected and understood. She could be helped, and it was with him that she realized that there was someone around Adley that she could trust absolutely completely. The student clung to the boy harder, tears spurting from her eyes, but not from grief, but from gratitude that she had someone with her, whose hands were much cooler and gentler than her father's, someone for whom she was willing to do anything. Tears and blush came through the dream into life, but he could still hear her thoughts, the girl confessing her love for her teacher. It was a sincere emotion. Archie finally dared to admit honestly that, though not significantly, he too had grown attached to Adley, though it was hard to admit. He touched his delicate face, no longer at all squeamish about human flesh. This demon never thought he would one day experience such feelings for a human, but it was something not as high as the girl felt for a man. He sighed heavily. He didn't understand what the feeling was, but it definitely wasn't love. Archie didn't love her and didn't deserve to be loved. He squeezed her hand and asked for forgiveness in the girl, but the familiarity only strengthened the lad's resolve. He knows full well he's definitely going to kill her father, a spark of meanness flashing in his eyes. The huge hall was almost empty. Light streamed through the large windows, adding to the grandeur of the room, in the middle of which stood a lone chair. Naturally, a man was already sitting in it. It was Flugel Litburn. He was seated in a bright red chair upholstered in gold. He was listening to someone and wondering what he was hearing. Vischer bowed before him. He assured the hero that Adley's new mentor possessed a demonic eye, probably one of his abilities, clairvoyance. The blonde questioned these arguments. After all, clairvoyance is inherent in humans as well, interjecting into the underling teacher if that was the only justification for his defeat. Startled, Vischer became nervous and began to justify that there were other oddities regarding this elixir, such as the fact that the hero parents were missing. Flugel looked coldly and dictatorially at the informer, but the latter went on to say that Mrs. Liselotte had, as it were, left the boy in the care of his foster father, but that he had opposed her marriage to Mr. Sarudo, so she had certainly had no contact with him. Almost shouting, Vischer said one more fact, because when Elixir got on his feet, both foster parents died and the whole inheritance was signed over to him. Even though they didn't have children of their own, it still looked strange, with him for sure. It wasn't that simple. The teacher was on edge, pupils trembling with speculation and the desire to convey everything to the master as clearly as possible. And then the hero's eyes flirt with cunning. He does admit that he recommended Vischer to mentor Adley so he could keep an eye on her. He couldn't let any bugs near his dearest daughter, a word he emphasized with intonation, but the news of the demon eye cast a great deal of doubt on him. Flugel's eyes lit up with determination. It seems like it's time for him to see this elixir Elixiel. A month later, the brunette was still actively engaged in teaching at the academy and taking time for personal training with Adley. The girl also studied hard and immersed herself in learning everything that came her way, striving to reach new heights in her skill. Suddenly someone poked at her with a pen, getting her attention, trying to call out silently so she wouldn't get hit from the teacher. Adley turned, however, responding to the physical contact. She wasn't used to someone talking to her after all. It was a classmate with short hair, asking for help with what was written in the book, not understanding the information, hoping for a deskmate. Adley gladly began to explain to the girl what was going on. She was warmed inside by the feeling that she could talk to people normally and establish communication with her classmates, overcoming the physical peculiarities successfully, thanks to which others began to be friends with her. Her feature had more advantages than disadvantages, so the girl was super handy for the archive and could be its weapon if used properly. Tides of heat can be transformed into a state in which human abilities are pushed to the limit, as when the student destroyed the crystal or when she was able to help defeat the demons that attacked in the alley of the academy town. Accustomed to the fact that having suffered inconvenience, a reward, namely pleasure, awaited her, Adley began to obey her teacher in everything. Thinking about it, he stood at the board and smirked almost imperceptibly. Another 6 months and she would make a ready tool for killing heroes. It couldn't help but please a demon in human form. Archie shifted his gaze to the student. The transformation of the attribute of Snow White magic was on the nose, which meant it was worth thinking about which color would be best. The girl noticed her lover looking at her and waved at him, a little embarrassed look on her face. She was crazy about the brunette. After class, Elixir was packing up, leveling books, tapping them on the table. Hard work, teaching, but good for him. Suddenly, Ricky burst through the door, calling loudly for the teacher. The man was surprised but not frightened, turning to the girl with a questioning look. Completely calmly, he leaned on his desk and asked what was the matter. What was wrong? The co-worker was all out of breath. What could be so urgent? While he was saying this, Ricky was trying to catch her breath. She blushed with fatigue, panting. She barely squeezed out that Mr. Alexiel was being summoned by the principal to see her. Archie's face took on an expression that foreboded trouble. What was it that interested the principal so dramatically? Didn't find out about the demon raid that month. Standing under the door of the director's office, the archive discarded this version. Because there were no eyewitnesses, he took care of it with the help of the demonic eye and covered any traces. There was no more guesses. What the reason was? The man brought his hand up and his fist collapsed on the wooden door. He knocked. He didn't have to wait long for an answer. The woman invited him in since he came so quickly. Elixir was just about to utter words of politeness when his eyes became impossibly wide. It wasn't just surprise, it was shock at what he saw. One would have thought it was from the overly frank attire of the superiors. But no, the woman pointed out the reason for the summons, apologizing for such a sudden disturbance. Just someone wanting to meet the teacher. The principal said to think what the young man was saying, because a damn harsh man had come. On the chair sat a man with shoulder-length blonde hair, white shirt, though his back was originally to the Archiv. The guy recognized his silhouette. The teacher was stunned. His pupils seemed to be incredibly narrow. Sweat began to drip from his forehead. Why is this man sitting here? The demon's legs trembled in his knees. What kind of fear is this? He is not a timid man. The man slowly turned around to look at the person he was about to have to meet, and the archive was still wondering why this particular person. It was Flugel Litburn, his wavy blonde hair framing a serious expression on his face. He had aged a bit since his last encounter with the demon, but he gave the impression of still being as macho as ever. A sly smirk flickered across his face at first, and it was worth catching. It told him that there was more behind this visit than just familiarity. Next, his face became overly kind and polite. He extended his hand, introduced himself and said it was a pleasure to meet Elixir Alexiel, reminding him that it was his daughter the teacher was teaching in private lessons. Archie looked at the man's hand. He was too nervous, kept ordering himself to calm down. Nerves were of no use right now. It wasn't fear after all. It was a desire to pounce and take revenge. After all, the predator had come at the trapper himself, but if he lost his temper now, it would all be for nothing. His hand, balled into a fist, was trembling. His mouth was still open from shock, and his eyes were open wide. The guy clenched his teeth. He still didn't have enough strength to deal with him like a trained dog. The demon was giving himself orders that no action should be taken right now to kill him right here at this time. He should let this situation go and deal with the future as it should be, as it was meant to be. Listening to his inner voice, he straightened his hand, shaking with anger. For now was not the time. A light but firm handshake occurred between the men as if they had been friends for years. Elixir put on a cute face, as he knew how to do, and playing in a way that even in his voice you couldn't tell anything, said that his parents had told him a lot about Mr. Litburn, and thanked him that the man had taken care of them during the war. With a kind and friendly smile, the brunette brazenly lied, pretending to be an angel that he was honored to meet Flugel in person. Inside him there was a real storm of all the evil emotions that can be. He should not show hostility and do not even think to be afraid. He should answer politely, but confidence should not hide. Yes, do not want to show friendliness, but to like him certainly will not hurt. Litburn's face sank a little. He expressed the thought that Elixir's parents, Ceruto and Liselotte, would probably curse him, since they were the ones who took care of Flugel. The teacher looked down at the floor in embarrassment. Being calm and smiling, he assumed that they had told not all good stories, but conquering the demon lord without the decisive wisdom of a hero would definitely not be possible. That must have embarrassed the man he was talking to. Elixir flattering him, but at the same time the guy remained honest. The blonde-haired man was beyond reproach for such an opinion, but there was one but. Flugel's eyes became serious. As a friend, he did nothing for the parents of his daughter's already young teacher. He seemed to have some memories flashing through his mind. Archiv's face lit up with nostalgia for the past, for how good it used to be. He remembered that his mother had flowers in the garden, in the care of which she put her whole soul. Now he had to play the love for these people as parents. They were flowers very much like daisies, as she told little Elixir. They had been given by a friend on the occasion of her marriage. She took care of these flowers, watered them very often. They were to symbolize that her and her father's love was to take deep roots and not fade for years to come. And after all, the man was the one who had blessed their wedding when everyone else refused to acknowledge. Saying that, Mom smiled. The brunette wouldn't say what he did to those flowers later. Brutally trampled them. Flugel wondered. His eyes widened. Was the guy talking about Lisa? He was pleased to hear the girl talk about her partner and co-worker like that. How long ago it had been. Elixir smiled very sweetly and harmlessly. Yes, he is talking about Lisa, his mother who loved him, and he drove her to suicide and pushed her to kill her beloved husband for revenge for the Overlord. The man smiled back. Such a pleasant smile lit up his face, already covered with wrinkles. You couldn't tell from this man that he treated his own children like cattle on a farm. Mr. Flugel offered to take a walk and at the same time to continue the conversation over this case. He would like to look at his beloved daughter, but he had not been to the academy since the new building was built. Litburn stammered. Also, if he was to be honest, he was a little uncomfortable discussing things in front of his teacher. A nervous, awkward smile appeared on his face. He scratched his cheek with his finger. Elixir was surprised at what his interlocutor had just said about the teacher. Did he really call the academy headmaster that? The boy tilted his head questioningly. The principal sighed heavily, opening her neatly painted plump lips and resting her cheek on her hand. She pointed her thumb in the direction of the famous hero, her face turning serious as if she was already tired of telling everyone this. But this man, her student, and also the adamant president of the Academy's council. That's where the nickname about him being bloody harsh came from. There was an awkward silence, as if Elixir's interlocutors realized what had just been said and what question had arisen in the young worker's mind. But the brunette took a deep breath and asked it aloud. Since Flugel is the headmaster's apprentice, how old is the woman? Adley's father jumped up to the boy and put his index finger to his mouth, insinuating that he should keep quiet, because even under the threat of torture, Litburn would not say such information about the old woman. Suddenly a figure appeared behind the hero. It was the one being discussed. Goosebumps ran down Flugel's body, followed by a cold sweat, as if he was now in danger of death. The headmaster's eyes burned with rage and emitted a bright pink light. Sparks of danger flew from her eyeballs. She wondered why her student was silent. If he had already started, let him continue his speech since he dared to take a chance. Litburn began to yelp and loudly declare that it was time to retreat. They should run away from here with Elexiel. After such a danger, they were walking down the corridor. Archive was trailing behind and thinking about the reason for the man's visit. Apparently this guy had come to the academy because he had become Adley's personal teacher. I couldn't even believe he'd come all this way on his own. The demon got nervous and that dislike did shine on his face. This was a bad development because it would definitely remove him from his role as her mentor now. Flugel, who was walking ahead, suddenly seemed to hear what Elixir was thinking, that the visit to the academy was related to the selection meeting. His voice was steady and calm, confident and not loud. This again shocked Archie. From where this man could understand what the guy was thinking about now, a very serious conversation seemed to be brewing. Litburn finally turned to his daughter's teacher, strands of his hair flying a little in the air. His face was no longer so harmless, more like a cold hardness. He supposed that was what Elexiel was thinking right now. Inwardly Archie was getting creepy nervous again. He reassured himself that it was alright. He should continue to play the role of teacher further and press on with determination. On the face of it, the brunette did not show his concern. The young teacher lowered his eyes and said he understood that the gentleman was now outraged because his daughter had been recommended another teacher, then confidently raised his eyes to Flugel, placing his hand on his chest as if making an oath. He assured her that he himself, as an alchemist, saw great potential in her for the subject. Lady Adley is a gem for the future of this area. In this regard, he continued with a serious and determined look, without a drop of doubt or nerves. He requested that the girl continue to be assigned to the elixir. Mr. Litburn stood at the window unwaveringly. He didn't even turn to face the boy, as if all words had passed his ears. The teacher, defending his student's abilities again, singled out that he was asking the girl's father very much for it. The hero's voice became even colder and more detached. It seems that the alchemist misunderstood his words. Flugel did not come to the academy for that at all. The reason is completely different. More interesting. Archie was genuinely surprised. He was driven to a dead end of conjecture. If indeed the visit from the apprentice's father was not for that reason, then what was the reason? A new wave of worry was already brewing inside. Still not turning to Elixir, the man began to talk about how the boy's parents, Ceruto and Liselotte, were still missing and asked if they had said anything. In response, he only received a summary that they simply said they would be back soon. Suddenly the demon's hands shook. He placed one on top of the other to keep the tremors at bay a bit. Why would Liselotte ask about this? Was this really the reason he had visited the academy? The man finally made his way to the hero's son. He explained that it had nothing to do with that. It was just that a very interesting rumor had reached him. His eyes began to carry danger. They lit up with a blue light. His eyebrows lined up in an angry arc. The rumor was that teacher Alexiel was using a demon eye. The demon's face became detached, seeming to be pinned against the wall, with no chance to offer resistance. Flugel glared menacingly at the young teacher. He realized that the other one possessed the demon eye, because neither Saruto nor Liselotte could use it, and after all, it was transmitted mostly by blood. Although there were abnormal cases, the hero touched Elixir's hair. It's black in color, while Liselotte is blonde, and her husband is too, which is rather odd. The teacher began to make excuses without a drop of fear that he must have gone to his grandfather on his mother's side. The little brunette was told he was a skilled archer with clairvoyance. Litburn's gaze did not soften. The young man's ancestor did have dark hair, a rarity for elves, but this was the first time the man had heard of clairvoyance. Elixir's eyes were very innocent and naive. He said there were records of it in the foster parents' house, and then, as if he didn't understand anything, asked if Flugel was really that interested in information about his daughter's teacher's grandfather. The hero's face was shrouded in darkness. His eyes glowed with an evil light. He understood perfectly well that the guy in front of him was standing a fool. He didn't want Elixir's grandfather. He wanted Elixir himself. Liselotte looked straight into the eyes of the demon in human form. He wondered why the man in front of him was hiding his demonic eye. With it he would be guaranteed a good place in the regular army. Archiv became uncomfortable. He was being cornered, about to be pushed against the wall. He could not string a word together, only inarticulate mush coming out of his mouth. The character kept pressing. What was the reason for all this? If there was one, the interlocutor should voice it. The brunette swallowed convulsively at the lump in his throat. Sweat was already starting to run down his face from the exertion. His heart raced, and his breathing quickened and seemed to stop altogether. He sighed, turned on all his acting skills and said with an already calm look that there was a reason, but it wasn't a very pleasant one. He leaned on the windowsill by the window in the hallway, his face glowing with lightness, the hero behind him still looking on with a look of disapproval. The brunette saying that he owed his achievements on the battlefield to clairvoyance. But there was a downside to this technique. Relying on clairvoyance too much, he had a very painful experience. Due to Elixir being a half-elf, he is not as good at using his eye as his grandfather who possesses the same ability. He ended up not preventing the death of his comrades due to exhaustion, continuing to stare off into the distance. He complimented that he had then decided to become strong enough to not rely on the power of the eye, and found out that some special talent for combat Elixir didn't have. The teacher turned to the hero with a nice smile. Luckily his efforts were not in vain and came in handy in teaching. By the way, he did not say that he hid his ability. He just tried not to show it unless necessary. A shadow of disbelief still hung on the blonde's face. He realized what the Son of Heroes was trying to convey to him. In other words, the guy was wary of engaging clairvoyance. Elixir scratched the back of his head. No, that was a bit off. Just let the man in front of him imagine the man who taught students to diligently hone their skills was himself showing off a demon eye. The brunette was embarrassed and blushed. In general, such a course of events would not be beautiful and not to his liking. A smirk appeared on Flugel's face and a slight chuckle issued. He chuckled, and after a second he was flooded with laughter. To him the guys thinking that it wasn't nice to show off a demon eye seemed very, very funny. As the hero threw his head back in a sea of laughter, Elixir in front of him tried to explain himself again, saying that he was born that way. Isn't it the same if a child from a rich family bragged about his family's financial status to children from poorer ones? His face twisted into a grimace of disgust at the thought that this was also assuming he was an adult, so it would be much nastier. Mr. Litburn's laughter made his stomach ache, and the brunette was really nasty. Elixir touched his neck with his hand again. He was uncomfortable with his interlocutor's reaction, so he asked not to laugh so loudly from that since their gazes didn't agree. Flugel coughed, apologized, and said he was somewhat doubtful about the teacher's identity, wondering if he was definitely the child of those two. He was talking about Lisa and Saruto, and saying he was doing it for nothing. Put his hand on the guy's head, just like a child. He is their son without a doubt. Both his mother's waywardness and Saruto's stubbornness netted in him. While the man's palm rested on the top of his head, Archie frowned all over. He clearly didn't like this gesture in his direction. The hero went on to say that since that was the case, he could safely trust the brunette with his beautiful, precious daughter. It all hit right on the demon's ears. His pupils narrowed with shock. Did he really believe it? Suddenly Flugel turned to see who had been peeking at everything going on and eavesdropping on the conversation. A familiar female silhouette peeking out from around the corner. It was Adley. She was dumbfounded to see that her dad had touched the teacher's head and was now stroking it. The unexpected picture and all the surprise displayed on the student's face. Immediately the hero, at the sight of his daughter, burst forth with immense joy, his face childishly kind and happy. He took the girl's cheeks and squeezed them, saying how pretty the little girl looked. Though why should he? The hero's daughter wasn't expected to look any different. Adley was very worried and embarrassed, asking her father not to do or say such things in front of the teacher. Mr. Litburn didn't leave his overly welcoming mood and said he was just very proud of the girl, and then turned to Elixir to confirm that it wasn't at all a bad thing when parents were proud of their children. The teacher only looked at them awkwardly in agreement. He was just as uncomfortable participating in this whole scene. Flugel asked if the old yard was still there. He was wondering if there was a secluded sunny spot somewhere. He wanted to talk to the three of us. Elixir only replied with a kind look that he knew where to spend his time. He looked innocent and kind. The interlocutor only politely refused, justifying that he missed the academy and remembered where a good place was. After a while, Archive closed himself in his office. He leaned against the doors as if someone was about to try to break them down. All agitated, panting, he leaned over and covered his mouth with the palm of his hand in an attempt to make no sound. The guy was shaking like he was being threatened with his own murder. Elixir didn't understand what was wrong. The question was on repeat in his head. The guy's hand reached for the glass of water on the table. His hand couldn't stay still. To freshen up, the demon poured the liquid over himself. The water ran down his hair, face, wet his clothes, but didn't really relieve much stress. With wet hands he leaned on the table, trying to pull himself together, to figure out what the hell this was all about. Archie gripped his hands on his shoulders to stop his tremors. The shivering didn't stop, and in his thoughts still sat Flugel Litburn and the whole story of his arrival at the academy. This man had defiled the demon lord. The infernal laughter of this unimaginably vile man rang in the half-elf's ears, just like the day he and the heroes had sealed the native creature to the brunette. He raised his own children like cattle and got rid of them if he didn't see value in them, which probably puts his personality even lower. But at the same time, the young teacher remembered Flugel's face. It burned with joy, happiness, quite like a clean person without a drop of dirty thoughts and deeds in his life. Emotions shone like a bright sun, warm and gentle. They just like a heavenly light enveloped everyone and made them believe in Mr. Litburn's nobility. This was what made Archiv tense, his teeth gritted with anger and incomprehension. The face of the apprentice's father was not fake. He was smiling genuinely, without any hint of falsity. It is simply unimaginable. Cruelty and evil, good and purity. It combined everything at once, black and white. Such hypocrisy is not inherent in even many very cunning demons. And here is such a wolf in sheep's clothing. The brunette's eyes read disgust. He was shivering at the thought of how disgusting it was. If the one who killed, slept with girls only for profit and always hypocritical, recognizes this behavior as so low, he clutched at his heart. The tremors wouldn't go away. The guy tried to calm himself down. The demon had to pull himself together and pull himself together. So far he had done well, and probably not badly. He just needed to keep it up. As the body shake began to wear off a bit, Archie folded his arms in front of him and began to think. From what the hero had said, he was busy and had dropped by the academy on business, but would stay around for a couple days, then come back to visit again on his way back. The man pounded sharply on the table. It didn't matter all that much whether he let him go or shoot face to face. The demon needed insurance. It would be the right thing to do. Elixir tensed, began to make a plan. Power, information. He could use anything. Anyone would be handy. Just then the image of the liberated principal who had broached the subject of Mr. Litburn came before my eyes, and she mentioned that this man was her pupil. That was the key to the lock of this mystery box. His gaze became more determined. He had no choice. He had to act tough. Suddenly someone knocked on the office. This mysterious person was asked if Mr. Alexiel was here. It was Ricky's secretary. Archive didn't react in any way at first. She opened the door ajar and stepped forward, quiet as a mouse. From the first few seconds, the girl paid no attention to the teacher's appearance, and commented that it was good that he was here after all. She had obviously come with some important business, but then finally realizing that the man standing in front of her was all wet and with a very detached look, Ricky wondered what was wrong. She almost screamed with worry, putting her hands to her face at why Elixir was suddenly looking like that. Suddenly the guy grabbed her arm and pulled her. It was very sudden. His next action was also spontaneous. Archiv kissed the secretary, and her eyes widened. Their tongues intertwined and bonded not only themselves, but the two academy employees as well, pulling away already after the kiss. One could see how much Ricky was blushing. Confused, she asked why on earth the man would do this and what it was even like to understand it. Suddenly the brunette's left eye lit up with a pink light. It was clear that he had just taken advantage of the situation. Just when he was thinking of how to get close to the headmaster, the answer came to him on its own. In an instant, her eyes read a great desire for her colleague, and a wave like an electric shock ran through her body. She fell to her knees in front of Elixir from such a feeling. Her legs felt as if they had given up on her. They were no longer holding her. Such a feeling had never been experienced by a girl before. The guy in front of her had his hands shoved in his pockets. His gaze was menacing and insistent. He gave her an ultimatum that if Ricky wanted a teacher, she had to tell everything she knew about the principal. The woman was as if under hypnosis, under the sweet influence of arousal. She agreed. It was not clear whether it was because she wanted to get closer physically to the man or because she would give out all the information for the sake of it. It was too late to sort things out. Archive was corrupting the girl. He pulled her cheek away, touching her tongue, warm and wet. He asked how old the principal was, barely speaking with desire. Ricky muttered that the woman had complained that it would be 300 this year already. Elixir roughly took and squeezed the secretary by the buttocks to increase her arousal and continued to rush her with questions. He wondered who the headmistress was. If she wasn't human, she didn't look like an elf or dwarf. The guy knew how to get the girl talking, because he understood perfectly how to use his fingers, where to press, where to fondle, to provide pleasure and make her talk without violence. Then squeezed the girl's large breasts. The girl moaned in response and quickly gave a non-conscious answer that the girl in charge at the academy was a witch. Archie's face changed, becoming tense. He did not succumb to such amusement. Moreover, he abruptly pulled away mentally, the news he had heard quite unpleasant, and zero useful information as such. So the man asked what other witch this principal was. Ricky averted her eyes, and quietly replied that it was classified information. Immediately the guy spanked her properly. The colleague moaned loudly, realizing that the woman was enjoying it, promised that if he gave it all out, he would take care of her properly. Ricky could not resist, and the offer so tempting. Immediately, gasping from the sweet feeling, gave out that the director was a member of the team that once subdued the previous demon lord. Archie was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. Immediately he remembered that monument in the academy town that he and Adley had seen on their date. So she's a surviving hero from the last generation. Then the demon business in human skin isn't just bad, it's downright awful. Hatred and anger played on his face. He was only pleased by the thought that this woman was weaker than the current heroes after all, and the former demon lord was inferior in strength to the current sealed one. He clenched his fist in anger. The witch's prime of strength was around 150 years old. If she was already 300, then she must have weakened. So this can be used. The archive has used an ability that can be used to get more information. It needs to learn more, and Ricky will help make it happen. The secretary immediately moaned with pleasure again. Her face flushed again. The girl opened her mouth, hot air rushing out, and rolled her eyes. No doubt she was inordinately pleased. She would give the teacher anything he asked. Just let him do the same things to her, only harder. She begged to do it until she lost her pulse, pulling out her tongue on reflex. The hand on the gold pocket watch moved slowly forward, the man holding it in his hands waiting for something. This was the Archives. He looked at his watch thinking of the director. Her real name was Desiree Bibliophilia, one of the subjugated former demon lord and former hero, reverently called a great witch, but since her retirement no one had noticed her using magic. There is a convincing theory that she lost most of her strength in the battle with the Overlord. Besides, she is already 300 years old. Age is surely taking its toll as well. He closed his watch and continued to ponder. Despite the woman's rather provocative appearance, there was no affair with a man, and her social circle was not large. Suddenly the young teacher was approached by a man carrying a huge wooden crate. He was illuminated from behind by a lantern, preventing a clear view of his face. The delivery man asked if Mrs. Ricky was supposed to pick up the goods. With a completely calm look, Elixir said that today he was in place of the girl. The courier took his word for it, and since that was the case, he offered to check the goods. Looking into the crate, the half-elf saw a large number of bottles of expensive wine, presumably red. They shimmered from the dim light of the lanterns. Elixir was surprised at the amount of wine, how many pieces of bottles there were, and the man who brought the goods said with a calm tone that usually the headmistress drank it all herself. The delivery man slid a sheet of paper to the brunette for him to sign, and warned that it would be best if the teacher didn't carry it all to her personally. I'll probably have to stay there all night and drink together. After listening to the advice, Archive signed his name and thanked him for the information, then handed the leaf to the merchant. The man who had brought the drink turned around and walked away, taking off his cap, while Elixir continued to stand in place with the bottle in his left hand. The teacher waited until he was alone and opened the wine. Only the sound of the cork flying off the neck rang in the air, releasing the smell of alcohol. Arch realized that his opponent was a hero and a great witch with resistance to the demon eye, but that wouldn't get in the demon's way either. His hand fumbled for something in his pants pocket. It takes extra means for the demon eye to work on her. That means was a vial of some pink liquid that shimmered with magic and mystery. It's a fatal potion, a strong fast-acting drug that significantly reduces resistance to magic and loosens up the drinker. The teacher was completely sure of the liquid because there was no taste or smell, making it impossible to recognize. The mental activity was interrupted by a female silhouette in a very revealing short dress. Swaying her hips, she shouted for attention and asked if the guy in front of her was Elixir. It was the headmistress, and lit by the light of the lanterns, she was already a little tipsy. Raising her hand with a bottle of wine, she asked what had happened to Ricky. Desiree was going to have drinks with her again tonight. The guy with a carefree face and ease said that the secretary just wasn't feeling well, so she asked him to fill in for her. The principal believed it and replied that she thought she'd just sit back and have some fun with a co-worker. In a fueled blush, the woman leaned over and played with Elixir's eyes, mumbling that since he was here, he would have to be Desiree's partner as well. She wasn't hiding the coquetry. With a sweet and kind expression on his face, Archie said he would be happy to sit with his boss as long as he needed to. He would enjoy the woman's company. The office was illuminated by a dim warm light. A pile of bottles, naturally already empty, lay in front of the desk and chair. Soft lighting accented a sideboard with assorted alcohol and overturned glasses. To the noise in the room in front of this cabinet spilled drink from the grapes leaking from the bottle. The headmistress of the academy was not on a joke. Her loud voice was very loud, and the woman was waving her hands so loudly that it seemed that the glass in her hands would inadvertently break on the table. Elixir was pleased too. He licked his lips. He had never drunk wine that tasted so good before. A light drunken blush colored his face too. Desiree kept pouring the red liquid into the glasses. She said with a half-drunken face that it was good that the brunette was so resistant to alcohol. Rika had a problem with it. She got sick almost immediately. The teacher turned to the woman and said he would gladly come again anytime if she was called to drink such delicious wine. His face didn't read what he was drinking at all. The principal was flirtatious, surprised that the guy didn't even mind hanging out with such an old woman. His young one would immediately run away from him. Such tactlessness made the half-elf spit out the delicious wine he had just praised so much. Elixir wiped his lips, his face showing puzzlement and reserved displeasure at the topic that had become discussed, so he asked not to be silly. Desiree put her foot on her leg defiantly, and commented mockingly that judging by the young man's reaction she had hit the bullseye, and added that she was just kidding. Then she nudged him in the side with her elbow, making him even more uncomfortable, and complimented him on the fact that the naughty teacher was very even handsome, here, and probably popular with the students. Opening a new bottle, from which drops splashed, the brunette objected. Nothing like that. He's about Mrs. Headmistress is not an old woman in any way. Immediately the guy got embarrassed and awkwardly squeezed out the words, scratching his cheek, that when he first saw the girl, he thought she was very beautiful. Desiree's face went into a blush. She was completely red and stunned. Her speech was taken away from her, wondering what to prepare for next. Elixir, on the other hand, Elixir sweetly chortled that he was only pretending to be calm, but now he and his colleague were alone, and in such an intimate atmosphere the excitement was making itself known. With a confused but maximally seductive look, he looked at his drinking companion and asked, enveloping her features, if the girl knew what he was talking about. Awkwardly rubbing her glass, Mrs. Headmistress started to get indignant and ask him to stop bullying her. She's so much older than the guy that he can't be serious about it. Elixir only said that despite all of this, his words were true. He bowed his wine glass, taking a sip of the alcohol, seemingly gaining courage. and immediately with a sly smile touched the hot lips of the boss. Just from this desire spread over the woman's body, reflected in the blush on her face. In a flurry of alcoholic influence and attraction to each other, they grew closer, gifting touches to their object of affection, lips ajar, waiting for the moment to bestow a kiss. Elixir's arms encircled the girl's waist, interlocking on her back, hot from the temperature. He was a little too much, but Desiree didn't seem to mind at all. Judging by the slight moan, she even liked it. They locked lips and then the Archiv brought the potion into action, transferring the liquid from his mouth to hers, and the thought swirled around in his head that this was it. The mousetrap for the woman had slammed shut. He grabbed her roughly by her breasts without stopping the kiss. What former hero before him? What great witch? Just an old hag who hadn't had a man in a long time. Here the teacher moved away. The weakening had been successful, and at this close range any opponent with whatever powers would be powerless. His eyes lit up with the fires of abilities he applied two at once, namely oblivion and captivity. His face took on a true expression, cold and emotionless, mean and demonic. His mistress's eyes widened. The enchantment had worked. Green and pink light reflected in her eyes, and her brain began to shut down. Already, Madam Director was no longer embarrassed or joking. Her hands slipped under the already revealing dress and moved higher, pulling it off. Exposure to the demonic eye of oblivion would make her forget everything said. 13 minutes later, Desiree was already standing naked, trying to cover up, but due to the size of her bust it was working rather poorly. Archive was already cheering. The former hero had fallen. Now she was his puppet and the demon could deal with her on her own. Meanwhile the girl's hands went to her colleague's neck. Suddenly the boy's face was too close to the headmaster's chest. Or rather, in them. The brunette went into shock. It was too sudden. He didn't even realize what was happening. The girl's hands gripped the boy so tightly that they trembled, and the witch's face was full of cunning and guile. Leaning in close to his ear, Desiree quietly said that it was the half-elf who had gotten caught. The former hero's tongue slid over his lips. Licking them, his eyes lit up with a sense of triumph. This naive guy is too underestimating demon slayers. The demon's body shook. What was going on? How was this possible? The demon I should have worked without any problems. And then it began to dawn on him. The problem wasn't the ability. It was this woman. The Archive applied clairvoyance to understand exactly what was going on. She was empty inside her. This surprised the guy. She wasn't human or a witch, but how could that be? In his mind the puzzle could not take long to put together. Pretty soon the clue was already visible. The doll in front of him now, hugging Elixir, not allowing him to move, and tauntingly said that he could engage the demon eye, oblivion, captivity, epiphany, whatever. I wonder what else he would try. This is the first time the witch has ever seen the same eye allow different abilities to be activated at will. She is curious as to who has been caught in her net. The Archive tensed. He needs to resolve at least this situation. The guy squeezed the girl's breasts to shut her up. The same only moaned, but it did not let her forget. She stood her ground. She leaned closer to the brunette and said that she didn't recommend starting this fire, for he himself should realize that the sound of fighting here would attract other teachers. Desiree's doll leaned over to the teacher's ear and whispered, "Since it's not possible here, we can try somewhere else." The half-elf's eyes were shrouded in shock. A huge release of energy was felt behind his back. The lighting suddenly changed. Everything around him flashed because of the purple hue. No doubt the witch had opened the gate. A huge hand extended from the hole behind to the newly lovers. She wasn't alone. Dozens of dark energy shaped like hands extended from the earth into another dimension. They strove forward as if they had a purpose. The limbs picked up the demon, pulled his arms, legs, head. He only managed to make a sound of resistance, but there was no chance to counteract it. It was too sudden. His mind was in confusion. He didn't understand what this magic was. The brunette's torso was being squeezed more and more, making the grip tighter, and with every second he was only closer to the huge portal. In a moment he was standing in the middle of a huge square with tall large columns made of stone. It was dark all around and seemed to have a cold and ominous atmosphere from every corner. Archie wondered where he was, his eyes slowly adjusting to the dim light. The young man looked around for a clue that might tell him where he was. Suddenly a coquettish and already familiar voice was heard behind him, the owner of which welcomed Elixir into what appeared to be a labyrinth. The man turned around at the sound. An attractive girl with the appearance of an academy principal sat on the throne. Her costume was very revealing and illuminated with green and yellow colors, the witch's face showing a sneer. Her green eyes only added to her arrogance. She asked not to be asked the question of where the subordinate who had arrived in the past was. Let her spare her from such nonsense. A teacher who teaches magic should have a hunch, and he had one. The demon realized he was in a quasi-labyrinth. His face twisted, an unpleasant surprise. It is the forbidden magic of legendary witches that is created to catch and hold a target, confining space and preventing escape. There was only one way out of it. He glanced at Desiree, who was smirking just as eagerly. He would have to defeat the witch to get out of here. The alchemist's gaze became even more menacing and was already sparkling with determination. Inside the labyrinth, her aging process stops and her powers are doubled. A space of absolute domination by the witch. The woman played childlike joy and admiration for the lad's knowledge, calling him a good boy. A flustered look fell over the academy teacher. This all meant that he was completely screwed. It seemed from the displeasure of his position. His teeth were about to grit. With a cranky face, the witch objected that he wasn't the only one. Even though she had used a doll, she still fell under the demonic eye of oblivion of the brunette, and would forget the conversation in exactly 30 minutes. How fortunate, she thought, that witches have a high resistance to at least captivity. The archive was just as confusing and tense. Hadn't Desiree lured him into the labyrinth on purpose? The man was becoming more and more confused. The heroine had said in the past that she really did it on purpose. Alas, there she was completely defenseless. The girl stood up and glanced away. So now things were like this. In a moment her normal female human breasts began to change their appearance. A huge red-colored eye appeared in the middle. The anomaly did not bode well. And what good can it do when something starts to emerge from the pupil of such an organ, floating upwards? In fact, from her chest the woman pulled out a long staff. Here it was the magic of a witch. An ordinary woman's body transformed into a storehouse of magical weapons. The witch pointed her stick at her opponent. Her gaze was menacing. Wondered rhetorically why she wouldn't take that annoyance out on the guy. The half-elf realized that here came the smell of fry. He had opened the space with his powers. His face was full of puzzlement. He was already trying to formulate a plan of further action. He took a firm grip on the handle of the cane he was already accustomed to. Inside it was a blade, a faithful aid in battle. With a sharp movement he pulled it out completely. It seemed to bend from the force in his hand. Archive was ready for battle. From the magical power that had built up inside underneath him the floor even broke. But his legs were just as immobile, as if glued to the same spot. The heir to the heroes brought his cane behind his body. His eye flashed with a blue light, saying that he had applied clairvoyance. Determination began to hover in the air. Now there was no turning back, only fighting. The witch was not afraid. She rose into the air. A bunch of magic circles appeared behind her. This was her technique. Her silhouette reeked of firmness and steadfastness. Ready to start first. Her gaze shone with an apex of arrogance. The woman was confident that she could put the owner of the demonic eye on her shoulder blades almost immediately. The brunette was bombarded with the ability of a riot of rays. It looked like acid rain with huge drops was about to nail the young man. The demon's face became even more serious. He must concentrate, forget about the defeat. Now it is necessary to do everything for the sake of survival. From such motivation even sparks sparkled in his eyes. The guy began to move very fast. His task is to shorten the distance. In terms of binding the witch in close combat, that's where he will have an advantage. So now you need to be like lightning, sharp and elusive to the human eye. Desiree also has a trump card up her sleeve. She has no shortage of cunning and power. She pointed her hand towards the body moving to meet her. She applied a transformation of magic, a fusion. She united the magic circles in the sky. After a moment, she created one huge magic ring from them, applying absolute light. It seemed it would soon grow to the scale of the entire sky. Even an experienced demon didn't expect such a thing. It seems he was cornered again. He didn't hide his surprise, even more of a daze. The witch pointed her staff towards the son of heroes. She was interested in what would still happen after this reception with the fearless kid. A beam of pink light shot straight at the half-elf, illuminating everything around him in a bright flash. The energy threw the guy backwards. He only slid his boots against the ground in an attempt to keep from flying off dozens of meters, if not hundreds. Though panic ran through his body, he didn't give in to it. He didn't get confused, and the end of his cane glowed with a white beam. The archive screamed with rage, throwing off adrenaline, fighting for life. A flash of one ability lay on top of another, intermingling, dissolving each other. This didn't surprise the witch. She only tilted her head and admitted that she had underestimated the brunette, the staff resting just as lightly but firmly in her hand. she was also high in the air, which was a good indication of who the attacker was in this fight. She did however pick up on how well the opponent had repelled her magic with a special magical strike, but there was a small problem. Obviously for the man, his blade broke, turning to either smoke or liquid from such a reception, which couldn't help but please Desiree. The academy director put up a hand, befitting a lady, to cover her feigned surprise. It struck her that it was not an ordinary sword, but a mercury sword, also handmade. With a malicious sneer, she suggested the alchemist become a blacksmith, her eyes burning with hostility and a desire to destroy her opponent. Archive thought about how useless it all is. It doesn't even need to be said out loud. He already knows that no matter how much effort he puts in, his talent will never equal the level of the heroes. Her host of weapons he resisted with his supreme flame, shrugging his hand up, throwing energy into the air, preventing himself from being hit. His lips curled as if he were about to cry, and memories surfaced before his eyes, how he had been an incapable demon. And now came the realization that nothing had changed since being reborn as a human. Even so, he was still here. The picture changed to a vast field of white flowers, in the middle of which stood such a native and familiar silhouette. In his reverie, the demon lord turned to the archive, joyful and alive. He must not forget that this was his goal. The guy was tired, in blood and abrasions, but he lived his dream to return the most important creature in his life and past. And this one, just because of that, he is not going to give up. With renewed vigor, he used his next ability, eyes only glittering in the darkness with rays of anger. With even more eagerness, he rushed forward, aiming black and red arrows at Desiree. But the girl was just as unwavering, not a drop of fear or worry. She didn't realize if the demon was joking or what. With ease she fended off all the sharp bayonets. Elixir really thinks physical magic can overpower a hero like her. And for her everything was starting so interestingly. The director directed magic beams towards the haze in which the silhouette of the opponent was visible. The woman was ready to end this game already. But the rays passed the clouds of smoke and hit no one, because there was no one there. Desiree was numb to it. It was a mercury trick. Her opponent was already in the air, right above her, ready to strike. The witch glanced up, very bad timing. It seemed she now had no time to fend off the attack in any way. And Archie, heading towards the target, making the blade glint in his hand, realized that the demonic eye of oblivion had worked. The young man's eyes glowed a bright green color, standing out against the scratches and blood on his face. If it erases the memory of that moment, then there will be a small window and the demon's sword will get her. You have to do everything quickly and clearly. But clearly something had gone wrong. The witch smiled caustically. She had expected such a thing. Only her caustic lipstick emphasized the majesty of this moment. She applied a blackout, blinding and baffling her opponent. And in the complete darkness the demon could only hear her voice saying that his smarts impressed the girl. But the approach was too simplistic. It's time for this whole farce to end. So the principal made a big clump fall on the guy, knocking him down, nailing him to the ground. The impact was so strong that dust rose and the stone floor shattered into a pile of pieces. The scarlet liquid dripped onto the floor, beating back the glare of the dim light. Shivering from his injuries, covered in blood, but Elixir survived and even tried to stand up, confidence gone from his face. The witch stood before the crouched body of the alchemy teacher. She was amazed that the half-elf was still breathing, albeit with difficulty. The archivist got to his feet. The haze of dust around him began to dissipate. The former heroine said that what she liked about the guy was that he was so resilient. She could fully enjoy his torment. Arch glared menacingly at the woman, without a drop of any human feeling. Only hatred and malice flowed through his veins along with his blood. The look in his eyes spoke of that. Desiree, on the other hand, continued to play the role of the one who takes over. She stretched sweetly, showing how easy it all came to her, and muttered that it was such a refreshing feeling. The witch settled back on her throne, tucking her legs in, thanking the guy for letting her stretch after all these years, and it was because of this that the woman was willing to give him a little break. And while the alchemist teacher recuperates, Madam Headmistress, without a drop of fatigue on her face, suggested that we just talk, flirtatiously putting her foot on her leg, resting her elbow on the throne. Desiree, in her other hand, began to wait for the appearance of the object, while the guy in front of her did not understand why the one who had been trying to kill him all this time would suddenly become so calm. A long cradle appeared in the lady's hands. The woman looked at her ward and said that killing the guy without finding out why he was targeting her would not provide her with any pleasure. The witch presented the ancestor with cigarettes to her lipstick-covered lips. Taking a breath and exhaling smoke, the director told her to tell her the story of the elixir, and she would let her go if she found it interesting. It was easy and simple. The tone of voice said teasing, playing the victim. At such a suggestion, the Archive was shocked, not realizing what the change in tone was, from cruelty and bloodthirstiness to mercy and understanding. The demon was not in the mood for friendly sit-downs and discussions about his background. It was immediately shown on his face. He wondered what the point of this was. What would be the big deal if the woman found out? His voice was hard and rough. Whatever he said would be forgotten in 30 minutes anyway, and the witch had no reason to let him go alive. Looking down while exhaling steam, the woman continued to play with her vocal cords, claiming that she just wanted to help the alchemist. So why would he deprive himself of such a chance? The incomprehension and anger at the situation, the pain from the wounds made it hard to believe such a thing. The lady was clearly crazy, or the falseness was still going on. Archie was nervous and tense, trying to prove to an utterly anxious interlocutor, who realized she was mistress of place and position, that he was not a fool to confide in her, tell her everything, and end up being killed. Suddenly, she looked at the half-elf with her usual arrogance, setting the cradle aside and adding that the fool in front of her was also stubborn. But she did agree to something, tapping the cradle against the rock a few times and cleaning it. Her eyes became pupilless, glowed green, and she announced loudly, as if in a voice not her own, that from now on, according to the laws of her labyrinth, all lies were forbidden here. And looked at the guy again. His eyes were green, not like normal people's, with multicolored circles, and seemed to have a spark of madness in them. Suddenly the entire location was illuminated by a strange flash, for a second as if changing the color of everything around it. The demon sensed this and turned away from the witch, his face showing anxiety and confusion about what to do next. After all, it was the oaths of the labyrinth's owner. He came to dread what to do next if he couldn't lie here from now on. Then he still looked into Desiree's eyes. But there is still a loophole. The oath works on her too. Everything the woman said would be true too. Continuing to play her game, the academy headmistress put her hand out towards the brunette, forcing him to speak already. Then, as if she waved her finger, despite the subordinate's hostile look, if she liked it, he would indeed let it out. Through doubts and fear of making a wrong step, the inner voice told the man that the young lady would forget everything he told her anyway, so in any case only the Archive would win and the result would be the same. He seemed to try to take a step forward, but his legs were stone, the thought swirling around in his head that it couldn't be that smooth. The woman sighed heavily, tilting her head as she tended to her sharpened head. Throwing the other leg over her foot, she sat back down comfortably. To get her way, agreed to compromise, with infantilism suggested that to make it easier for the guest of the maze, then she would start. And she started by saying that the Archive had already figured it out. There in the academy sits her doll, which the witch remotely controls with magic. Edge herself is sitting in a maze because she can't get out of here. There are energy circuits all around. She pointed backward with her cradle, pointing at the remains of the former demon lord and speaking of him. He put a curse on her with the words that if the witch tried to leave the labyrinth, she would surely die. Then Desiree's face became childishly carefree, and it was with the same ridiculous intonation that she assured him that she had then locked him up and killed him here. That's actually the reason she can only influence the outside world with a doll. She herself thinks the situation is stupid. Archie was just as distrustful and stood guard, but then began to change her mind. Her oath would not allow her to lie. She clearly wants to let the teacher go to help her in return, and anyone would willingly help, especially considering she's a former hero. The man's gaze was just as cold and calculating. Leaning on her arm, with a completely boredom-weary face, the principal asked to be honest. The elixir was in her power. His demon eye was able to make its way through the doll to the real body, leaving some action. The woman pointed the cradle at him and said with a caustic look that the young academy teacher interested her. So why not learn more about her subordinate? Archive clenched his fist, dazed, stood opposite the throne in which his captor sat and with such childlike eagerness, wanted to squeeze information out of him. Covered in abrasions and wounds, the bleeding heir of heroes saw no other option. He opened his mouth. The eyes had not lost their fury, but were now setting up for a very serious revelation, and judging by the angrily arched eyebrows, had made up their minds. And then it happened. The young man confessed that he was a demon. He came to the academy to kill the 8 heroes and resurrect the 13th demon lord sealed by them. He stood in front of her for a moment longer in complete silence. The guy laid it all out for her as it was. What her reaction would be completely unknown. He grabbed his clothes in the area where people have their souls. The demon told her absolutely everything, things he had never told anyone before, and about how he settled in the child's body as a parasite and killed the parents. But the witch, just as carefree, as if she had not heard all this, sat and continued to smoke. and the way Adlai handled making her his pawn. Sometimes he opened the door to her life so violently, as if all these acts were something to be proud of, as if it had saved thousands of lives. Especially with enthusiasm he told about his desire to kill the heroes. Even too active gesticulation went in the course. In general, everything that was behind his soul, hidden in the darkest corner. The witch only chuckled, not sure what it was, the fact that she had managed to get it all out, the guy's fervor, but it wasn't the kind of chuckle that boded well for others. This seemed to annoy the half-elf. He asked loudly and aggressively what was wrong with the headmaster. What was the stupid reaction to everything previously said? In an instant the witch was filled with loud laughter that bounced off the walls of the labyrinth and hit her ears. Her face was covered with the emotion of madness. This is what she understands cruelty. Her eyes became crazed, possessed. A blush appeared on her face. She seemed to encourage such actions of the creature before her. Then Desiree leaned forward a little and said her now favorite part about eating the soul of the hero's child and setting her mother on to kill her father. Her voice was no longer hers. The woman was completely enveloped in a strange emotion. She had never heard a more disgusting story. She put her hands to her face, grimacing as if she had been given a very desirable and expensive gift. She babbled about how wonderful and entertaining it was. She really wished she was not the target of this demon. And Archiv seems to have a conscience awakened. Angrily he tried to understand what was so great about it. Every act was inhuman, horrible. The principal is definitely sick if she reacts like that. Immediately the woman's face changed. The madness of obsession replaced with danger. The teacher really thinks so, but does he see? Desiree is a former hero, and all heroes fall into three main categories. She put her fingers up, completing her spiel. The first is ordinary guys with just extraordinary skill and physical stamina. They belong to the category of strength. The heroine magically depicted silhouettes of letters in the air. The second are those who relate to justice, the righteous who sincerely desire to save with minimal sacrifice. And the third are those who find no meaning in their existence outside of war. They belong to chaos, and it seems Desiree is in that category. She grabbed her large breasts, cradling the cradle between them, asking if Elixir now realized what she wanted. Her face was as if she was trying to seduce someone. The boy couldn't catch the witch's train of thought, and the witch immediately explained that since the demon was thinking of killing the 8 heroes for the sake of freeing the sealed demon lord, Desiree was all for it. She thinks, no, she knows this is going to be fun. The former heroine's eyes began to shine with a maddening sparkle, and from such a sweet sense of anticipation, a blush lit up her face and her tongue showed from her mouth. Such a crazy arrangement of things dumbfounded Archiv, that he was aghast at the shouting "Zero isn't the witch." As a former hero, on the side of the people, what's going on? And the girl just as sweetly continued to clarify herself. She doesn't get that kind of pleasure. This woman needs to make this war to resemble a living hell. She's going crazy in this maze, and it's up to the half-elf to make her heart beat more often with the devastation that will bring. And originally Desiree didn't take sides. In the last war she stood up for the humans simply because they were weaker. That's all. No nobility. She also inhaled the tobacco smoke as if they were talking about something nice. Then putting her finger to her lips, and the notes of cruelty and guile appearing on her face, she inquired whether the interlocutor now understood all that had been said. Archiv's incredibly surprised eyes reflected her silhouette. Now he realized what was on this woman's mind. He began to speak, trying to understand something of what such an activity as fighting for the weaker ones might mean. And then it came to him. The mask of coldness and anger fell from him, and his gaze found terror. Archives are beneath humans, beneath witches, much less heroes, beneath everyone. At this point the academy director only smiled wickedly at her interlocutor's conjuring. Insidiousness once again cast its shadow over her face, or maybe it wasn't even leaving. The woman saw that the brunette was beginning to understand. The witch was already standing over him like a mentor and explaining that the guy was in big trouble. Flugel was one step away from exposing Elixir's real identity, and the demon himself realized it. Immediately she leaned toward him, setting aside the tobacco and taking him by the chin. Desiree was like a tempting snake, and Archie only came more shocked with each passing second, especially from what was further said. The woman, already with a completely insane look, asked why she would not help the demon. Not help. Now it is clearly seen that she belongs to the heroes of chaos category. The picture clearly arranged the roles. The alchemist was on his knees, stunned as if under a spell, and the headmistress was supporting his head and caustically waiting for an answer. Archive couldn't believe his ears, and that surprise was clearly displayed on her face. She was going to reach out to him. Desiree took her finger away from the guy's chin, taking away the support, so immediately he lowered his head. Nothing to be surprised about. She was really going to help, but the demon himself should realize that she can't get out, so she can only advise. And it seems the brunette gave in. His tongue did not obey. At first he even stammered, but still collected himself and his hands gave out. With anger, more with anger at his student's father, he grabbed the woman by the shoulders and screamed, begging her to tell him what the weakness was, where Flugel Litburn's weak point was. The image of the hero appeared before his eyes, a blond man who the Archive was ready to pounce on, to tear to shreds, to gnaw at his throat, but was prevented by his power. And that visualization made the blood run even faster through his veins, whipping his aggression closer to the exit. He demanded to be told what he must do to defeat him. The girl covered her mouth with her fist, coughed a little, asked the son of heroes to be quieter, and then blushed because there was a catch. He had no weaknesses as such. The half-elf was numb. How so without weakness? Was this really the end? The failure of his lifelong goal? A dead end that could not be dodged? With a kind of detachment, for it was not her problem. Desiree continued. In a one-on-one battle, the brunette would inevitably lose to him, even using the hero's daughter. In her current state, it started to irritate the guy. So many restrictions, it gritted his teeth. The stress was so strong that he pounced on the witch. He knew that without her, he needed more information, not jumping from foot to foot in one place with no results. The woman was not happy about this fervor. She threw off the hand of the heated interlocutor. Such behavior annoyed her. Instead of weaknesses, she can only tell the demon about the hobbies of the hero. It seemed from what he had heard the Archive was starting to go a little crazy. A nervous smile appeared on his face. His voice trembled. What good would it do him to hobble his enemy? The witch squinted, not hearing such a disrespectful tone, asked the guy if he knew what Litburn was called during his hero days. The alchemist's silence said it all for him. He was ready to hear some majestic nickname carrying a threat. His lips blurted out in readiness to say it, and as a deadly sound rushed out, he was called a demon eye hunter. Sticking out her tongue, Desiree pushed back the lower eyelid of her eye, showing off the pupil. Taking them from demons and collecting them is his hobby. It seemed his eye was starting to hurt, like it was already being ripped out. This information was mind-blowing in a bad way. He was so close to someone who might not just kill him. The girl pointed her finger towards the demon's pupils. She continued the story. Flugel soon took the demon's eye and transplanted it in place of her own right eye. Archive, of course, didn't believe these words. Jumped back. He shouted, "What nonsense! Humans can't match the demon eye." It did not fit in my head. I clenched my teeth and gave counter-arguments. A person's nerves will be destroyed and the brain will not withstand such a thing either. The witch, however, refuted all his words. The hero transplants disposable nerve endings because he was actively doing magical experiments on people. The blonde has access to materials of all kinds. But Archiv could not be persuaded. With the same crazy smile as before, he was proving that still such a thing was not possible. How many sacrifices would be needed to make it happen? And then it hit him. His eyes widened. It finally reached him, and images of memories appeared before him. He remembered those children, his sons and daughters, who then disappeared without a trace as they were trained. Images from Adley's past came to mind. She was small again in his eyes, a naive girl who didn't understand anything. What happened to those kids who were saying goodbye to her joyfully, happy for their baby sister? It seemed that the Archive was covered in blood. All the Adley siblings were just material to their father. What cruelty, even to his own children. The principal kept harping on about this peculiarity and how Flugel had no weaknesses. Then she put her finger up to the brunette's eye and said that despite that, the demon eye had weaknesses. Archive thought about it, being tense. He knew from himself that weaknesses were definitely there, hence the options to exploit them. This was his chance. He might have to use stealth, but he could take down the hero. The witch continued to supply information to her recent adversary. She was serious. What she was saying had to be grasped to the last word. At the moment, Mr. Litburn is using the demonic eye of petrification. Given that it involves eye contact, that is already his weakness. Desiree crossed her fingers and continued to nudge the demon. For the only question was how to create a situation for him where he would have to engage his eye, with a sly look. The woman said that already this was something the guy would have to come up with on his own, because her business was to prompt action, not to give all the answers. Archive was confused. He put his hand to his head as to what vexation had fallen on his shoulders and how to think things through now to get his own. The witch continued to stare at the guy with undisguised pleasure. She liked him, however the damn stern one she also found entertaining. Covering his face, the air to the hero's eyes filled with maddening incomprehension as to what could be so entertaining about the scumbag they were talking about. Desiree snickered, calling her interlocutor shallow since she didn't understand what Litburn was good at. With a calm expression on his face and with a benevolent tone, folding his hands, she explained that every action he does is for the good of people, even though he may be selfish, but he sacrifices himself. Smiling chuckled that replacing nerves was not a panacea, continued to use the eye. He would eventually go insane. Her eyes shone with the same cunning. It seemed she was born with it. She asked about the whole subject. Isn't the fact that Flugel knows this and still goes on the highest form of self-sacrifice? She angrily waved her hands and looked up and said that only children with strong genes were chosen as successors to defeat the demon lord. Those who were useless from birth were left behind for the sake of nerves for the successor's eye. Archive only looked at her and as she gradually rose into the sky, continuing to let the method be radical. But everyone contributes to the accomplishment of the future demon lord, such as the belief of Adley's father. The demon immediately blurred, shrouded in a shadow of gloom and equal puzzlement. He clenched his fist. What beliefs this man may have. Desiree has no idea the loneliness the alchemist's apprentice went through, losing her siblings because of him. He grabbed the woman's arm, gritting his teeth viciously. It was very unexpected, but the principal didn't let out any emotion, held herself with dignity, unafraid. The blood on his face only added to the rage. The brunette refusing to accept that this type, who happened to be her own father, was being called a hero. The archivist switched to screaming, squeezed the hand of the interlocutor even harder, to the point of pain, as if she was the one to blame for everything. The woman chuckled. Since the guy doesn't recognize Flugel, it seems he'd forgotten a small detail. She glared even more snidely, Elixir apparently forgetting that she was the same. The teacher was dumbfounded. How dare she say that? But she was right about something and it gave him goosebumps. The former heroine leaned over the shocked man, explaining that for the sake of resurrecting the demon lord absorbed the fetus and pretending to be someone else, killed the parents who raised him. Sweat ran down his face, his eyes were very wide open and his pupils constricted. Nevertheless, one still feels sympathy and pity for Adley because she is being used in this way. The witch saw her interlocutor stiffen and asked if he knew what such people were called. His face answering on its own, leaned down to the alchemist's ear and whispered that he was just a hypocrite. Suddenly her expression turned red with madness, and in that madness she narrated that Flugel was like that too, a laughable hypocrite. In the garden of his mansion there is a flower field where all the sacrificed children are buried. He used to go there daily, fall on his knees and pray with tears in his eyes. Choking back tears, he cried out, begging for forgiveness, swearing that the deaths of all those little angels would not be in vain. The witch's lips spread into a nasty smile. She said with a huge undercurrent that such hypocrisy even made her sick and these two would be a perfect match. Archie staggered backward as if he felt sick and dizzy. He began to remember all his actions, what he had done, how he had destroyed his family, pitting two loving people against each other, how he had taken advantage of Adley and even slept with her. He couldn't believe he was a hypocrite. After all, he was different. That was what was in his head. Desiree, however, continued to press on, repeating with a crazed look how alike the hero and the demon who longs to kill him are. She grabbed him by his clothes, pushing him against the wall, and the brunette's back hit the stone column. But the pain didn't feel as physical as it could have, because his thoughts were focused on proving, first and foremost to himself, that he wasn't so nasty. With horror, Archive looked into the mad, wreaking havoc eyes of the principal and listened to her words like a mantra that if the alchemist wants to defeat the hero, he should act as shamelessly and proudly, adding that Elixir was originally a demon, so let him stop being a human. The man also stammered, muttering under his breath that he and the blonde man, the murderer of his own children, were different, but the witch advised him to just accept that fact, not to engage in self-deception. The demon looked down, embarrassed as if he was being told off like a little boy. Listen to being a defective, rotten hypocrite and scumbag. That's what he is and let him not dare deny it. The space was again illuminated by a flash of strange light. Calming down, the girl apologized that they were ending on a negative note, but time was running out. Toward the end, she made a silly face, biting her tongue and putting her fingers to her face, and offered another piece of advice from the Great Witch as a farewell. Archive was silent. He heard nothing. He was completely absorbed in his thoughts, because he opened his eyes to what the guy had been running away from all this time, and now he had to turn to it and accept it as a part of himself. Suddenly a sharp jolt to his chest. It was too sudden and quickly brought the academy teacher to consciousness. It seemed like something cracked behind his back, something resembling glass between spaces. He began to fall through the void, and a woman's voice rang out a parting reference point, admonishing that justice and vice had no meaning, no matter how you look at it. The truth is what's inside a person, so Elixir must follow her heart. The last thing the demon saw was her faintly lit silhouette, disappearing more with every second in bright green eyes. As sly but wise, the Son of Heroes was sinking deeper and deeper into the darkness, as if the seabed was enveloping him, calling to you, and you no longer think about the fact that you might run out of air. Though his body was relaxed, his mind strained harder and harder, thinking over everything he'd heard, everything he'd felt. Arch opened his eyes. His head felt heavy. It was hard to collect himself to a pile. He looked around where he was. Behind the bar sat the principal, naked and drunk, judging by the bottle and glass lying next to her. The witch doll was already asleep from drinking alcohol, in a groggy blush, right at the table, leaning on her folded arms. Archie backed up, tried to move away, but he was dragged down, his body counting unheeded. He banged his back against the door, staring ever so slightly ahead, trying not to wake the sleeping woman. The slit of the door closed. The brunette removed himself from the office, away from trouble. He'd had enough of such an adventure. Powell slammed his fist against the wall. The whole situation was going very badly. Using the demon eye puts a huge strain on the body. Elixir grabbed his head, trying to calm himself, to collect himself, to think through the next steps. His hand was tense. His head ached. It wouldn't be an hour before the guy passed out. He looked ahead. Everything was blurring in front of his eyes. The corridor in front of him, illuminated by the moon, was doubled. The teacher covered his eyes. He still realized that he needed to get to the room faster. Cold sweat ran down his face. Slowly, staggering, he headed forward, trying to pace himself, but it was difficult to move his limbs at all. In any case, he didn't get much information from the principal. He needed to pull out more, because the witch ended up divorcing him like a baby. He remembered how she fought him. That's real hero power. It's hard to remove her face from the memories, the real one, not the feigned flirtatiousness or infantilization, but the true mask with a hint of menace. However, the experience was very useful, both experience in battle and information, though not much was found out. The demon's lips curled. The creature had previously vainly thought itself capable of winning alone, but now was able to accept the bitter reality. Despite the fatigue and terrible condition now, the meeting was not wasted, especially since the archive had nothing to lose, and in response to the word bastard, one just had to laugh to take it as a compliment. And proud to say that it was for the demon lord. The half-elf moved confidently, but completely clumsily due to exhaustion, moving deeper down the corridor. His face was so miserable, the feeling of being trampled on, whether it was because of his physical condition or his thoughts. He was doing everything for the return of the demon lord. In front of his eyes stood such a native girl. From her eyes flowed tears, but the smile was also present. She reached her hand to the face of the little demon, stroking his cheek. Suddenly the picture changed to a dagger bleeding red, viscous liquid, blood. The previously mentioned blade was in the hands of Archiv, or rather Elixir, his identity in this life, sitting on a chair in the middle of a room full of blood, and on the opposite side was his body from his previous life. He must not use the dearest demon lord as an excuse for the atrocities committed. A glance at his hands, all stained with blood. The girl would hardly approve of something like that. His gaze burned with a spark of madness. The self-digging was worse than a knife. This feeling was forging his insides. The guy keeps talking about revenge, but in the meantime just wanted to see her. And to kill 8 characters, strive to experience relief. A horrible feeling. These thoughts made his head split as if hit with a hammer. He grasped at it, clenched his teeth. The archive could not accept such a thing. That voice, it was as if it didn't come from the alchemist's gut, but from a third person. A voice that continued that because then he would have something to refute his own impotence, made him admit that Elixir liked to amuse himself with people. Suddenly someone grabbed the man by the pants. The son of heroes was petrified when he saw who was touching him, and it was just a shock. There was a little archive from a past life in front of him. He wondered if the guy's heart fluttered at the thought of doing atrocities for his own sake. The academy teacher tilted his head, gritted his teeth, and sweat dripped from his face. He still refused to accept this. He squeezed his eyes shut, tried to justify himself in the same way, to find rebuttals in the depths of his soul. Then there was a kid standing behind him. It was Elixir, the boy who killed his parents. He kept pushing for the now grown-up kid to take it all in. Archie, on the other hand, sat with his back to him in his chair, grabbing his head, covering his ears, trying not to hear it all, but in vain. The alchemist knew that it was all true, and he was plotting all this revenge out of personal desire, for the sweet little boy had turned into a mean and cruel man. The brunette seemed to be listening after all, even though he didn't want to, but this information came to his ears. Everything swam in front of his eyes. The demon realized that all this internal dialogue was a hallucination, which meant he was already at his limit. A thin voice was heard somewhere, which made him open his eyes. It seemed the man was already fainted. Through his lashes he saw Adley. She was above him, grimacing, trying to bring him to his senses. The half-elf only tried to say her name, but that didn't work well either. He snuggled up to her and looked at her face. Elixir felt bad. He could barely squeeze out his question to her as to why and how she was here. The hero's daughter worriedly explained that she wanted to talk to the teacher, so she waited in the room. But he still did not return, and the girl began to worry. Adley lowered herself to her lover, held him down and told him she was going to try to heal him now and asked him to just hold still. With fear, the student noticed that her body was completely cold unless she took immediate action and warmed up a bit. But she wasn't allowed to finish. Archiv held her tightly against him, taking the girl by surprise. Her heart began to beat as fast as it could. Sam thought about what he was even going to do with this girl, but he said in a voice that he wanted to be like this for just a little while, worried that he would bring her discomfort. The young lady said it was fine and he could be like this for as much time as he needed. She put her hand on his back, hugging him back. Once again she said no problem and her cheeks flushed. She loved him very much. The teacher rested his face against her chest, while Adley promised with an already peaceful face that no matter what happened, she would be there for her, always. While the girl was putting his beloved in order, treating him with magic, the sick man kept thinking that the principal was right. The Archive is the worst bastard. If he censures evil in a person and disgusted by kindness, these feelings will return to him boomerang. The girl tried her best, spent all her energy to cure her beloved. Archives realized that he and Mr. Litburn were indeed much more alike. Consider them the same. And he has no right to criticize him and should not have to justify his revenge or justify it to the demon lord. Trying to pin this girl's past on her was wrong. 2. It has nothing to do with my revenge. And if the Archive wants to use it, it should be treated as a tool. He tried to reach out, but due to weakness, I couldn't lift it properly either. My mind was still spinning in the same way, that I needed to let go of all guilt and attachment. He had no right to feel them for her to begin with. Meanwhile, Adley had already unbuttoned her shirt, all flushed. The girl snuggled up to him and pressed her breasts against his body. He pressed himself against the student's bare chest. His revenge the demon carries out himself, only to succumb to the warmth of this girl one last time. He himself did not yet know if it was true or the same self-deception. The shovel was sinking deeper into the wet earth with each passing second. Glinting iron. Drops of heavy rain soaked the blue cloak left on the stone, penetrated to the hair of the one who dug the ground. Who had thought of such a thing, in such weather, when it was cloudy and raining like a bucket? Suddenly, the metal tip bumped into something, creating a silly sound. The blonde bent down to see what it was, whether he had found what he was looking for. His hair was wet, and drops of water from the sky dripped down from his face, which bore an emotion of disappointment, such as if a healed mental wound had begun to bleed again. What he suspected was true. In the pit lay human bones and skulls that were soaking in the rain. These were the remains of Ceruto and Liselotte. Flugel raised the heads of his friends in the past. They had to split up so that the demon lord would remain sealed. Guilt pervaded him. He shouldn't have left them alone. The hero begged them to forgive him. If he had looked after them just a little better, things would have been different. The man put the remains back and promised that he would bury them in a proper grave. But until then he asked that husband and wife rest here. His voice troubled, sad. Mr. Litburn threw on his outer garments, wet and soggy because of it. But he didn't care about that right now. Father Adley put up a cross from planks of wood and rewound them with rope, placed white flowers on the grave, bowed his head and promised that he would finish off the vile bastard who had done this to them, defaming them in this way. It was the oath of one of the 8 heroes, the Holy Knight Flugel. The drenched face was angry and determined, and the raindrops hid the wet but already tear-stained eyes well. Arch woke up in a wet sweat. His face was surprised, as if after a terrible dream. There was a white ceiling in front of his eyes. It didn't take him long to realize where he was, but the same shocked and concerned expression never left the guy's face. The brunette looked to his left and was a little relieved to find a familiar person near him. The caretaker's hand grasped the man's fingers, squeezed his fingers in relief. Adley was in tears. She thanked God that her love interest was okay, that he had woken up healthy. The demon stood up. His head hurt. The student got nervous and asked him not to move sharply. Elixir only inquired how long he had been out, to which he received the answer that it had been 2 days, and the girl had already informed the academy that he was not feeling well. Archive clenched his teeth. 2 days was too long to be idle like this. The hero's daughter clenched her fist. She was already thinking he was being attacked like that time. It bothered her. She was filled with anger. She would not allow the man to be treated like this. No matter what happened, no matter who hurt her teacher, she, Adley Litburn, would deal with this creature. Her vehement speech was interrupted by a nudge to the forehead. The girl stepped back from her boiling emotions. It hurt a little. Elixir did this, keeping his student from reacting so violently to everything, and while she rubbed the site of the blow, he explained that no one had attacked him. It was just a failed experiment with a new potion. The young lady looked up. Could even such a capable teacher make a mistake? The brunette lied without a shred of shame that yes, he had messed up the mixture, which had led to a massive explosion that had blown the lab apart. With a serious look, he was proving that the explosion had hit him too, and there was something even worse. His perfectly styled hair had turned into ridiculous chaos. Adley was spooked by this, as it was in sheer chaos, with funny pictures of stupid haircuts and hair being drawn in her head. Then the demon made a pathetic face, had to direct all the magical power to fix his hair and restore the laboratory, so that the magic was not enough to heal himself. In general, he was left without a single grain. The student sitting next to her fidgeted in her chair and began to run her hands over her skirt, pressing her knees closer together. With embarrassment and awkwardness, she lowered her head, ducking her gaze to the floor, saying that she was even scared to imagine. At this time, Powolf only thought how stupid and naive she was. There was an awkward silence, the pause very long that you could hear each other's breathing. All of this was interrupted by Elixir. Awkwardly, he put a finger to his cheek and said he was hungry, asking Adley to make him something. And the girl was ready to do anything for the object of admiration, so with fire in her eyes agreed, promised to do everything in the best way. That's the least she could offer. The hero's daughter was washing the dishes. The spray from the faucet ran smoothly with a strong pressure, and the plates squeaked with cleanliness. Meanwhile, the Archiv was quietly sipping tea like a true aristocrat, the sunlight illuminating his expensive suit. Just then put the almost full cup on the saucer and stated the fact that the weather was nice today. The man stood up abruptly. Adley flinched and ran over to him with a dish towel in hand, waiting to see what her mentor had in mind. The brunette opened the curtains and the sunlight made its way into the study even more, bringing with it the warmth of the day. He made up his mind, ordered the girl to get ready to leave. Then he turned around to face his interlocutor and said that today you can also skip class and go on a trip, an unexpected offer from an employee of the academy. The 2 brown horses stopped in the middle of the forest edge, a little tired from the ride. The wheels of the carriage also stopped their motion after rolling for more than a kilometer. Neat thin female feet in closed shoes descended the wooden steps to the ground. It was Adley, still wearing the same cloak, her face burning with heat from the scenery she had seen. The girl gasped. In front of her was a marvelous view of a clear blue lake, in which the warm sun was displayed and played with the water with its rays. The green grass staggered slightly in the breeze, and on the other shore stood a huge estate with an adjoining forest. Seeing the admiring face of his student, Elixir shared his impressions of the beauty, and then told her that there, on the other side of the river, was the villa of his foster parents. Adley began to feel a twinge of conscience. Was it normal to be here now instead of in class? And even got a little downhearted. Immediately, so that she wouldn't be distracted by such thoughts, the man put his arm around her shoulder, agreeing that it wasn't exactly normal. Then he leaned into her a little, making the girl feel embarrassed, and then whispered quietly that despite this truancy, they, teacher and student, would not tell anyone about it. With each passing second was getting closer to her ear and asked the question. Besides all this, isn't the hero's daughter experiencing lust and arousal? Of course Adley blushed at such a frank conversation and, in order not to continue the topic, tried to change the subject. She decided to hitch up the lake as it would be warm. He would really like to be able to swim in that crystal clear water. Just then, the teacher thought, scratching his chin, and an idea popped into his head. He crouched down by the body of water and lowered his hand to the water, immediately applying a heating spell, causing steam to emanate from the water and its temperature to increase. He gave a tip that, if he wasn't mistaken, there was a bathing suit in the house, and Adley immediately went there and started shedding clothes. As she removed her panties, the demon kept thinking, bringing the girl here was not the result of a fleeting desire. He threw off his dark blue coat, admiring the secluded lake. There was no better place for a battle. It would be decided here, very soon, just have to wait. Suddenly a student appeared behind him. His thin voice was very concerned. The man turned around at the sound. She was all bent over, trying to hold her breasts and cover her bottom a little, for she had indeed found a swimsuit, a sexy white bikini, only it was small, and that fact embarrassed her. All red, she shrank back. She thought this image would not look good on her. The young lady looked away. With undisguised joy, the brunette said that this swimsuit was, in his opinion, extremely indecent. This couldn't help but hurt Adley. Immediately her expression changed, and the half-elf, without prolonging the moment, said that he was just kidding, and the swimsuit suited her just fine. Now already the girl was embarrassed by the compliment. The teacher would say such a thing. How dependent on the brunette's opinion was the daughter of the hero. Stepping into the warm water, the student turned around and asked if her partner wanted to go for a swim. It would be more fun that way, after all. Elixir, on the other hand, was just sitting on the bank on a chair, not looking away from his book. He was fine with it, as long as he had a view of the girl's large breasts swaying. The companion dipped up to her head, muttering that the teacher wasn't even looking at her, so those words were only a catchphrase. Suddenly an idea came into her almost wet head, childish and infantile, but as effective as possible. The hero's daughter quickly came out of the pond, ran up to the guy, quickly, so that he did not have time to come to his senses, and grabbed him by the wrist. He only had times 6 to shriek indignantly. The book The Alchemist had just been leafing through flew away, and its owner's puzzle of what his girlfriend was up to didn't add up. Adley pulled Elixir with all her might into the water with her, dressed as she was, and flew. It was a surprise to him. Immediately they were underwater, but the sunlight broke behind them and illuminated the girl's amorous and ruddy face. The demon reached for her lips with his hand. What if he just took and ran away with her? A thought he dismissed as soon as it was born in his mind. The lovers kissed, sinking lower and lower. It was a whole new sensation for both of them, with the water absorbing such a feeling. But Archive was thinking about his own. Even if forced to break up with this girl, will still kill the hero. His position will not change. His eyes burned with the same thirst for revenge. Some man in a long dark cloak was making his way down the hallway of the academy dormitory. He quietly opened the door to the teacher's room and entered. In the bed, it seemed that someone was already dreaming, and in this stranger's hands glittered the blade of a dagger, the handle of which he clutched tightly in his right hand. Lips spread into a vile smile that said the man had come here for a reason, a horrible purpose that would bring him cruel pleasure. He brought the weapon behind his head and brought it down with his anger on the sleeping teacher in a sharp motion. But something went wrong. The wrinkles at the mouth of the almost accomplished murderer's dirty work narrowed, and surprise played across his face at the realization that there was no one in the bed and all plans were ruined. The man under the cloak lifted the coverlet, threw it aside, and on the pillow lay a leaf, all scribbled with a message evidently intended for an unwelcome guest, and at the bottom was a signature. The stranger took it in his hand. His eyes ran down the rows, absorbing and putting off whatever was written there. Immediately he became numb, and even threw off his hood. The murderer was Flugel Litburn. His face radiated hatred for the author of the letter, who was obviously Elixir, and he was racked with fear for his daughter, for the note also mentioned her. The clock ticked louder and louder with the running of the hands, which were approaching 2 o'clock in the morning. The Archive sat alone on the steps of the stairs of the mansion. The light of the moon crept through the panes of the windows. The villa stood in the night of waiting. The surroundings were quiet. The starry sky wrapped the firmament with its blanket. The brunette's face was in a sense of frozen time, when waiting for a person to arrive. Time stretches as if 3 times longer. Suddenly, the doors to the cold-lit room ajar, breaking the lonely silence of the gloom-covered hall. The half-elf lifted his head in a sweet sense of accomplishment of the long-awaited moment. There was the sound of shining iron armor clanking across the tiled floor as someone made their way into the room. The brunette's gaze became more somber, his eyebrows furrowed, his eyes glittered with a nauseatingly strong sense of determination and a feeling that this was it, the decisive moment. It was Flugel, his face covered with a shadow of ill will, and noting the oppressive atmosphere in the room, he added that it was not important, for they still had time to talk. He raised a sullen gaze at the guy in front of him, the hero not in the mood for jokes and friendly conversation either. With a snide face, Elixir asked if Mr. Litburn had read the note in which the demon in human form had written that Adley was with him, and if her father wanted to return her unharmed he would have to come alone. The brunette would not ignore the threat, for he knew all about the deeds with Flugel's children. The hostage's father became even more cold in appearance and confirmed that he had read the message in his interlocutor's room, as if he knew the blonde would visit the alchemist. Archiv's lips spread into a sly grin, and he opened his mouth in readiness to taunt. With the same sly face, he bowed and said he was very much looking forward to Flugel Litburn's hero, the moon leaving a light of mockery on his silhouette. The fire of the man's rage flared up with new vigor. He was only interested in where Adley was now. If Elixir gave her back safe and sound, he would keep the academy teacher alive. The demon spread his hands, the smile never leaving his face at how much the hero was obsessed with this particular heiress, and asked a provocative question about whether the man was done with mass production. Flugel clenched his teeth, barely able to contain himself. Elixir knows nothing. All his dear children, including the same Adley. The brunette changed from a snide smirk to a serious tone. He wondered if any of these little angels were dear to the hero. After all, they were just pawns to kill the demon lord. As angry as Mr. Litburn was, even to the point of bloating veins on his face, the demon in front of him was absolutely right. Powolf pointed his hand towards the blonde man. The man is using the lives of his own children to achieve a specific goal, and only a true scoundrel, without a drop of humanity or heart, is capable of such an act. Standing motionless in the middle of the gloomy hall, Flugel only shifted his arrows toward his opponent. What about him? The guy had killed Ceruto and Liselotte for something too. The sword in his hand reflected the moonlight and looked even more menacing. The hero had already found the bodies of Elixir's parents, and absolutely every clue and evidence indicated that only their son could be the culprit. It even amused the brunette a little, even though he had considered this option. But still, he did not believe that his rival would find out the truth so easily, though Archiv was curious about the way, but now it was not important. Still, from the beginning the demon had called the hero here for the sole purpose of killing him, and now he had finally gotten the chance. Now they were facing each other and each had the same intentions. With an unwavering face, the half-elf assumed that since Litburn had found the bodies, he should have guessed what the young teacher had done it for, why he had killed his parents. It was all for the truth that the 8 heroes were hiding, namely the sealed demon lord. The Archive has recovered 2 crystals from the bodies of his father and mother, despite a heap of blood and brutality, and his ultimate goal is to retrieve the 13th lord. Flugel is now clear and eerily sorry for all of this, and frankly, he doesn't care at all who the person in front of him is or where he came from in this whole story. But he was curious, and it read in his cold and stern eyes, why Elixir was trying so hard to bring this creature of infernal power back to life. The man clenched his fist at the bottom, remembering everything that happened. It seems that the kid in front of him has no idea how much despair the demon lord embodies, because she kills with her mere presence. One look sizzles everything in black flames, and the hero, being still a little boy, saw it all with his own eyes. It brought back memories of that moment when little Flugel stood barefoot in the middle of a city burning in flames and looked at how much hopelessness that woman had brought when there was nothing left of the people he held dear. A memory appeared in front of his eyes, in which the boy reached out his hand to his almost dead mother, who had been burned by the Lord. He had nothing left to do but stand there in shock. Everything was happening too fast. The fire was consuming the bodies of his relatives, leaving no living place, not even ashes. And no matter how strong the heroes were, they disappeared, unable to do anything. Their efforts, intelligence, talent, bonds, friendship, love, were destroyed overnight. In such an atmosphere passed all the young years of the future hero, and all this just from her, from the cruelty and ruthlessness of the demon lord, who only seemed to have sparks of delight coming from her sweet enjoyment of the deaths and suffering of humans. All this was happening before Mr. Litburn's eyes, reflected in his pupils, and left an imprint on his face and heart. That was when he made his vow that he would avenge the regrets of all those whose lives had been cut short. He raised his heavy sword upwards, only a red stone glinting on the end of the weapon's handle. He went on to say that even if he himself were to sink to the bottom of the abomination, he would do his best. He aimed the golden blade tip at the demon. That was the reason why he only left heirs who would be able to finish off the demon lord in the future and kill this emotionless creature. His eyebrows lowered over his eyes, making his gaze very menacing. What he says is his duty and justice, and it simply cannot be otherwise. They stood against each other, each on pins and needles, ready to hold defense or attack, while the blonde demanded Elixir answer him if there was any resolve to stand against the hero's justice. There wasn't an ounce of fright in Arch's eyes. He looked at the man levelly. Inwardly, of course, he had been ready for this, and for a very long time. Grimly but determinedly, the half-elf headed with firm steps towards Adley's father. He realized that the man in front of him was pursuing justice even with brutal methods. The man who was lured here by the alchemist is determined to kill the demon lord for the sake of humanity. Walking down the coldly lit hall in his thoughts, suddenly everything turned to a sunny day and bright green grass. The 13th demon lord stood before him as if in the middle of the Archive's private paradise. The young man assumed that Litburn was right. In that case, the brunette could be the very evil, self-loving evil that knew no bounds, that he had always been. The son of heroes covered his eyes and with a sincere smile gave out unexpectedly that he just wants to see her again. It's his dreams, which he will sooner or later realize in reality. A look of horrified shock froze on Litburn's face. The man was numb to such a thing. His eyes grew impossibly wide, the cold air rushing over his body. The corner of his lips pulled upward, a very sudden reaction after being so surprised, and a small chuckle escaped his mouth. And immediately it turned into a sinister laugh that mocked his interlocutor. He put his hand to his face. The voice of mockery swept across the room, making its way into the darkest corners of the huge hall in which everything was happening. It wasn't just that. The emotions were changing at the speed of light, one after another layered on top of the next. Now his voice was cold and full of cruelty again. Since Elixir had decided to pull something like this, he must die. With a serious look that spoke of ruthlessness, he swung his sword sharply towards his opponent, and a huge wave of energy, hot and deadly, erupted from it. A large explosion enveloped the whole place, raising dust upwards, enveloping the whole room in heat, the hero's blade hovering in the air. Flugel at first looked straight in front of him, trying to see what had become of his opponent after such a reception, and only by shifting his gaze to the side was he able to accomplish this. The silhouette of the young man stood unharmed in a haze of dust, his eyes glowing blue. It came to the blonde that it was the clairvoyance ability that had helped the lad resist. No wonder. The half-elf uses it too often. Taking a closer look at the brunette's squinting eyes, which were already showing open dislike as well, he realized it wasn't just clairvoyance. The hero's face was unwavering. Not a single muscle flinched from the nerves on his mask of indifference, his eyes growing colder and colder. Half of the hall had been blown away by the explosion. The view was now of the night scenery of the surrounding area, the starry sky. But Elixir stood strong. The teacher pointed the tip of his weapon at the hero. He had promised Flugel Litburn, one of the 8 heroes, that he would reclaim the demon lord. In his left hand was tightly clutched a flask with a red liquid that slowly dripped down to the floor. He applied a boost of the drug. A blue light spread across his eyes and small veins inflated around his eyelids. From all indications, the dose is unquestionably lethal. The hostage's father smiled evilly, grinding his teeth. This is such a big ridiculousness. He never thought that the alchemist would challenge him with such poor preparation. The dilapidated mansion still stood in the middle of a quiet area. No one would have thought that now in its streets there was a fight to the death and only a lonely moon in the sky would see it all. Flugel slowly made his way towards the archives. A light of yellow with a green tinge of color cut through everything around him, his white cloak crackling with energy that came out, his sword ready to pierce his opponent. The man pointed a hand at the brunette, saying with a detached face that the son of heroes underestimates people like Litburn and his late parents who protect humanity too much. The alchemist's eyes only reflected the portrait of a hero who doesn't even try hard, but still put in enough effort to end the life of a demon. An incredibly powerful deadly beam of force was already heading towards the half-elf, ready to nail him, to squeeze every bone in his seemingly human body flat. There was a burst of bright light from the explosion of light in the windows of the dilapidated house. It was even better from the side where there were no longer any walls from the beautiful mansion. The rain of magical rays covered the entire room, leaving no place to hide from imminent death. They raised the remains of the house. Flugel stood heroically in the middle of the ruined floor, unsheathing his sword, the cause of the devastation in this building glowing behind him. Dust rose into the air, penetrating through his nose into his lungs, preventing him from breathing in fresh air. But Archiv was only caught up in it, despite his tense face, clenched teeth, and blood streaming lower and lower and filling the air with iron. He stood still as he did. Then Litburn raised his hand up and summoned a golden whirlwind. The same confidence emanated from him. His opponent would not come out of this fight alive, and the man would do absolutely everything in his power to do so. Yellow spheres began to appear in the air, creating a threat. The hero, standing on the llamas of the villa, pointing his hand higher towards the sky, using his ability, summoned a meteor shower that was to crucify all life in its path. With full readiness, the man lowered his arm, giving a wave and command of the ability to act. For a second everything went silent, heralding the storm of death. Such a turn of events, of course, did not please Archiv at all. His teeth clenched even tighter to the point of grinding. His eyebrows dipped lower on his eyelids, the aura around him increasing. Realizing his position in the situation, he rushed forward from his seat. His movements were sharp and crisp. He dodged rocks flying from the sky. Not a single one hit, but every second could have been the final second of his life. With an embittered mask, he advanced. Enhancing the drug increases the effectiveness of magic, muscle, and regeneration. It is not the damage from it that needs to be healed in this case, but the damage from over-activating clairvoyance. Thus the guy completely gives up his defenses. Suddenly he slowed down. A huge cobblestone landed in front of him, creating a wave of air that could sweep him off his feet with incredible ease. The veins near his eyelids swelled even more. Elixir had a purpose. He needs to force Flugel to activate the demon eye, and to do that, one must definitely attack the hero. With the thought of an open attack, the brunette rushed forward again, zero from his eyes as if blue rays were coming from the speed of the movement, his hair blocking his face from the movement. Such a prank was not foreseen by the blonde. Too quickly his seeming victim was heading ever closer. They came face to face in battle, swords crossed, the iron of the blades clinking and mooning across the space, reflecting the tension and unfriendliness of the whole moment, foreshadowing a terrible outcome. The wave from their fight spread lightning everywhere. It was as if they froze in midair, creating a bright explosion of light. Mr. Litburn fended off the attack, pushing Elixir away, commenting that the young teacher had inherited Mother Liselotte's enchantment ability well, but here was his power. The hero threw a punch that staggered the half-elf. This is because the guy is no match for his own father in power, and that's why he now seems to be one step away from losing. The veins on Flugel's face swelled with anger. His gaze became even more menacing. The games with his daughter's teacher were over. Taking the blade tighter, grasping it with both hands, he raised it above his head, and in a moment of promise he was about to show what Ceruto's swordsmanship looked like. Archie's eyes reflected horror. His mind was spinning with the next actions he should be saddled with right now to save his life. Defense. Dodging, 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 needing to avoid being hit. It was very disruptive, but still he managed to put up a block, covering himself with his weapon. A note of schadenfreude was reflected on Litburn's face, for his opponent, gripped by fear, had made the wrong decision. Calling Elixir a fool, the hero looked into eyes full of fear but no decision to back down, and droplets of sweat ran down his face from trying to squeeze all the strength out of himself. Suddenly, the hostage's father's sword shattered Archiv's blade, plunging him into an even greater shock that was clearly displayed on his face. Now he had no weapon capable of defending the demon. In addition to the blade, Flugel also grazed the alchemist's body, bright blood spurting from the wound. Archie didn't hesitate, quickly applied regeneration. A green light burst out from his hand. It was the one that was supposed to heal the wound. The blonde man didn't let up. He wasn't done yet. He brought his blade behind his body, getting into a sinister stance, ordering Elixir to watch the hero's swordsmanship. Litburn struck again, lunging forward, the blade cleaving the air, leaving behind a faint beam from the speed of the Elixir's movement with difficulty, but still dodged death. The hero pierced the alchemist not only with his weapon, but also with a cold stare, staring straight at the guy, trying to get him emotional. And he was good at it. The anxiety was visible, as well as the fact that he was squeezing all the strength out of himself. Because of the defense magic, there wasn't a scratch on him. That's what he was putting all his efforts into. Archive, though, tried to show that he was confident in his abilities, but still inwardly realized that he wouldn't last long like this. He looked at his enemy from under his forehead, eyes glittering with magic that was bursting out from his body aura. Just when he thought to break the distance, Flugel pushed him away with his hand, pointing his palm at the guy's face, trying to hold him back. The blonde man clutched the head of the demon in human form, looking down at him with a terribly sly and sinister smile. The man realized he was in the lead in this situation. All circumstances were on his side. With tremendous force, he put all the energy in his hands and slammed Elixir's head against the floor, his white cloak rising higher and higher into the air, his sword already playing a part, his face covered by a shadow of ruthlessness and cruelty. With great speed and power he increasingly organized the meeting of the half-elf's head and the lips of the stone floor. It seemed soon the teacher's skull would not hold up and turn into solid mincemeat with bits of bone. The alchemist was the solid embodiment of a man who keeps getting his strategy wrong. That's why he was in such pain right now. An eerie piercing feeling was splitting the brunette's head, and it was simply impossible to do anything. He couldn't even take a breath of air. Now, in the ruined mansion of dead aristocrats, brutal events were taking place as good once again tried to reign over evil. With only the full moon in the sky as the only witness, without parroting his grip, the silhouetted hero lifted the guy to his full height above the ground, holding him right by the face, and marveled, scoffing at how funny the victim's face was, as funny as his loss. Mr. Litburn's countenance lit up with a nasty, non-human smile and a cruel spark in his eyes. The elixir brought back some memories for him. He looked like a beast, unable to fight at all. Through the hand that was clutching the demon's face harder and harder, Archie's frightened and shocked look could be seen. This so-called beast broken by fear, quite like the demon lord who had been abused by the blonde's underbelly. Memories flashed through the young alchemist's mind as the defeated lord was roughly grabbed by the hair and lifted up, in readiness to abuse the girl. She was forced to suckle without mercy, brutally raped, filled with her biomaterial, ignoring her cries of pain and sobs of humiliation. She was treated like the latest dirty woman offering sexual favors. These memories and became the impetus to fight with renewed vigor, to kill the hero who mocked his soulmate, the man who was a saint to the demon. With a scream the guy rushed at his opponent. Blood boiled in his veins. The demon struck a blow, swinging the remains of the blade in his hand which left behind a bright blue light. Flugel still held the face of the Provivian, so the attack came at the hero's arm. A sudden pain rang out. Blood spurted from the wound. A horrible feeling traveled up his entire arm, from fingertips to shoulder, the scarlet liquid gushing out faster and faster. Litburn tried to respond with all his might, but the brunette managed to jump back an impressive distance. The tension felt in the air and growing with every second, with every breath. To slow down, Elixir stuck his sword into the ground and it started scratching the floor. In his other hand was a potion that increases magical abilities. The guy's gaze was hostile and full of readiness. He quickly poured the liquid from the flask into himself, frantically swallowing every drop, every single one of them dribbling out of his mouth. Immediately, magical energy burst out from him and was already rushing towards his opponent. The lightning-like rays that were as fast as lightning were no longer only defending but actively attacking. The hero only laughed at this. The sound of mockery rang out everywhere. No matter how much his daughter's teacher floundered, he wouldn't succeed. In the man's opinion, golden holes opened up in the air that boded nothing good, only the suffering of his opponent. Archiv's adrenaline was already raging. His mouth was already steaming. His eyes were glowing brightly. He was as fierce as a bull. Behind his back, blades were also coming out of nowhere from empty space. The fight was entering the hard stage. The two forces converged wall to wall. Time stood still, though hell had moved into an overly active stage. Overall, everything remained at zero, as each flugel beam converged with the elixir blade, simply destroying each other and not touching the enemy. Evil raged in the heart of the hero's son and traveled to his brain, taking over his every cell. In a wild frenzy he promised he would take away and rape all of the blonde man's loved ones. He would taste more pain than the demon lord had experienced and die in despair. The alchemist covered his face with his hand. He screamed, his pupils still glowing with magic the same way. Screamed that Flugel Litburn would die precisely at the hands of Elixir, and the other would do absolutely anything. Suddenly blood spurted from the ruined demon's mouth. It was unexpected and interrupted the young man's ardent speech. They stood against each other. Under their feet were already exactly the streets of the house of the foster parents of Archive. The hero spoke to the guy that he decided to fight and challenge a man with this level of strength, and now suffering from drug enhancement and clairvoyance. It's quite reckless. With a frantic look the brunette wiped his face from the red liquid that had recently escaped from his gut. Deep down he agreed with Flugel. The half-elf hadn't believed from the start that he would ever succeed at anything, so all this time endeavored only to convince him of the seriousness of his intentions. Meanwhile the arena of battle was enveloped in dust that rose into the air. Litburn stood motionless, calm and confident. A sepulchral silence hung. The men were separated only by a curtain of dust. There was quite a good distance between them. Litburn was the first to cut these meters between the opponents. He began to slowly approach. His sword again lit up with magic. As he spoke his incomprehension, how such a weakling as Elixir could kill two people. He still can't believe that it could happen. His wrinkled face took on a sinister look. For the sake of his friends, he is willing to flog the Academy alchemist right now. in memory of Saruto and Lisa. He will send him to hell with his best attack. As suddenly in the eyes of the hero reflected the silhouette of the opponent, who ordered the blonde to stop. And he did, but not because he decided to obey, but because he did not expect to see such a thing. Elixir's face was devilishly mad. If Flugel took one more step, his daughter would die. Adley stood blindfolded beside the half-elf, and near her neck the teacher's sharp sword was already at the ready. She was disoriented and didn't understand what was happening. The hero was numb, frozen in place. He did not expect to see such a horrible picture for every father, when his own blood is held hostage. The two men's gazes met, and Flugel's face showed shock, and he gritted his teeth, while the Archive, though bloody, tired and wounded, could not hide his gloating. Such a spectacular trick with an ace up his sleeve. Meanwhile Adley began to come to her senses. She couldn't see anything and it alarmed her. The girl turned around a little, questioning where she was and what was going on. The brunette leaned over to his apprentice, realizing she was awake, and the hero's daughter recognized the notes in the voice of the man who was her mentor. At the same moment Litburn gave orders to his daughter not to make any sudden movements, cautioning the little girl, something that also the father here surprised the hostage, who herself does not yet understand her situation. Adley turned to the guy who was holding her by the shoulder with one hand and putting the blade of the weapon to her throat with the other. She demanded an explanation as to what it all meant. The demon's lips spread into a cruel smile, the corners of his lips bleeding from fresh wounds, his plan working as it should. Just then the half-elf put the tip of his blade against his shirt in a place on his chest. He was going to answer his apprentice, but a bit of his own methods. His hands, though trembling slightly, but quickly made a decisive movement. He continued. This was revenge. Revenge he had long awaited. The sword ripped up Adley's clothes, cutting through his shirt. It didn't graze his skin, but the girl, even the tearing of her school uniform scared her badly. She shrieked. At the same instant the demon began roughly groping the academy student's breasts. The poor girl begged him to stop. For all her shame it felt good, but she couldn't let her father see them as lovers. It was easy for Archiv to tame this girl. It was enough to listen to her trivial worries, to comfort her, and now she was already attached to the guy like a mongrel. Saying it out loud, he made the hostage's heart burst into pieces. Despite her arousal, she was mentally hurt. She asked why the teacher was doing this. Wasn't it all mutual? Elixir only shifted his attention to Flugel, still holding his daughter to his chest and threatening her with the blade. He was taunting his relatives. Even now the girl couldn't believe it all. She seemed to really think the brunette loved her. With a crazed look and a maddened look, he only added that Adley was just a studious silly girl for believing such things. Seeing that Litburn completely changed in the face, the demon continued to mock. He asked if the hero likes it when he takes away something valuable, because his daughter did not even realize that the teacher was using her as a means to kill the girl's father. The half-elf snapped into a scream, taunting his enemy. He wished he could have seen his daughter moaning and squirming her ass in front of Elixir. It was worse than the sharpest knife for daddy. The blonde man completely extinguished, and the guy who'd been taunting laughed loudly, spreading ominous notes through the air, holding the poor hostage close. Adley became visibly nervous. This couldn't be settled in her mind. She wanted to believe that her lover was just lying, and that he also had some feelings for her. Arch looked at his young mistress. The emotion was as if full of regret. He admitted, even with some bitterness in his voice, for the man before him piously believed in some kind of love, that he had been using her all this time. The apprentice still couldn't believe her ears. Her soul had just shattered into a bunch of small shards. She was just a tool in someone's hands, just a bridge to killing one of the 8 heroes. Elixir went on to say that the father saw his daughter solely as a means to continue the lineage. And don't let the girl say that deep down inside she didn't realize it herself. Adley bowed her head, strands of hair falling over her face covering the bitterness of the moment, different thoughts swirling in her head, not allowing her to simply accept reality as it was. The demon grabbed her hair, letting his fingers sink deeper into the strands, and explained that to Flugel. His daughter was no different from her siblings from the institution. Arch pulled the girl back, giving her a strange pleasure, explained that she had been brainwashed, used and discarded, and to the teacher with whom she had had such a wonderful affair in her eyes, she was nothing more than a pawn. At these words hot tears came from under the bandage on Adley's face. It was unbearably painful to hear and realize that she had never meant anything to the object of her affection. Seeing all this, Flugel waved it off. He had had enough of such abuse of his daughter. He waved his hand away and asked what his opponent wanted, who was just smirking at all that was going on. Archie didn't take long to answer. His wish was plain and simple. The hero had to pull the crystal from his heart and die to make it so. The demon squeezed his daughter's breasts even tighter and reached for her neck with his tongue. A shiver of anger coursed through the blonde man. On one side of the scales a bowl of his own life, on the other the life of his own blood. The smirk never left the half-elf's face. To kill him and save Adelaide, Liselotte can't do without the demon eye, and he realizes it. With every action he took, Elixir encouraged him to utilize this characteristic of the hero. Every strike and resistance was aimed at taking out the opponent. And even the spectacle with Adelaide and playing on her feelings is aimed at that. Now he was only thinking about how to show the ability of the one who ruined the life of the dear brunette man. And now he's looking at it all from the perspective of someone who rules the situation. And he's only a meter away from the range of the ability. The situation is dystopian. Everything is elaborate and the one who seemed to be just a pawn is actually pulling the strings. Making a move, Liselotte will surely resort to petrification. And right after that, the trap would be triggered. It would only take this one of the 8 to spring into action. Archiv's eyes were full of determination and impatience. Flugel blurted out, there is no way he would grant his opponent's wish for his death, as that demand is completely unacceptable, and he is not afraid to deny it, even when his daughter's life is on the line. But he was not ready to lose her and would do anything to save her and fulfill her dream. His figure, shrouded in shadow, moved forward confidently but silently, as if a predator that was sneaking around, preparing a weapon. He took a step forward and suddenly Elixir felt something wrong happening to his arm. He glanced at it. The limb began to turn to stone. It was unexpected and shocked the alchemist. Liselotte covered his eye with his hand, but the light of the demonic ability was visible through his fingers. He already realized that the demon in front of him and the hero only wished him dead. The archive froze. What he had been striving for was now in front of him. That was it. Victory was in his hands. Now it was definitely going to its logical conclusion. The hostage's father took another step. A bright blue light erupted from the ground beneath his feet and suddenly patterns and magical symbols began to appear. Flugel froze in place. He couldn't figure out what was going on. And this unfamiliarity was the cause of the anxiety that planted the seed of panic in his mind. Suddenly the walls began to move out in front of his face, almost hitting the man. It was unexpected. He backed away. The hero looked around. More than one wall appeared in front of him. They began to surround him, creating a trap, an enclosed space. The walls were huge, eerily high and growing with every second even more. Such an arrangement of events specifically confused the blonde. Now he is a victim and cannot do anything. Soon the archivist, holding Adelaide close, watched as the huge octagon before him was already in front of him, within which his enemy was imprisoned. He and his hostage an impressive distance away. And then the blonde man standing and taking a good look around realized one thing. These walls that created his solitary confinement were not made of stone. They were crystal. He clenched his teeth. It seemed he had been outplayed, outmaneuvered, anger rising higher and higher through his system, heading for his brain, gradually taking control of it. Full of emotion, Flugel began to shout so that the demon outside the walls could hear him well. From where this degenerate could know that the hero had a demon eye. The blood-brushed corners of Elixir's lips stretched into a smile. He knew full well as the wielder of this ability that the demon eye's weakness was the mirror. All he had to do was calculate it correctly. The mirrored surface reflects the gaze ability, superimposing it on the activator himself. Meanwhile, Liselotte already felt a strange sensation through his body. His legs were already getting stony, and it was because of the above reasons that demonic wielders. A single mirror against a hero with superior magic resistance wasn't enough, of course, but it already made the demon apprentice's father's nervousness rise to the sky, and he didn't hide the fact that he didn't understand how to act in this situation. Another thing was the abundance of mirrors. There was no escape from the number of mirrors the archive had provided. The blonde man saw himself in his full glory in a multitude of reflections. The only thing left to do was to wait for complete self-destruction. And it was close. Flugel had almost completely become a stone. The last centimeters of his bright head were left, and there was simply no way back. The demon finally let go of Adelaide, who simply spat on her knees, her legs no longer holding her up. Too much it had experienced just in those moments. The sphere of absolute vision, the special magic against the demon eye. Suddenly the entire mirror dome cracked and began to crumble into tiny pieces. But the hero was almost done. All he could do was shout out what a bastard his enemy was. The half-elf only responded by applying petrification to finish off the hero himself, his eyes glowing red-orange. Mr. Liselotte's last words were the name of his heiress. Now he was just a stone statue frozen in a pose with his hand outstretched to his daughter. He had died for her. The blindfold fell from the eyes of the girl sitting on the floor, who also did not expect that her father would die today, that she would not even have time to give him one last hug. Hope still fluttered in her heart. She turned to her daddy with a trembling voice, praying that he could hear her and it was all just some deceptive vision. She walked over to the petrified figure and reached for her father with trembling hands, all calling out to him with frozen horror on her face. It couldn't be true. It didn't feel real. Her pupils reflected her daddy as if alive. Bitter tears came to her eyes. She began to blame herself. It was all because of her. She didn't know any other reason. All this means is that she's a bad kid and that's why no one loves her. Salt water flowed down her cheeks. The girl bowed her head, madness creeping into her mind. She was alone, leaning against the ground. She needed to digest everything that had happened. Just now fragile Adley's world had fallen apart. Suddenly the silence of despair was pierced by her loud cry. It was her way of expressing all the feelings that tore at her heart and soul. Behind him stood Archive. He froze in place, realizing what he had done and trying to convince himself that it was no big deal. He had to do it and generally the guy was unworthy and not entitled to sympathy. For a second, his hand rose into the air and tremblingly reached for his recent lover. But in the end he didn't touch the girl, taking a step back, lacking either courage or conscience. It was because of this that he decided to cut things off, but then he clutched his chest. His heart was pierced by a strange feeling. He didn't understand what was happening to his soul, as if cats were scrambling. Suddenly a voice was heard ordering Adley not to cry. The demon and the girl looked in the direction of the sound to make sure their ears were not deceiving them and both were shocked. Flugel was in front of them in his usual form. A bright light emanated from him, blinding everyone, but it couldn't be. Like a mirage, the fossil was dissolving, and the man said that even if he slipped, the hero would never fall. Litburn came up to his daughter and gave her his hand. Adley, all crying, could not believe her eyes. Being in complete shock, she was speechless. She looked at her father with disbelief. It seemed she was completely crazy since this was all real. He was alive and unharmed right now in front of her, spilling his secret. This is all thanks to an ability called the Eye of Decay. This shocked Archiv. He jumped back, thinking that everything was over. The guy couldn't imagine that such a perfectly constructed plan would fail with a bang and so unexpectedly. The hero's cloak fluttered in the wind as the man dismissed his daughter from whatever was about to happen. Meanwhile, Elixir tried to put his thoughts in order, for he had never heard of the Eye of Decay. While stupor enveloped every cell of the demon's body, his opponent was already striking. With a ruthless look, his left eye shining with an uncharted ability. Only then did the alchemist realize that the fight was not over in the slightest and now the enemy was attacking him and he should not relax, much less let his guard down. But it seemed to be too late. The pain hit his shoulder, and when he noticed that blood was already spurting from the wound, the young teacher's eyes widened. The scarlet liquid continued to flow onto the floor in rivers. It made Archiv fall to one knee. It was hard not to faint. His eyes were dark and he was dizzy. Blood again. A new spurt burst from his shoulder, the pain ringing through his body with a bright unpleasant feeling. He only gritted a sound of annoyance through his teeth. As his opponent squirmed in pain and bled, Litburn explained that there was nothing to be surprised that the Archive didn't know about the blonde man's ability. For the demon eye must be kept secret. Consequently, those who saw him are buried without exception. His eyes narrowed slyly, for now he was going to do the same to the demon. The Eye of Decay sees all manifestations of demonic eyes and neutralizes their effects. It was through its power that Flugel figured out who killed Ceruto and Lisa. It seems that the memories of the villagers who were disposing of their bodies were affected by the demon Eye of Oblivion. Elixir didn't take in this information normally. He wasn't in the right state of mind right now. Taking advantage of the situation and the fact that the half-elf was now unable to fight back, the hero leaned a foot on his head, continuing to tell him that his Eye of Disintegration had cancelled the effect, and the inhabitants, by their returning memory, told all. Archive was angry. He raised his eyes to his opponent, but could do nothing more. Zero, it seemed the blonde wanted to drive his head into the ground soaked in his own blood. Litburn, on the other hand, continued to press on and gloat over the son who had killed his parents, and gave up that strive for the Eye of Disintegration to manifest in his child. Meanwhile, Adley only anxiously watched the whole scene from the sidelines. Suddenly it began to dawn on the girl what her father was talking about. Her face changed expression. She was caught in a harsh reality. The demon eye is inherited by blood. The man knew that from his seed would one day surely be born one with the Eye of Decay. His daughter's pupils narrowed, so she was just a tool to her own parent as well. Adley watched as Flugel continued to expound that for the sake of this he had not hesitated to resort to any means, had put his daughter and other children through suffering, a shadow of evil covering his face, and then his voice was filled with a mad cry. For him the eye of disintegration was worth it. It contains the power to resist the demonic eyes of the 13th demon lord. In him spoke first of all not a father, but a servant of humanity. The eye of decay is able to nullify the eyes of the demon lords that burn everything to the ground, not even leaving a couple grams of ash. If Flugel hadn't lost his right eye as a child to demons, if everything had been resolved in the last war, he would never have fallen down the path of sinfulness. The blond man raised his sword aloft. It was all because of the demon lord and the archive. The hero's weapon was about to come crashing down on its victim. But no such thing. Adley was already standing in front of him, protecting the demon that should have just died from the blade of the heroic weapon. Tears came to the girl's eyes. The look was pitiful, but her father was also surprised at such an act of the heiress. At the same time she began to shout with fervor that all this should stop, for otherwise the girl would die. Adley tried to get it through to her father that the man he wanted to kill was dear to her very much. Flugel reached up to his daughter's face then, touching her skin affectionately. He ignored the words, guided by the fact that his daughter was just a very kind child. The man was very glad that his child was safe. Without letting a word in Adley's mouth, he only asked if she was injured. But he was not so much interested in the integrity of his daughter, but the integrity of a priceless talent who would give birth to a child with an eye of decay. The girl wanted to get a word in. Then the hero stuck his sword into the ground and asked to look the girl in her eyes. He needed to look at the state of the magical power. The pupils of the blue eyes reflected her father. Immediately Adley became nervous, for she realized that everything was about to be revealed. Suddenly the color of the eyes changed to pink, as if covered in haze. The pupil became much whiter. The father's ability had worked. Mr. Litburn immediately drooped. A shadow of doubt and disappointment fell over his face. He had not expected to see such a thing. His daughter sat on her knees in front of him, not understanding what the man had seen after all. The same one only repeating about the purple color scene in Adley's eyes. He clicked his teeth, mad with anger. This turn of events was one of the worst for him. He began to pull back the skin on his face as if he was trying to rip the skin off himself. Out loud he began to curse his daughter. Nothing would happen with this attribute. His plans he had nurtured for most of his life had just gone awry. With a crazed look, he pointed his finger at the girl, accusing her of being the mother who should have been the one to bear him a child, but spoiling everything with that vicious demonic attribute, as evidenced by that color. Screaming that it was the color of demons, he slid his sword behind his back, in readiness to kill his own daughter. Adley clutched her eyes shut, expecting already as the pain in Papa's blade pierced her that this was her end. But suddenly nothing happened and there was only the sound of iron hitting iron. The girl opened her eyelids and saw the back of her teacher who was already putting up a block, protecting the student from the blow. The hero's daughter was numb with surprise, only managing to shriek. But Flugel was stronger. He knew it well. So with another easy movement for him and dangerous for his enemies, he swung his sword to the side, elixirs back to Adley. The lovers fell on top of each other and rolled backwards across the grass, covering quite a distance. So strong was the blond man's blow. The hero headed in their direction, explaining that the purple attribute only manifested in demons, and he genuinely couldn't believe it had happened. Standing over his victims, he grimly asked if it was true that this particular guy had abused his daughter, his blood and semen inside her. Meanwhile, the couple tried to catch their breath and come to their senses. Waving his blade, the blonde was ready to end everything, all because of this pathetic demon. Now he would have to kill his daughter as well. Elixir crawled up to Adley, urging her to run. The girl touched her lover, refusing to do so. This babble was interrupted by a sprawling blade strike on the demon's back that Flugel delivered, causing a spray of blood to spurt from the wounds. The half-elf, on the other hand, tried to stay still so the pain wouldn't have to be felt by Adley, who cried out loudly in fear for the brunette, hoping it would turn the situation around and stop this cruelty. Another blow. Arch didn't understand why he wasn't running away. His arms closed around the girl, protecting her from her father's sharp blade that was ready to cut them into small pieces. The guy didn't understand why he was overwhelmed by the feeling, as if he didn't want to lose her. In front of his eyes was a student who was crying bitterly like a defenseless kitten. Even though the alchemist was covered in blood and right now his back was being cut by a weapon, he looked at the object of his defense. He couldn't let her get hurt. If you think about it well, he was always lost, using others, taking lives and laughing at them. and yet somewhere in the back of his mind there was always something nagging, even if it was an enemy, in the form of the heroes who were his parents in this life. Deep inside he knew that to use the family so coveted by the demon lord was akin to betraying the very love she had given him. He saw the lord standing before him in the light of the cold big full moon, her face troubled but only in appearance. He knew what was going on inside her. Elixir has no regrets, but still has thoughts of what the future might have been like had he chosen a different path. What if he had accepted his mother's warmth as her child then? What if then he would have bonded with his father as his child, spent time with him, and there would have been an understanding between them? What would it be if he was an ordinary child that should have been born into this family but was devoured by a demon? It even made Archiv laugh a little, for he realized that he had been like a human being for a long time now, almost unable to move. The brunette still found the strength to get Adley behind his back and turn around to face his opponent, the girl only looking worriedly at the teacher. The hero grabbed the demon by the hair as he looked obediently into his eyes, but there was nothing else he could do. He had no more strength and the wounds were too serious. Tears went down Archiv's throat. It made him realize, and now it made him really wish he hadn't made up his mind. Adley cried out in horror. Tears had not yet had time to dry in her eyes. A horrible picture was before her. The sword scythed through the brunette, knocking him backwards. The blow came straight to his stomach, causing severe hemorrhaging. Litburn was still doing all this with the same cold expression on his face. Everything around him seemed to be enveloped in a white veil, and Adley couldn't move. Time had stopped for her personally. The demon was nailed to a tree. The girl turned to him with a look of frozen horror on her face, her eyes filling with tears and unawareness of the truth of what was happening. Seeing her beloved come to an end as he drew his last breaths of air, blood dripping from his face, body and limbs, she could not hold back a cry asserting her non-acceptance of this unfolding of events. Archiv was literally nailed to the tree by the blade. The pain was already deafening. Everything was swimming in front of his eyes, and his mind was clouded. Adley tried to scream loudly from the pain that was tearing her up inside at the sight of her lover in such a state, but once she opened her mouth she couldn't make a sound. All because of the feeling of pain from being pulled by her hair. It was flugel. He dug his fingers into the strands and lifted the girl up. She tried to turn to her father, but the man only grabbed his daughter's throat with his hand, squeezing with all his might. The hero's daughter hung in the air, gasping, trying to ask why he was doing this, but the tyrant had not a drop of sympathy. His face expressed it perfectly and carried only aggression and hatred. Clutching the girl's slender neck, he muttered through clenched teeth in anger that her magical power possessed a non-pure attribute unacceptable to humans, the blonde treating her like a doll who wouldn't do as she was told. Breaking down into a scream, he said that he should have waited for Adley to bear him a child first, an heir, and he already thinks that he was wrong to let her live her life to the fullest. Very wrong. Lifting her higher, he asked naively for forgiveness for her being defiled, for it was his fault, but all that spoke in him was anger that his plans had not come to fruition. A wicked smile appeared on his face that did not bode well, saying that there was nothing wrong in what had happened. For him, the man would not give up trying, and immediately a terrible madness took possession of him. The hero would create a new child just like Adley. His eyes skewed. The thought was so crazy that it had penetrated him to the marrow and burst out into the atmosphere. This seemed to hurt the daughter even more. This attitude towards her own blood, then the fact that her parents' hands were clenched around her neck. She no longer noticed the tears flowing down her cheeks. The girl tried to call out to the teacher, choking and gasping, but the boy couldn't hear her. All sounds were muffled for him, turned to the minimum. His body was chained to the bark of the tree by the heavy hero sword, lacking the strength to even lift his head. His body slowly became absorbent cotton. His eyes were shaking. Everything was floating in front of him, and his thoughts were fleshly in his head, telling him that he was going to lose again quite soon, but there was nothing he could do about it. Before his eyes appeared the demon lord who was dying in front of him once more. Or rather, it was the memories of that terrible day when such a dear person left the demon, and immediately the brunette decided that he had had enough and he didn't want to see any more loss. Something cracked inside him, a sharp feeling of adrenaline and relief at the same time. He opened his eyes as if waking up after a nightmare. An archive from a past life, small and weak, stood in an unfamiliar place, as if walking on water in which the blue sky was reflected. The realization came to him, or rather the question of whether he was dead, and when he raised his head, tears rolled from his large inhuman eyes, all because of the silhouette of the one he had lost in his past life in front of him, the girl sitting seemingly so close but so far away. To overcome this incomprehensible distance, he rushed towards her, whimpering. He thought that even if he died, so be it, because he had fought just for this moment. There was a desire to see her again. Glistening beads of salty droplets rolled down his cheeks, scattering in the wind. The Archive's revenge had failed. However, the desire to be near the Lord would come true even so. Suddenly some noise around him was getting louder. It was unbearable, like someone was trying to snap him out of this state. So the demon ordered everything to quiet down. Don't disturb him, just go to the woman. But for some reason his heart kept pounding. That's when the realization came. In front of his eyes though there was the Overlord, but in his mind there was only one girl. It was at this moment that he realized that he loved Adley, the apprentice who had become too close to him. Suddenly, his soul mate touched to his rib cage with a finger, spreading a green bright regeneration light throughout his body. His heart stabbed, as if something was trying to remind him of himself, and it began to beat faster, forcing his body to go on living. They were the Demon Lord's eyes, sealed in crystals. The Archive had managed to get them from the two heroes, his parents, whom he had ruined. That's when the principal remembered the moment when she touched the half-elf in the same way, saying that no matter how one looked at it, what was true was what he had inside. This passage played with new colors as she kicked the teacher out of her maze, after a large and difficult battle, setting her straight. It was clear to him now, those eyes of the Overlord had always been inside him, at his soul. Suddenly the true mistress of these parts of her body touched his face. Her hand was gentle and kindly, and with the same affectionate intonation she spoke his name, which she herself had given. The Lord, with a perfectly calm face that spoke of harmony, said that the Archivist should do as he saw fit and listen to his heart, for only he would be himself. Here Elixir, a demon in human form who had been reborn, was already standing in front of the girl. He seemed to have made a decision on what he should do. He grabbed himself where his heart was, abruptly proclaiming that he wanted to save the one person who had become important to him in that time. That person was his disciple Adley. As soon as he said this wish aloud, a bright green light burst out from his chest, blinding whoever dared to look at it. He took a couple steps across the water-covered floor, stepping away from his lord, whom he'd been so eager to meet all this time, and now refused at least that result. The demon turned to the pink-haired woman, saying that this was why he had to go, without emitting a single emotion. His favorite demon lord continued to look at him with the inherent tenderness and love in her gaze. She opened her lips, trying to say something, but it seems that at the last moment she decided not to say a phrase. In the memory of the brunette will long remain her ajar, but silent lips. In reality, Flugel was just as much holding his daughter by the throat, squeezing harder and harder, telling her that it was nighttime and the baby should be asleep. Adley's eyes were closed, tears slowly flowing from them. She had already resigned herself to her fate, to the fact that she no longer had to struggle to take even one more breath of air. Suddenly something prevented the blonde from ending his child once and for all. He turned around in horror, trying to find out the cause of the incomprehensible feeling that brought pain. And the same saw how his armor was in flames, which already penetrated to the body and felt pain and heat. The fire seized the arm of the hero, burning the limb to the bone. The hero was in great shock that showed his rounded eyes. He slightly loosened his grip. The man looked at the just now almost dead body of the demon near the tree. He was more alive than alive, and his eyes had already changed their usual state. They were glowing a bright orange-yellow color. Flugel immediately recognized the demon lord's gaze. Mr. Litburn let go of his daughter and she fell unconsciously to the ground, not controlling herself at all while her tyrant tried to figure out why the brunette had this ability. The knight in armor fell to his knees, clutching his head with his hands, screaming in physical pain and unawareness of the situation, madness settling deeper into his heart. While the blonde tried to figure out why she had his eyes, the half-elf only increased the power of the pink-purple flames and at the same time used magic to try and slip the sword from his body. Immediately the guy was up on his feet and the blade fell to the floor, another P0 while bouncing off the ground with the grass. The wounds on him had healed like a dog, but the bloody stains remained on his torn suit. Flugel was already almost tearing the skin on his face. Could it be Ceruto and Lisa's crystals? The hero couldn't believe it. After all 8 artifacts were needed to resurrect the Overlord. He didn't know, or rather he thought it was impossible, to break the seal only partially. No one knew how to do it and no one knows how to do it. And then it came to him. He realized who might have been involved in this story. His mentor, the principal of the Academy for Heroes, the witch, the old hag who had turned against her student. The blonde man's scream again mooned across the area. He was trying to apply the Eye of Decay again. And he succeeded. The fire began to slowly die down. The man laughed out loud, because it was just black flames. Apparently the demon had not yet adapted to his ability and in addition called him a brat. Litburn put out his hand, spreading his fingers, and began his counteraction to the enemy. The two opposite sides of the barricade were now facing each other. Elixir's sword spitting out mercury again, and the hero's blade was also emitting bright blue energy. The blonde headed towards the demon first, setting his sword aside, a shadow of hatred falling across his face. But the Archive was not going to just stand there, glaring his eyes. He clenched his fists, ready to enter the battle urgently. The half-elf jumped high into the sky, and heading towards his apprentice's father, was about to strike first. His gaze was full of anger and a desire to see his opponent's blood, his revenge to be exacted now and here. The hero's eyes became even more serious, the ability to decay shining with even more power. Suddenly, an explosion manifested. It blinded everyone with a bright blue color and a wave made everything shift in the same second. The wave affected Elixir, of course, who rolled backwards, but was still able to land on his knee and hook his blade on the ground, stopping the movement of his body. Flugel was still cheering the same way, raising his hand in the air, directing magic at his opponent. He laughed at the demon's powerlessness. Not even the demon lord's eyes will help him, because the guy is already at his limit. The hero pointed his hand at the half-elf, giving his magic a clear direction to destroy his daughter's teacher and lover. He said that his sword imprisons a sea of death, a sea of sorrow. This blade the proof of sins, that turned the blonde into a villain. While Litburn was distracting his opponent with his speech, the rays that heralded blood were already flying at the listener. Filigree raised his hand saying that despite all these moments, there was still a glimmer of hope among them. It's called a hero's burden. He clenched his fingers into a fist, so that every muscle in his palm tensed too much. The light of his power spilled off him. Again the haze rose from the impact with the guy on the floor, the light penetrating every cell, every corner of this place. Flugel headed towards the archives, insistent on finally ending it all, his left eye glowing with the power of decay. Someone like Elixir, who was only guided by personal feelings, could never endure such a thing. The hero swung his seemingly very heavy sword, but in his hands it was lighter than a trifle, for his skill had taken so long to piece together from each battle. And now the sword was no longer overhead, but was cleaving the air in a downward direction. The expression on the man's face saying instead of his lips that his anger was like that of the supreme gods of the heavens. But the blade's movement was stopped by a hand. The demon's hand. It touched the metal so gently as if it were moving at minimal speed. Of course this raised many questions in the weapon master. The demon's eyes glowed a red-orange color. The demon lord's ability had taken control of the brunette's body, so he could not feel any burden. On the face of the hero played puzzlement and anxiety, the like of which he had never seen before in his life. Goosebumps ran through his body, putting a drop of fear of the unknown in his soul. Archie felt nothing, no pain, no heat, not even hatred or anger. The brunette grasped his sword with one hand and with the other he struck Mr. Litburn's face with a bent fist. The hero flew back a decent distance. He had no idea that his opponent was so strong under the demon lord's power. Breaking his sword, he bowed his head with the thought that this shouldn't be happening. This was some kind of mistake. Suddenly, pink flames erupted behind Archie's back and a dark force surrounded the demon, giving her even more anger on her face. It was only now that Flugel had a hunch that the half-elf was on the verge of becoming the new demon lord. This information made his eyes widen, and his opponent was getting closer, and now he was truly a threat. Ultimate demonic power flowed along with the blood through his veins, unleashing sinister magic. The guy stood with his arms outstretched, anticipating his ultimate victory. The blonde man froze in horror and couldn't take his eyes off of what was happening. He didn't understand what he should do, how to act now. A sphere with clots of dark energy was already gathering above the elixir, growing even larger, creating an even more ominous atmosphere. Mr. Litburn clenched his fist at the thought that he would not let it happen again. No way and never again. That's what the man promised himself. He spread his legs wide, getting into a fighting stance. Flugel dares to apply his secret technique that will cut the chain of tragedy here at this place. Again the men came together in a battle not for life but for death, and with a shout of hatred they were ready to shatter their opponent to pieces, without a drop of regret, flashing their eyes with ability. The sentence of the demon's palm and the split in the Lord's name came together in the same duel, and so did their masters, but Litburn seemed to be in a looser position. No matter how much effort he put into making sure he was the one to prevail, no matter how much energy he put into his hands, no matter how much he shouted, he failed, even though victory was not that far away. The demon's dark magic was already mercilessly approaching the man who was defending the side of peaceful humanity and immediately nailed the hero's body to the ground. As the smoke of dust dispersed, hidden in the victim's lungs, he sat kneeling in the crater created by the half-elf's power, without a drop of strength or emotion, his sword lying beside him, not in his hand. Archive, from which rays of violet energy emanated. He stood over the defeated blonde. His clothes were covered in holes, but his wounds were already finally gone, as was his insecurity about his power. His eye flashed with brutal determination and demonic power. The hero was finally finished. One clear movement left. Suddenly Adley called out from the back, still in the same disheveled state. He turned to the teacher, looking at the horrible picture. And then in the head of the hero gleamed an idea, not a super plan, but in any case a small spark of hope to somehow defend his life. He rushed towards his daughter to execute the plan. He grabbed the girl and pulled her against him. Adley was puzzled by this turn of events, and Flugel glared at his opponent with a stern look. Arch stood exhausted in the dust that had risen into the air while Litburn held his apprentice hostage, the healing effects of the enhancement drug having worn off and the demon's defeat inevitable when the blonde dispelled the effects of the eyes. Adley was already in hot tears, and her father, with his caustic face and evil, sly smile, was already ordering her to kill Elixir. He put the blade in her hands and praised her for not resisting. Under the effect, the girl stood all in tears, was as if not her own, as hypnotized, and then the words of her father that if she obeyed, the man will stroke her on the head. Her body didn't obey. Adley was already pointing her sword at her lover, and he stood dazed and waiting for something, and then a thought came into her head. He finally realized what the matter was, realized what this girl needed and what he should have done. The guy pressed his lips together in pity as trickles of blood ran down his face. Bewitched Adley, he asked her to look up at him and look him straight in the eye. All scarred and battered like a yard cat, he put his hand to his chest with the words that he wanted to show himself from the inside out, immediately becoming serious and focused. He opened his closed eye from which tears were bristling. It glowed with different colors. It was the demonic eye of resonance. The reality in front of Adley immediately changed. Everything went all iridescent and the immersion began. Elixir is probably the only possessor of this eye in this world. It is capable of showing memories to others, neither killing people nor controlling them, and the half-elf had no way of understanding its usefulness. Adley saw all of Archie's past life mixed in with this one, how his favorite demon lord had been killed, how he had avenged his parents for it, how the lordess had cradled him in her arms, embracing him, making him feel loved and important. And then he turned to her again to draw her attention to the demon's equally important episodes. The apprentice was so surprised that tears fell from her cheeks. Her lover sat on the steps in front of her, looking at a bunch of small pictures and snippets of memories with the girl herself, all his thoughts in front of her in the open palm of his hand. And then the teacher told her that she could act and follow her own heart. The hero's daughter was certainly affected and made to think. In reality, Adley was still holding the sword pointing towards the brunette, but something had clearly changed. A bitter tear ran down her cheek at the impending choice she had already made. All that was left was to decide to begin. And she started. Turning around, the girl struck the sword, not the one her father had set her against, but the hero himself. Blood spurted, staining the ground beneath her feet, drenching it red. Flugel's eyes widened with shock. This was something he hadn't expected. The attack came to him and the man's gaze settled on the bloody tip of his sword that his daughter held in her hands. A shadow of desperate anger fell across her face, pointing the blade at her namesake. She dryly muttered that she was sorry, but it was clear that nothing would change her mind. Immediately Mr. Litburn began to justify himself and bring something to his child. After all, he is trying to save the world, and the girl acts in such a way. It is simply incomprehensible to the mind. Would her daughter choose the demon who had deceived her? The object of discussion stood behind her on all fours, waiting for the situation to be resolved. But Adley's face no longer regretted anything, and neither did her soul, for it was all because she had seen the teacher from the inside and realized everything for herself. She raised her sword into the air, in readiness to finish off her own father, and it could happen right now. But her hand froze. The girl was stopped by Elixir, wrapping his palms tightly around her, preventing her from killing the man. His silhouette was already even closer to her, completely covered by the shadow of that evil moment when the heiress would kill her own maker. But he couldn't let either blood appear on Adley's hands or take away such a superb moment. His eyes lit up again with the demon lord's power, filling with hatred. The fire enveloped the hero a second time. He only had time to call his opponent, for he could already feel the heat and burning on his skin, holding the girl in his power, who didn't seem to mind watching the target of his revenge disappear from the face of the earth. He began to reveal his secret recesses of his soul. His name is Archive. He is a servant of the Demon Lord, the last and most loyal, and also the doom of Flugel. The brunette grabbed himself by the tie, changed to a violent scream. He is a bloody avenger, and immediately blood came from his eyes like tears. Under the force, the hero was already turning into coal, the fire enveloping every cell of his body, every inch of his skin, making its way inside, causing Flugel to scream and scream in pain. The hellish agony continued until all skin, muscle and viscera were burned away, leaving not even ashes behind. Eventually even his skeleton dissolved in the tongues of flame. After a short period of time, a crystal fell from him, which the Archive is after. The sword fell out of Adley's hands, which flipped on the ground with a distinctive sound for a while longer. She hung on the demon's arms, begging to be let go. Lowering her head, she explained her desire by explaining that she had no right to be around the teacher. She had used the half-elf from the beginning too. After all, Elixir's face was sad, eyes baked from using the ability at this level. The girl continued her remorse. Just as the Archive was replacing the Demon Lord with her, Adley was also replacing her father, who had not given enough feeling of love. She turned her head away. Such, even if a lie, was satisfactory enough for the hero's daughter. Hearing all of this, the demon still kept her apprentice from freeing herself. The underage mistress clenched her hand into a fist, daring such heart-wrenching words from the fact that she had indeed taken a place in the academy teacher's heart. She still managed to free herself from her lover's arms and turned around to face him. It was the realization of her importance to the brunette that made her own heart flutter with happiness. Her face was in an embarrassed blush and yet tears. Even when faced with the choice of killing her own father, she still chose Archiv. These words were interrupted by the teacher, who suddenly put his arms around Adley, pulling her close to him. It was already starting to dawn outside. The sun was slowly letting its leches into every corner of this place. A new day had come, as well as a new period for these two, all being in tears. The stunned girl listened that she was actually not guilty of anything and did nothing wrong, and it was the man who had acted wrongly. The Archive placed his hand on her head, promising that he would never use the demon eye on his apprentice again, but would use her as she was. Putting her face against the half-elf's shoulder, the hero's daughter let a tear fall, inhaling the alchemist's scent. He had said that since they had an interchange, she could use it. After all, the only thing he wanted was to have Adley by his side. The demon had tears in his eyes, genuine in showing the brunette's real attitude. They looked at each other at dawn, realizing that maybe it wasn't true love, but just an addiction. Neither of the duo wanted to get rid of it. Everyone was happy with everything. The girl pressed herself harder against the green-eyed teacher and agreed to these terms. In confirmation, their lips made contact. Despite the touching nature of the moment, the student was still crying just the same. Meanwhile, something was brewing in the prison tower of confinement, which was washed by the water crashing its waves against its walls. Blue eyes widened with each passing second in consternation, cold sweat rolling down her forehead. The reason for the confusion was the chains were beginning to break, to crack, which meant that the creature with the huge clawed paws might be about to break free. As it happened, this something with a human silhouette had already recovered one arm, and the individual standing opposite was only quietly observing it all. A haze went up from the force with which the captive was gaining his freedom. From beneath the mask, the teeth that the man was grinding with anger began to show. It's one of Enigmata's 8 demon eaters, and he escaped. It was a month after the murder of one of the 8. Flugel lit burn. Meanwhile, someone was hurrying on horseback through the woods. It was Adley. She held the harness tightly in her hands, her mind only spinning with the thought that he needed to hurry. After winning the elixir over the girl's father, the boy suffered from constant bouts of fever. No matter how Adley tried to apply cooling techniques, nothing worked. Too high a temperature kept the magic out of her body. Then she took off her shirt, and afterward her underwear fell off her body as well. She immediately applied the freezing ability to her naked body, the coldness going over every inch of her skin. Then she began to bridge to the teacher. Since magic didn't work on him, she would freeze herself and thus cool the brunette's body. Their lips locked in a kiss. The coldness that was supposed to save the demon still emanated from the girl. Suddenly light crept in under Adley's closed eyelids and someone's hand was already going through her hair. No matter how hard she looked, she had to open her eyes. The daughter of the late hero jumped up. The half-elf was sitting next to her, drinking tea. From such a sharp rise he had to remove his hand from his mistress's head. Only now did she notice the man who wished her a good morning and set a cup with a hot drink on the bedside table. Immediately the girl blushed and her eyes wet. Archie didn't understand why the student suddenly started sobbing. The question irritated the girl. She went as far as hitting the teacher, calling him stupid, for he had no idea how worried Adley was about the alchemist being out for such a long time. Archie made the right decision, let the crying girl hug herself, apologized, and proceeded to stroke her head. With tenderness and gratitude in his voice, he stated the fact that once again he was forced to rely on the girl. Adley wiped her tears with her finger and said it was nothing strange. The teacher could rely on her at any time. Then Elixir thought about not using the Demon Lord's eyes, since such a heavy load was coming from them. And the student stated with a serious look that she was even stronger than the archive suggests. If the demon continues to use them, it could end up taking its life. The half-elf rose. He began to push a speech about thinking of his abilities, eyes and fighting heroes, but immediately fell silent. An irritated Adley stood in front of him and he was even a little startled by such a reaction. He asked what the student was angry about. At first pouting, through her cheeks, the hero's daughter reminded the demon that he'd told her to be there for him. Then she switched to screaming, because how could she do that if the brunette was going to die? Archiv took a strand of the girl's hair with a light movement of his hand, asking if she was sure of her decision. The hero's daughter looked at the teacher with a loving look, and the information flew into her ears that if she stayed with him, she would become an enemy to the whole world. Naively, Adley asked about whether this arrangement was bad. Sitting on the bed to his mistress, the half-elf began to brood, which of course was bad, because she should think about her future. But the student interrupted these musings, with a chuckle of her own, and then with a relaxed look began to bitch at the man, because even though he was a teacher, but behaves like an educator, this incredibly pissed off Elixir. Just then, Adley's face changed, talking about how she wasn't as good a person as everyone thought she was, and she was only trying to be a hero to please her father. For now the blood of a loved one is on her hands. The slumped mistress, the demon soothed, for he had already told her that the blame was not on her shoulders, but on his. Immediately, the blue-eyed girl lunged at the teacher, saying that since they did it together, they were now accomplices. It was too awkward for the brunette, and the apprentice claimed she was already an enemy to the world, and she was determined to become one herself. Suddenly gave away that the teacher had told her herself that she could use it. Raising her head, her face was already all in tears. She begged her lover not to leave. With a frightened look, he agreed to do as his student wanted. A blush covered her face, tears streamed hotly down her cheeks. Meanwhile, the demon smiled so carefree. With irony he said that after all Adley is a valuable resource. He spent time on her and can't die until he gets the benefit. Adley was angrily already trying to bore a hole in the brunette with her gaze, and he only apologized for being so sudden. And immediately he changed his face, became serious, saying that he had a request for her. Since the beginning of winter vacation, she has to see if they have information at home on the 8th heroes. The guy will not be able to go with the student. It is better not to arouse suspicion, so she has to handle it herself. That was why Adley was rushing on horseback, thinking only that her teacher would wait for her. At the same time, the alchemist walked through the streets of the town, thinking about the fact that there was nothing useful in the academy. Flugel's disappearance has not yet been publicized. It's worth taking advantage of this time to find out the whereabouts of the other heroes. Suddenly, someone in a hoodie hit the Archiv in a rush. Only the academy teacher turned around to apologize and make sure the stranger wasn't bruised. A girl with dark hair, red hairpins and blue eyes was lying on the floor. Her face showed that she was very bruised. Sure enough, there was a bleeding wound on her stomach. Watching it, the demon realized he'd better stay out of trouble right now, but he couldn't just pass it by either. He crouched on his knee beside the injured woman as she squirmed in acute pain. Arch convinced the girl not to worry, for he had healing magic. Meanwhile, his new patient tried to point out the danger. She commanded a glance upward with a battered look. Reluctantly, the alchemist raised his head. Immediately his look changed to one of creeping fear and shock. An all-too familiar silhouette slid along the wall of the house, weapon in hand. A blond man with long hair and teeth sharp as fangs and a scar on his left cheek with a serious look ordered the boy to leave the place, because he was not interested in simpletons. The horror in Arch's eyes grew even greater. He couldn't believe it was one of them. Then after the torments of hell, the demon lord lay at the feet of the rapists awaiting her death sentence, and they were ready for dismemberment. Without much strain, the heroes cut off one of the parts of the demoness body. Blood spurted out, but the torturers didn't care. A cruel smile flashed on their faces. but they did not rejoice for long. It was impossible to fully enjoy this moment, for the Overlord's regeneration immediately grew a new arm. They threw the old hand to the floor. There was a little archivist standing around the corner watching the whole scene with horror. Suddenly, a hand in iron armor grasped the limb in flight, foreshadowing the Overlord's imminent pain, for the wretch was coming again. The creature with long ashy hair began devouring the demon's hand as if it were a dish in a restaurant. Scarlet blood ran from his mouth and down his chin, and the man was babbling about how delicious he tasted at the moment. Of course, it's endless meat that makes your blood boil. And then a mute silence rang out. The blond man dismissed his found food. In the midst of all this atmosphere, Archie's sobs could be heard. Then he twisted his neck at an unnatural angle, staring fearfully at the demon around the corner, wondering what he was looking at, if he wanted to be devoured too. The Archive was all tears and fear, shaking about nerves. It was too creepy. And now that same monster was in front of him in this life, fear began to creep back into him again, reminding him of that whole situation. Now in front of the Archive himself was one of the 8 demon eaters, Enigmata, who with the same cruel look as then, ordered the brunette to get off his feet or else be eaten too.